Super Earth.
Good morning, everybody. Yo, gamers. Good morning. Good morning. There we going. Good morning, gamers. Hello, gamers. Good morning, gamers. What up? How do? What up, everybody? What up? What up? Oh, hi, Luna. I was saying good morning too. Time is it for you? It's 3:15 a.m. So favorite fashion-wise? Yeah, it's great. Luna's currently making biscuits. If you haven't seen over on YouTube, we have our Illuminate guide video. And then also we have our WARBOND review. We posted both of those yesterday. So if you're interested, check them out. Hi, Luna. How do you wake up that early? Diligence and the idea that you gotta do what you gotta do to make your dreams come true. All right, Tyler, relax with the redeeming emote attack. Jesus, relax. Luna's currently making biscuits. Hope everybody's doing well. It's okay, Tyler. It's all good. I get it. You're excited. I get it. So yeah, let me quickly set up the commands for that. I don't know if I think I've updated them, but let's double check that they're all updated. I want this, or bond. That over there. Luna, keep them entertained while I do this. Did you guys see the marathon drama, dude? Oof. Man. Marathon just keeps losing. It's crazy. They just keep losing. Oh, man. Basically a bunch of like textures and stuff like that. Or like just like art in general in the game. Like it's not like every piece of art, but it's like, you know, certain symbols and like textures on walls and stuff like that was like ripped from another artist. It wasn't like an overwhelming amount of stuff, but it was definitely enough to make them look very bad. And it's like, ah, shit. Luckily, Bungie has owned up to it immediately. And they are, they're trying to like rectify it. So. But yeah, it's, oof. It's definitely an oof. What should we make the, what should we do for the Illuminate, video? Do I just do like estimation for Illum? Like Illuminate, I guess? Yeah, I guess so. You've already done it. You updated the estimation mark YouTube? I'm doing the estimation mark WARBOND. YouTube for guide to new enemies and review. I'm gonna do estimation mark Illuminate because I feel like I'm gonna forget to say estimation mark YouTube. But we'll just do double. Didn't Destiny 2 do that? Destiny 2 has gotten in trouble in the past with it. I believe there was like contractors, like for the nerf Ace of Spades. It was like a copy, but it was like But it was like very much like contractors. It wasn't actually Bungie on that one. And then there was a cutscene, but that's also not necessarily Bungie. That's a contractor. Because I'm pretty sure they contract out their cutscenes to like a third party. Like, but basically Bungie has gotten in hot water for this before. So. Is he accused of stealing the storyline of Red War? Yeah, they're in like some kind of like legal feud about that. Bungie is basically just being like accused left and right of everything. They are, oof, big trouble. Oh nah, don't do that. Don't touch monitor. Red War thing is a joke lawsuit. Like sunsetting might lose them. Ah, really? Maybe that's why they took Red War away from us. I mean, they took away so much more than just Red War. It made sense for what the reasoning was, is that the game was getting too big and it was going to become too big of a download. And maintaining all the Red War content also was a lot of extra work that they didn't want to put in. So they decided to take it out, right? For better or for worse, like if you agree with it or not. But that makes sense, what they reasoned. But could it also be that? I don't know. Did you see the new Nintendo TOS? Come on, Nintendo L. Wait. I heard something about like Nintendo can brick your system or something like that. I'm assuming this is anti-pirating stuff. Like if you decide you're gonna modify your Switch to unlock it, they'll brick it. Is that it? Brick it, like make it useless. It turns it into a brick. That's real BS. Like, I can see where the consumer that wants to get like they want to like unlock their shit and get free stuff and pirate would be angry, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I mean, I kind of get that like Nintendo's trying to like stop you from stealing shit from them. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening, right? Like, right? It's just anti-piracy stuff, isn't it? Or is that wrong? Yeah. I personally am like understanding more of Nintendo's play on that one. Like, I think there's a lot of people that took the idea of like you buy a console, you unlock it, and then you pirate everything for granted, thinking that, you know, a company shouldn't be able to stop you. But I mean, like, I mean, guys, I mean, I don't know about that one. It's using the same legal standpoint for licensing games, regardless of my opinion, how far we've gone with the licensing BS. I've never imagined them removing into like physical objects. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one with the consoles, but I think people are like extrapolating it further than I think. Like the average user will never run into this problem ever. It's like if you take it to a shop to get it unlocked, so you can play games for free. You know what I mean? Like it's like modifying hardware. Like they probably shouldn't brick your hardware for it, but at the same time, it's like anti-piracy. If it was just piracy, maybe, but it's so much more. You literally don't own any. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't personally have as much play as other people with this like modern day, because like I've been doing, like, as a PC gamer, it's been this way since I was a kid. Steam, like, the last time I bought a physical copy of anything was StarCraft 2, but even then that was like the before that was like fucking, I don't even know. As a PC user, I've been totally fine with licensing for the last 20 years. It doesn't bother me. But I understand other people, you know, not liking that very much. I get it, but I don't know. I personally don't mind. But let's be honest, also, the same people who pirate stuff and like get their consoles modified will probably find a way to unbrick their Switch even through this TOS. It always happens. Every time a console tries to do an anti-piracy technique, like PlayStation has tried it several times, there's always people who figure out a way to pirate games even harder on PlayStation consoles. Like, I think largely this is like a non-issue, and like people who like to pirate their shit on Switch will be able to pirate even harder. Like I don't think you guys need to worry, personally. Like, but at the end of the day, like, can I blame Nintendo for trying to stop piracy on their console? Not necessarily. I can't really blame them. Like they're trying not to get their shit stolen. Like, guys. I know we're like anti-big company, but at the same time, like, it's piracy, right? If you do it, fair enough, but just like you don't exactly have there should be no expectation that you just should be able to pirate. We wouldn't pirate if companies were more fair. People would pirate still. They would. And honestly, gaming companies are the most fair out of anything we deal with in our lives, let's be honest. Nintendo's being a piece of shit with, like, Switch 2, there's no doubt, but, like, you know. Yeah. I get it. It's just another thing that hates the Nintendo Switch for. You know, I get it. But I wouldn't call a $100 game fair. So it's all like a value proposition, right? I mean, if you spend 300 hours in that game, is 100 hours fair? You know, that's like different. It's all like a thing, but like nobody's forcing you to buy the game, right? It's not like you have to buy that game to buy the console or something like that. Doesn't their licensing agreement also say the console legally isn't yours when you purchase it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But even if it did, that's Steam. When you buy a game on Steam, you don't own it. You own a license to it. It's like it's a ticket to a theme park, right? I can't say I'm too surprised. They charge physical $10 more than digital, but that's because it's more expensive to make a digital copy. Or a physical copy. A digital copy is easier to maintain. Or like to sell you, but then there's a maintenance cost right afterwards. Especially since like tariffs actually apply to a physical copy, whereas a digital copy less so. You buy Switch 2, it basically means when you buy a Switch, it's not yours, even though you pay a whole bunch for it. Sure, but you'll never run into that actual problem unless you start physically pirating games. Or modifying your system, right? You know what I mean? Let's not conflate it to like big bad Nintendo's one day just gonna kick you off their console. You know? You would have to, it's kind of like going into a theme park, right? You got to cut the line or start shitting on the sidewalk or trying to like get free shit in order to have a problem there, right? Now, I get it if you are someone who wants to go into the theme park and do something. Fair enough. But that's where like, I would just go for like the Switch 1 then. Don't buy a Switch 2. It's not like the Switch 1's going anywhere. Don't you have the right to modify your own purchases? Well, they're trying to protect their stuff, right? Because before, like, you could modify your own purchases, but it would result in piracy, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of, like, an unlocked console. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's basically, like, crazy amounts of piracy happen when you start modifying consoles. It's not about piracy. People have their legitimate reasons to modify their devices. Sure. But normally it's piracy. Most modifications happen to be piracy. If I go to the flea market in Toronto and I go see like these stalls and they modify your console, like the number one like selling thing at them is just unlocking your console so you can have unlimited games. Pirated games. That's always the most popular reason why. I'm sure there's legitimate reasons why you would modify your console in other ways. Sure. But, like, a lot of people are going to pirate their consoles, dude. A lot of people do that. But they have that in Toronto? Yeah. I went there when I was younger. Why argue it? I just like having the conversation. $80 for Doom, Claire Obscura, $45. How fair is that? Well, that's just, it's a value proposition, right? If you don't like Doom, don't buy it. Just buy it on sale in like a year or two. But Claire is great. Nintendo bricking your console if you pirate feels like vigilante justice. What? I mean, they're just, what? They're just trying to protect their product, right? To some extent, I feel like they have the right to protect their product. If only pirating games hit just Nintendo and other developers, yeah.
Take command of the galaxy's liberation.
So, Eruptor, oh my god, what a weapon. The Peak Physique, you don't even need Peak Physique anymore, Rogue Pants. Okay. Can't play without internet with the Switch 2? Yeah, but I mean, that's been PC gaming for a long time for the most part. The vast majority of games are like that. But also, wait, isn't there a bunch of Switch 2 games that are like offline? Is Helldivers worth getting? Absolutely. What's the best way to get weapon XP? Blitz missions, tier 10, bugs or bots. Complete it as fast as possible, side objectives included. Don't extract, just kill yourself afterwards. Do it in a group of 4. I understand them trying to like keep piracy from happening, but it's still like the precedent which you can turn into one hell of a slippery slope. Anytime someone can exercise power, they will do so. Yeah, but then I feel like we're going to such an extreme here in talking about this. Like, to such an extreme of like, what you're telling me that Nintendo's just gonna kick legitimate customers off their console one day? That hurts them more than it helps them in any way. A paying customer is a paying customer, right? Like, why would they do that? Like, I understand this fear, but it seems irrational because it's like, why would Nintendo ever do that? Why would they kick you off your console? They make way more off of you through digital sales than they do on the console. The console, usually they do a net loss. With your logic, it's like, well, they sell you the console and they kick you out. But it's like, that doesn't help them. They want you to continue making purchases on the Switch, right? Largely, this is just an exercise in like anti-piracy. They just don't want you to fuck with it. Because physical piracy is like really hard for them to stop. My main annoyance is that I can't save an online game on 2 consoles that I own anymore, but have to keep switching it around. I have a Switch and a Switch Lite, and I have to go through this whole process to load a game. Aren't they fixing that with the Switch 2? Aren't they doing like cloud gaming more or less, like cloud saves? And you can like share them. Aren't they? Wasn't that something in that thing? I swear it was. If Tesla sold me a car and I install a third-party GPS instead of paying for the subscription GPS so they remotely brick my car, would you say that's right? That's different? That's different than what's happening here. Like, I don't know. That's a very different situation. That's the precedent that's being set? Is it though? Or are we just making it the precedent? It's like, this always happens whenever like anyone reads a EULA, because EULAs usually have to cover like pretty broad things, and then we will extrapolate those broad things to much larger issues that usually we are like advocates for. And it's largely will never actually happen or affect you in any meaningful way. It's like this happens all the time with EULAs in video games. People read a EULA and they like freak out because of the broad language that they use, and then they're like, well, they could do this with this language. But it's like, I think we need to wait for a precedent to be set that they're actually gonna do that. Because I'm just like, as far as I understand with the EULA, it's literally just like a, that's fair, but fuck Nintendo. Hey, I'm down for fucking Nintendo. What up, Sky? Please, Rocket Sentry. Say in the future, Switch 3 or 4 comes out and they decide they don't want people to play their old consoles to try and force them to move forward. They could brick the console. Yeah, but there'd be a class action lawsuit there. Like this is exactly the situation I was talking about. We were extrapolating something so much to the extreme that we're getting in like borderline, like, you know, tinfoil hat territory. Because like at the end of the day, that kind of stuff would hurt Nintendo, right? You know, we've seen this through iPhones though. Okay, with the iPhone situation, it was them nerfing the speed so your battery would last longer. That one was completely like, I think people like didn't understand the situation. I actually don't think Apple was that in the wrong. They were slowing down your phone so your battery didn't seem like it was as bad. People then claim that was planned obsolescence, but it's like, I actually feel like that's kind of justified. They nerf the speed of your phone so the battery lasts longer. It's actually kind of fucking smart, but the problem was that they weren't telling people they were doing it. That's a different situation. They should have told people they were doing that. It's basically the low power mode that we have now, but it was on, like, they were forcing it on you if you had an older battery. So it could hold the charge longer. I'd prefer a replacement battery. I think anyone would. But then it would affect the design of an iPhone. So, Apple's always against that. So that's why you go with Samsung. Really like the new weapon. Such a good feeling. I like it, personally. Apple's Siri listens to. Yeah, but so does every AI, because they need to listen to you for voice activation. If they didn't listen to you, voice activation wouldn't work. Right? How would voice activation work if it didn't listen to you? It needs to listen to you. But I'm fairly certain nowadays you can turn it off if you don't want it. I meant that a large amount of this is the fact that it opens up the abuse that drives the concern. That's fair. And I get that. You know, we will respond to it when it happens. You know? My autocannon shot sometimes went through the enemy. Was it lag or is it skill issue? I guess I'd have to see the situation, dude. I don't know. I don't know what you saw on your screen. Could be either. He did. Nah, both Samsung and Apple sucks. Okay. Buy Nokia. My autocannon shot sometimes. Dude. Do you think got a lot of ideas for weapons? I feel like they're getting to the point where weapons are feeling the same, unless a bunch of like sci-fi weapons. I don't think so. Because I think this weapon feels very unique, personally. I think they've done a really good job, both aesthetically and like gameplay wise. It feels very unique.
Objective nearby.
The funny thing is that if we did what Reddit wants, where they just like add, put medium pen on this, it would largely feel like other weapons, more so like other weapons. But they try to go a different direction, where they try to do like a really high impact light weapon with really fast fire rate, right? So it's just a very different type, right? Diligence is slower, more of like a traditional DMR with light pen, or this feels like more of like a, kind of feels like an SKS at times. And I really enjoy how it feels. Some parts of the community hates light pen weapons to death, which I think is unwarranted. I agree. I've actually been, you know, having conversations with developers at Arrowhead about it, like just like ways to improve light pen and just like the perception of light pen. I think there's a lot of different ways they can go. So, planning on leveling all weapons, of course. Why wouldn't I? Here's some stuff that Arrowhead is going to self-publish their next game, which is wild. Yeah, they got the money for it. Makes sense. Good for them. It's very hard to do, though. But I kind of get it. Sony has both helped them, you know, a lot, but they've also hurt them a lot. So it's been a weird relationship for them, I'm sure. Oh, that laser. Jesus. Have a good one, Democracy Officer Brew. Have a good one, dude. Learned from Sony and said, thanks for the lesson, but we got it here. Yeah. I mean, like, Sony's great, right? In the sense of, like, they're a marketing juggernaut, and they just kind of let their developers cook, but at the same time, they're a bureaucracy that, can make some really dumb decisions at times. Because of sheer amounts of large corporate bloat and slowness to do things, and yeah. So they come with their strengths and weaknesses, you know? I feel like I'm gonna have a really hard time leveling the Constitution. Not really. Just put it in a loadout where you don't really use your primary weapon all that much. Stalwart, MG42, you know, and play against factions where you largely don't need to use your weapon. Good morning, Trindle. The choices can straight up wreck a company's reputation secondhand. But they could also save them and like help them immensely, right?
Objective nearby.
Calling down a sentry.
It's the devil you know versus the devil you don't with Sony. Because like you could definitely argue that Helldivers 2 might have just never been a thing if Sony wasn't involved, right? Look at Microsoft, right? Microsoft was like, nah, we think that's a bad idea for a game. You know what I mean? And they just never made the Halo version of this game. And then if they self-made this game, it's possible the game wouldn't have come out as good as it was. Because Sony, you know, bankrolled them. So. Yeah. You know, you would hope that like maybe Arrowhead could have found someone else, found some other way to fund. You never know, man. It's really hard. Games industry is cutthroat. Arrowhead went to Microsoft? No. Microsoft developers tried to make Helldivers-like game. And Microsoft turned it down. It was supposed to be like ODST soldiers dropping onto a planet very similar to this kind of concept of game. But Microsoft was like, nah, we don't think it would be very good. And they didn't go with it. If you're using a sport weapon MG43 machine gun, you can bring other weapons to level up the machine gun. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to use the Constitution at all to level it up. You never need to use your primer. You could literally just never shoot one round and still get the same amount of XP. So... yeah. Anyways. Publishers are both, like, great and terrible. Because, like, they allow a developer to just, like, concentrate on developing a game. Whereas the publisher will take care of things outside. But then you could also have a publisher hurt a game. Like with the PSN shit, right? But honestly, that was on Arrowhead as well with the PSN stuff. So, fair is fair. It is a double-edged sword. Yeah. You gotta pick the good ones. Because there's better publishers out there than there's worse publishers. That's for sure. Why I feel like Helldivers might get live-action TV series or movies. We are getting a live-action movie. They've already announced it. Sony's doing it. At least they're working on it. We don't know if it'll actually come out. It's possible it could get canned, I guess. Did they change how autocannon AP shots interacts with the harvester's legs? Or did I just, like, get better? I think you just got better, Cage. I haven't noticed a difference, personally. It seems about the same. Hello? I think you got better. The main thing why I dislike Sony as a publisher are my country's restrictions. Yeah, it's really rough. It really sucks that Sony and Microsoft do it. Unfortunately, they alienated a lot of players by doing it. It gives us the ability to reset your account or make another account on the same profile. I want to experience the game again from the start, but I don't want to put in 40 euros. That's a rough one. I mean, I guess you could just wait for a sale for the game and get a second account. But, yeah. Fuck EA for nuking the next Titanfall game. I don't know if the next Titanfall game would have been that good.
Hey, yeah, wreck them squids.
Thanks, Midnight, for the 1,000 bits, dude. How you doing? Thanks, dog. The next Titanfall game was going to be a looter, extraction shooter. I don't know if players really wanted that game. The notification on stream are off? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I was showing the video yesterday. Thanks, Annie. A what? It was an extraction shooter with some looting elements to it. That was what it was rumored to be. It was not Titanfall 3. So, like, to some extent, I mean, we could hate EA, but I could also see it just being an absolute fucking disaster. I think EA was very much like, ooh, extraction shooters are really popular right now. Let's make one. And then they realized that a lot of players just don't like extraction shooters. Not gonna lie, I'm tired of extraction shooters. I'm personally not, but I get it. A lot of people don't like them. It's way more niche than you would think. Like, a lot of people just don't like extraction shooters, and I get it. Personally, give me more extraction shooters. I fucking love them. But I get it. I get it. I do get it. Nothing would beat the cycle for me. Well, an alive game will. And that's, like, when I played Marathon, it felt a lot like the cycle, which I was really happy about. So I'm still, like, as bad as fucking Marathon is, with their development so far, I'm hoping it actually is successful. Because when I played Marathon, I was like, this gives me cycle vibes, and it makes me very happy because I missed the cycle. But at the same time, like, Arc Raiders is fucking great, and I didn't think I'd like it because it was third person. But I can look past the third person PvP problems. Not every game needs to be one. Team Dark Ages is cool, but the music, some gimmicky levels. Yeah, I heard that the sound mixing, they mixed the music a lot lower. Because they're not as confident in it, and it's probably fair because a lot of people are. I think I listened to some of the OST and I was like, yeah, this is just kind of generic feeling. So. He doesn't know about the plagiarism? No, we started the stream off with it. Or Smith. And I commented on it in Discord. We were talking about it. Luckily, it seems like Bungie is handling it well. Hopefully, they offer the guy a job. Didn't Mick Gordon get burned heavily? It was both ways. If I remember the storyline correctly for the Mick Gordon situation, Mick Gordon was not meeting deadlines that they had originally agreed on, so Gearbox started to, like, I believe, hire third parties to help along the way to some extent, even though the music wasn't quite done. I can't remember the exact, it was so many years ago, but it was something like that. And then Mick Gordon obviously got very angry, got legal involved and stuff like that, and there was, like, just a large falling out between the two. And Mick Gordon felt like he was being treated unfairly because they obviously were, like, not letting the artist just do the artist's work. But then obviously, like, I can understand that, you know, you need to meet deadlines to some extent. So they gave him a month to make the whole album, but he didn't have to accept it. It's hard, right?
Extraction is available.
Like, at the end of the day, he can say no. And that's where, like, you know, negotiation comes in with these kind of things. If you get into, you know, if you sign something saying you're gonna do it and then you can't do it, I mean, that, like... Wasn't he already contracted to work on the game and they just, like, screwed him on the timeline? I don't remember the specifics. But I do remember when people did a deep dive on the situation, it was a little bit of both, right? Gearbox was expecting a lot, while Mick didn't deliver everything that was, you know, asked of, right? So. But they asked if he wanted to make the next album when they started development of the game, and then he like didn't hear until like late in development, and he got basically called last minute to make music. They gave him no directions. Yeah. It was weird. I heard he was told they were selling an OST and he went like, what? OST? Yeah, I think that was like some other contractors or something like that. Because that was like for the Doom Eternal DLC, I think it was. Hotfix today. I think it's supposed to be, someone was saying tonight. Working for AAA Studios just seems like a waste of time. Yeah. It depends on the AAA studio. Because obviously we never would have gotten Doom 2016 or knew who the fuck Mick Gordon even was. Right? Let's not be doomers. Like, come on. Like, what's with their exaggerations today? Mick wasn't properly compensated for the first game's OST. That's just getting a better agent.
1 minute.
But also, I think to some extent, Mick wasn't like as well known, right? So he probably had less bargaining power. Right, they attached his name to it, and I'm actually working on it. Yeah, it was the DLC stuff. I think they put his name on it. And then obviously, you know, that creates an uproar. But I think to some extent it was trying to give him credit for some of the stuff he did work on. Like, he did work on some of it, he just didn't work on all of it. I don't remember. Because I think it was the DLC for Doom Eternal. And to be fair to the DLC soundtrack, it was pretty good. It was definitely better than what I've heard so far in Dark Ages. He was well known to Bethesda. Yeah, but he wasn't well known to us, so it's harder for him to negotiate for more pay, right? But obviously now he's made like an absolute name for himself that, you know, he has way more negotiating power. Like, if you would have asked me, like, do I know who made the Wolfenstein music? No. Been having a lot of fun with the new additions. A lot of role play going on with the new armor. Yeah, definitely is. Who knows, Screech? I don't know. We'll see. They've alluded to another enemy, at least. Thanks, Trindle. I was gonna do it after this game. We live. Let's see. Stratagems for
Allied destroyer has left the
yeah.
squadron.
Later.
You are a dog.
New. Why am I a dog? What? New videos on YouTube. Check that out. Roof. Is that better, Annie? Is that what you expected me?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Midnight with the gifted subs with the... Oh my god. Oh my god. With the 10 gifted. Holy... Dude, are we like breaking the goals yet? I haven't even looked at them. I need to start a new bit goal. Thank you, everybody. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. I think Midnight smashed that goal. Oh, it did an automatic goal. That's a really big goal. I didn't set that one. I'm gonna redo that. It's a really fucking big goal. Yeah, I think 13.
You are still a wet dog.
We'll do that. That was an automatic one. You're a wet dog. What the hell? Luna's back. She didn't want to lay on her bed. She just wants to lay there.
Destroyer has joined squadron. Good work collecting so many signals.
Thank you for the bits, Annie. I don't see it on screen still. Are any notifications showing up on screen? I think Streamlabs might be fucked. I don't know.
Your fellow Helldivers.
Nothing's on screen. I think it might be Streamlabs. Streamlabs might be having problems. Yeah, Annie, I don't know if I could do anything about that. It's just Streamlabs having trouble. There's nothing I can really do about that. If Streamlabs has problems, Streamlabs has problems. So how much longer on this? 1 day, 7 hours? Yeah.
Let us join the
Is that a hydrate? Pineapple!
Is that a hype train? Touch of salt.
Such a salt. Roof. Bark.
Can
Bark.
you bark for 100 bits?
Bark, bark. Spark. It's fixed already. I just re-logged into Streamlabs.
Orbit synchronized.
Logged out, logged back in. When in doubt. But it was just Streamlabs being weird. Yup. Before you go.
Can
Woof.
you woof now for 100 bits?
What am I, a fucking dog? Woof, woof, awoo. Oh, yeah, that's the good one. Awoo.
You are my hot dog.
The hell? This is being an absolute lap cat today. Absolute lap cat. The biggest of lap cats. Long, round, salty, hot. A dog? Plan on making a video guide for leveling weapons? No, because they've already made those. And I don't think I could add anything to it, honestly. Like, Pips had that shit out for the first 24 hours. There's nothing really I can add to it.
Illuminate, east, 100 meters.
Go Sparkler. Ow! Ma'am, why did you do that?
Sorry, I shot in front of you, walked into it.
Like, now you're gaslighting me? I fell down the stairs, I guess. My bad. I shouldn't have tripped over your foot. That's so my fault. I walked into your hands pushing me down the stairs. You hearing this, chat? My goodness. You shouldn't have walked in front of my bullet. She calls me a gaslighter. Just saying. She calls me. I'm the gaslighter? Oh, really? Interesting. So what is better? Bugs, bots, blitz? It's whatever you prefer. Do all the side objectives or as many as possible, as fast as possible in a blitz mission. 4-player squad, split up. If you feel like you've done as much as possible, don't extract. It's a waste of time. Just, you know, keep killing yourselves until you run out of revives. Pretty straightforward. Now, do I think that's a pretty boring way to play? Yeah, unless you really want to level up something, right? So I wouldn't necessarily recommend playing that way unless, you know, your main goal is just fuck fun and just go as fast as possible. But hey, maybe you enjoy going that fast. So there's that. Annie, did you do a pinned comment with the videos? I can't see pins with this program, but did you end up doing a pinned comment? Or is there a pinned comment? Do you not get more XP for extraction? You do, but it's not worth your time. It's XP per hour. If you're purely looking at the set of like XP per mission, yeah, extracting is important because it gives you extra XP. But the thing is that when leveling a weapon, XP per mission doesn't really matter. It's XP per hour. How'd he die, honestly?
You're what the French call les incompetents.
What? You just call me incompetent? What? What did I... What? Luna, am I incompetent? Haven't heard any news about getting bugs fixed in game. A lot more people using it. Makes me game laggy. Oh, you mean that exploit? It's coming tomorrow. Or tonight, sorry. It's coming tonight. I recommend, you know, just finding some friends to play with in the short term that are not being assholes and doing it in public lobbies. You know, so using our Discord, you could just use our chat, find some people to play with, add each other up, and play. In the short term. But it should be tonight. They said something, I believe it was tonight they said. So, probably less than 12 hours from now, it'll be fixed. I do kind of wish there was a system where you could, like, spend samples to get XP. Can't remember who said that the other day, but I was like, yeah, it reminds me of Destiny. Destiny does that now, where your extra materials you can use to, like, level up weapons immediately.
I know.
Here's you, Cosmic. Thank you. Yeah. It's it would also save the problem of people not picking up samples very often. People would be more inclined to pick up samples. The booster seems pretty bad. 15% chance is pretty stingy. I mean, it's 15% more samples. That's... I don't think it's that stingy. It's a booster. I don't know if I think it's that... I don't think it's that stingy. Especially if you pair it with the other booster that we got the last one, where... when you kill, like, larger enemies, you get a chance of having extra samples on the ground. You could definitely up it, but I don't think it's that bad.
Calling down a sentry.
15% more samples is quite strong when every sample does in fact count. Oh, please don't get me. Maybe 25? Yeah, sure. Nice, thanks you do. Fuck yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Pips! I'm Mr. Pips with a 5 gifted. God damn, alright. Good morning, sir. How are you, buddy?
Reinforcing.
My man Pips! How you doing, dude? Good to see you. How are things? Using the new grenade? I am. I like the new grenade. I don't hate it. At first I was like, this is kind of lame, and then I realized, oh, you get 6. Okay. Alright. Oh, you get 3 on resupply. Oh, okay. Oh, it actually does a good amount of damage with the new fire changes, and some bonus damage on top of that, because it's a nade like this. Alright. Okay. I kind of feel the nade. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. I originally was definitely a lot harder on it, and then like if they didn't do these new fire changes, it'd be dog. It'd be fucking dog shit. But with the fire changes, the fact you get 6, you get 3 on resupply, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's like it's a solid nade. Not meta. It's solid. Solid. It's got its spot. The weapon feels a little underwhelming at times, but at the same time, I think it feels great. Right? Like, in general, feels great. Not in all situations. And, you know, obviously, you know, you're going to have to definitely be more precise because it's light pen versus a medium pen. But yeah, I've grown to really like it. I think I've got this weapon at what, level 21 now or something like that? I like it. It's fun. Do you use Keurig coffee maker or a drip coffee maker? Neither. I make tea. Tea bag. And then I have like a... It's basically like a... There is a coffee maker in our house. And then I just like a hot water function. I just get my tea that way in the morning. To make it decoy when placed so enemies like aggro to it. They fight the flag. I mean, I've always wanted a decoy, but would enemies really go try attack the super flag? I don't know. I've always thought like a decoy nade would be like an inflatable helldiver or something like that. If you guys remember the old Ratchet and Clank games. Just makes me think of that. Like a turret? Well, I mean, a turret actually shoots at them, right? So it's like...
Objective completed.
I just... Why would they go attack the flag? I don't know. I guess maybe they would, because it's like anti-democracy, but... I think what they should probably go for an angle of, you know... Given an aura of some kind. Don't go crazy. Give them mirage decoys. I mean, a holographic decoy would be kind of sick.
Objective critical strategy.
I like what they did to the mirage decoys in Apex. I remember mirage being like the laughing stock of the fucking character roster for a long time, and it still kind of is. But with the new version of it, I don't know. It looks really cool. Oh, it's getting hotter and hotter. I don't think I'll be able to look at hot drinks this summer. Oh, don't hit that! Don't hit that! Run!
Who did that?
The mobs were meleeing the hell bomb.
Yeah, who did that?
Yeah, who did that? Chat, if you guys don't know who Crazy Mr. Pips is, he's the homie. Crazy Mr. Pips over on YouTube. Really nice guy. Highly recommend his content.
It wasn't me. That's who did not do that. It must have been Annie.
Much love. No, love to you, brother. I can't wait to play some Arc Raiders with you, bud. Spray and pray with full chokes. Fucking disgusting, I'm assuming. On bugs? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think, like, the duckbill is, like, a cool, like, kind of thing to put on a weapon, but I think largely enemies are too tanky for it to really work on the spray and pray. So, I'm not surprised that full choke probably makes the spray and pray feel very good. I think I'm kind of waiting for, like, an excuse to level it up. Maybe I'll do that one next. Maybe I'll do the spray and pray next. I want to finish up the new amendment to 25, and then maybe I'll do that one next. I was doing the reprimand, and the reprimand was fun. Flesh mods have like host homing bug like chargers, or did they fix that? I don't believe they fixed it. So if you're host, I believe they home in on you easier than if you you're just like a regular player in the lobby. I'm pretty sure. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I'm pretty sure it's the same kind of interaction. There's a sieve right there. Duckbill's okay to like typically 6, yeah. I think that I'd agree with that. Remember my baby now? Yeah. Have you done Breaker, Maple? Like the regular Breaker shotgun? No. He said the ARC word. I'll be right back. Gonna watch 3 hours of ARC videos. Dude, I've also been doing that. I've been studying up, you know, Pips. Gotta learn everything I can about the game. We're gonna fucking consume it when it comes out. So excited. Consume it. The dream team. Me, you, Takibo.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I'll see myself out. Why, Annie?
Hell bomb arm. Clear the area.
Duckbill might be good on Incendiary. That's what I was saying. I think the Incendiary Breaker will actually benefit from the Duckbill quite a bit. Just spreads out your fire better in a more uniform pattern.
Tagging location.
And now Takibo? What? Annie, I thought you were going to be playing with Veronica.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down fortifications.
Sadly, I'm not much of a PvP. Yeah, it's fair. I hope they do a PvE mode in Arc Raiders. I've been saying that quite a bit. Like, the game was supposed to be a PvE game, and you kind of feel it at times. I still think, like, if the game's successful, they should also make a PvE mode. You know, for the people that are interested in PvP, yeah. I don't think that's a stretch at all.
Calling down a sentry.
I think that'd be a great idea for them.
Reinforcing. Found something. Marking location. Southeast.
They're just keeping Veronica away from me. If Arc is not successful, Marathon has no chance. Arc will be successful. I suspect Marathon will be largely a failure in the eyes of like
Yeah, baby.
many, just because of how good Arc Raiders is. But I would not be surprised if it finds its niche.
Calling down a support weapon.
Because at the end of the day, they do play very differently, and they are very different games. So I could absolutely see Marathon being more popular with certain gamers, especially first person. CFTN, I don't like that song. And I see the viewership go down when it plays Annie, so I'm like, I don't think other people do.
Firing gas strike.
Maybe the Apex Legends crowd will like Marathon. I believe they will. The Destiny PvP community will definitely prefer Marathon. And then the Apex crowd will also prefer Marathon because at times, Marathon feels very Apex-like. What's wrong with the song? I don't think many people like it. I don't know. I personally I find her voice kind of annoying. Hey, Bull, you should try the Dazer build with Sickle, Stun Lance, Gas Grenades, Jump Pack, Arc Thrower, Tesla Tower, and Eagle Airstrike. I've already played it
Requesting tac pack.
a few months ago. Who sings it? I have no idea. Bungie's lost so much trust lately.
Remaining.
Yeah. Mhm. Having a lot of articles talk badly about it, kill it. Yeah. I do think that a lot of the hate on Marathon is unjustified. Or just like a personal preference thing. Like it's like an art style or like a you just don't like extraction shooters, which is fair. But it's like the same reason why, like, you know, for an extraction shooter, it's actually quite good. And they said several times the art direction isn't done. Art isn't done, so I would not be surprised if they take that feedback and they change it. People were judging it kind of like, not that it was an alpha, but more of like it was like, you know, some kind of like finished product, which I think is a bit unfair. You know? Like there's no doubt in my mind that like Marathon is not done. Destiny 2 hating it because, yeah. Yep. Oh, I absolutely. And like all like, you know, me and Pips have been talking about it. Like, we come from Destiny 2. Pips is a huge Destiny Trials player and just Destiny player in general. Like, I know a lot of Destiny players that are just like hating on Marathon because it's not more Destiny, right? It's not more Destiny 3 or just Destiny 2 in general, right? And I think that's a little unfair, right? Like, you can be disappointed, absolutely, that they're not like doing that, and they've obviously dropped the ball with Destiny, but like hitting a game just for that, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The final shape was great, but there's seasons. Yeah, I mean, the stuff after final shape was not very good. Like, we could all agree on that. We'll see how this next saga of Destiny goes. With the Edge of Fate and whatever the Star Wars thing is. It's a bit of a weird one. The Defender Pummeler with the most bullets, 75 after level up. Is it the largest magazine? Yeah. Well, Sickle technically is more. I believe it's 83 rounds before overheat, if I remember correctly. But, yeah, for like regular bullets, yeah, it's the Defender Pummeler. What do you ask when you go to the barber? Cut my hair? The regular? Exactly. A lot of people are just so addicted to Destiny 2, they would literally do not want anything. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a bit unfair. Like, I get it. I totally do. It's just, you know, let's try and judge a game for the game, right? Not because of some external, you know, thing. It's like the people who hate on Apex because it's not Titanfall 3, right? It's actually like the same thing, actually. Actually, exactly the same thing. I sit in the chair and say, do it nice. Yes. Cornus, I think there was a bug on you.
Gas strike incoming.
Yeah.
And he was helping you.
ETA T-minus 20
He
seconds.
was shooting at me.
Was he?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, Cronus!
Yes, he was. He was hiding behind a rock.
He was hiding behind a rock.
I was like, I don't miss my headshot.
The marathon is too Apex for me. I'm 28 and I already feel too old for this shit. Oh, dude, I'm 30 and I loved it, but fair enough. I had a lot of fun with it.
You guys don't think I played COD before? You don't think I played Warzone? You don't think I don't peek?
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, Cronus!
Yeah, get me while I'm talking.
I don't know what's happening.
Enforcement budget depleted.
Who do you think my boyfriend is?
Extraction complete. Vulcan 1 beginning
I'm 24 and I love it.
Liberty has seen you through.
I feel so old compared to Pips. I've not used Scythe for a long time. Can I ask what factions do Scythe excel at? Scythe has recently been buffed because of the fire damage change. So like larger enemies actually are very susceptible to it, which is really cool. So like I haven't really given the Scythe like a proper showing, but it should be a lot better versus like, you know, Brood Commanders, Ball Spewers, just in general. I'm old, Annie. What can I say? I'm a boomer compared to Pips. He's young. He's a young buck. I was looking at Maple's YouTube yesterday. The Stratagem tier list video didn't have squids in it. Did I miss that? I previously made tier lists for the squids, but the squids haven't changed. They had not changed for like what was it? 4 months, 5 months? So I stopped making tier lists for them. I was waiting until this update. I will be updating it. Yes, sir. That said, my kid is 17. Adopted, so it happens. He looks like me. I'm old, man. I'm not a young buck anymore. Pips is just younger than me, man. It's so true. You see his energy? I don't got energy like that anymore. I thought Pips was 18. Nah, he's older than that.
Soldiers make tough calls, and that sometimes means
The bad mixed matching of fashion on display here is shocking. Oh, is it only shocking? I got you, man. I'll make it worse. My bad. I was going for, like, puke-worthy, so that's my bad. I apologize. Alright, how's that? Is that better? My bad. 30 is a new 20. It's true, Maple. Pips has more energy than you. It's something they put something in the water in Georgia, I swear. What kind of performance would I be able to expect on a potato 1700X and 1070? You'd be kind of struggling to get 60 FPS. Even on the lowest setting. Like, I would say you'd be somewhere in like the 45 FPS range on like 1080p, probably. You could probably get 60 FPS if you like played on lower difficulties, maybe more solo. But if you start doing like the higher tier difficulties, things humans do, you know, I think it'd be a bit rough at times, even on the lowest settings. You and Annie get a visit? I gotta test that water, man. They do something to it, I swear. It makes you really tall. Like, every Georgian I've met is very tall, and they have way too much energy. Maybe too much is the wrong word. The right amount of energy. Hard to find time to game, working 12 hours and kids at home. I can imagine. I just opened stream. I ask why. I mean, I read why, but why? I told you I don't need you to do that. Accurate. You deserve it. That's all I'm gonna say, bud. don't know what this song is, but it's kind of catchy. Maybe a PS5 Pro be a better investment. It's a tough one. Like going from a PS5 to PS5 Pro probably isn't really worth it unless you're like a big PS5 gamer. You know, you could sell your PS5 or give it to a gift to someone and then you do it. It's Swedish. Yo, yo, yo. Is that what you guys are listening to when you're having Swedish meatballs? Hate to play public. I highly recommend grabbing some friends together. Later tonight, they should be fixing the glitch. You know, check out our Discord. We have an LFG in there. Even just this chat. Try and find other people that are also looking to play the game right now. Avoid the public matchmaking so you gotta deal with it. Like, I'll be buying a PS5 Pro pretty soon. I want to do it before the PS5 goes up in price, because I suspect it will be. Is it worth buying this game? Absolutely. Absolutely, you'll love it. Grab some friends, you'll have a ton of fun. Oh my god, that almost killed me. I'm currently doing stratagems over Luna's butt. You guys can't quite see her, but she's like... This is where she's currently gaming with me. Buy 2 PS5 Pros and resell the other one. They're probably going up in value. You ever played any of the Warriors games? Like Dynasty Warrior? Like those ones? Thanks, man. Hate that I'm so bad at the thanks. New WARBOND is now saved. No worries, man. You honestly deserve more. Oh, you okay, Luna? I'm sorry, Luna. She was like asleep, like fast asleep, and I went to pet her. Oh, I'm sorry, Luna. Go back to sleep, Luna. I didn't know the weapon could be this good. You play with it so well. I like this weapon. It's a light pen, so you definitely have to like aim a little bit better with it, but it's actually quite fun. I think it's getting a lot more hate than I think it actually deserves. It's not like meta, but it's also not like dog shit. But it's definitely accuracy dependent. Like most light pens weapons are. This is an Arc Raiders?
Oh,
I wish it was, man. Aim? What is that word?
Requesting orbital.
I know you saw me die.
Talking to me or Annie?
Yeah.
Like the rifle, it's fun. Does kill light pen enemies, grenade good, crowd control, flag, just pure fun. Yeah. Like it's a bit of a disappointing WARBOND, you know, but I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I get the impression that Arrowhead will probably be modifying this WARBOND, similar to how the gas WARBOND went. Or Polar Patriots, right? They respond to the feedback on a WARBOND. They do. So. If you don't want to buy it now, it's all good. You know. Be patient. Maybe it'll be more worth your money in the future, you know? Doing my stratagems like over Luna is quite hard. I need a hole. There we go.
Requesting air support.
Oh, what the fuck? That perfect rock to like push me over. The perfect rock. And it was like hidden inside a bush. Couldn't see it.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
I'm gonna assume that I picked the right angle here. What? Did it just bounce off that guy? Fuck me, man. It's annoying. Wanted it to land on the thing, but you know.
Outpost cleared. Objective critical stratagem available.
Ba, 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 ba.
Reloading. Engaging terminal. Elbow more. Clear the area.
FRV did get 3 skins. Mm-hmm. For existing warbonds, yeah. Is it a wait, is it a 4 or is it 3?
Requesting air support.
It's the fire one, it's the gas one, it's truth enforcers.
Sending in an eagle.
Is it 3? I guess it is 3. Oh, and Viper Commando, so it's 4? It's 4.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Calling down a sentry.
Gas, fire, Viper.
Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
Is it automatic? No, you gotta spend 55 medals per. Just go into the warbond. You'll see him. It's on the last page. But they're free inclusions in that warbond, so. Oh. Probably the car was 1 HP. What the hell? Just knocked me out. Crazy. One last dumb question, dude. You're not asking any dumb questions. So when's your first dumb question? I might be smoking the devil's lettuce, but I don't see the new WARBOND in the list. It might be in the middle. Because it seems like the way they're organizing now is the top ones will be stuff that you can unlock. So because they added new stuff, aka the FRV skins, the WARBONDs with FRV skins will be closer to the top. WARBONDs that you didn't finish, essentially. WARBONDs you haven't bought are now lower on the list.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Bit of a weird one, but yeah. But yeah, I believe the 3 WARBONDs that you haven't bought, Borderline Justice for some reason is always on the top for me, even though I'm fairly certain I finished that WARBOND. Maybe I missed buying something, but I'm fairly certain I bought everything. It's a pain in the ass, but yeah, because the war paints the other rise up. Oh, no, I think it's a good thing. It'll only be a problem in this like one situation because they're probably not going to be adding more things to WARBONDs all too often. Battlefront 2 is so back. I saw a bunch of people were playing it. Excuse me at first too, but it seems like they added a few car skins. That's what we were talking about.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry.
Once you buy the car skin, yep, that's what it happened to me as well. Once you buy the car skin, it'll go lower on the list. So, I think it's kind of fair. It's honestly a better way to organize it. I'm sick of people complaining about this bond. Come to the right place. WARBONDs is stored in progress, not purchased, completed. Yeah. Yeah. What if you could like horizontal slash the flag and sweep? That'd be cool. If they added more depth to melee weapons, I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy that. It's a meme bomb. Largely I'm not interacting with the discourse anymore on the WARBOND. I'm tired of it as well. Wicked, so. Do you think the flying jetpack overseers is overtuned or good difficulty? I think they're fun. What the fuck is this song?
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
Luminous still feel too easy. The difficulty's fine at the moment. They feel very much on par with bots to some extent.
Package acquired. Requesting air support. Drop in package.
Meat stats are a lot of fun to down, yeah.
Sending in an eagle.
Andor just finished, yeah. Andor's season, you know, a lot of people seem to have liked, so can't say I'm too surprised that gamers do be happy.
Drop in package.
Damn, you see how fast the fire killed that harvester? Like, I only shot him twice in the leg or whatnot, right? That's actually crazy. Fire is so juiced right now. New nade's great for that.
Package acquired. Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry. Drop in package.
The rifle seems alright. It is actually quite alright. It's like a solid B tier.
Drop in package.
I think it'll feel not as strong versus bots, but it feels... God damn it, he's walking too far forward. Stop it! There we go. That's what I want. Fire, baby. Flushing Rogue One right after. Makes sense.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
It's the fire damage in
fire.
general. Like,
Shit.
fire damage in general melts large targets. Like, and it works versus ball titans as well. All they need to do is, like, get their little tippy toe on it, right?
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Fire damage is good versus tripods. This nade just benefits from fire. So, like, you could bring the other fire nades and you get a pretty similar result in some regard. Might be easier to use also because, you know, impact incendiary, right? But the nice thing about this nade is you get 6 of them. And it does some more damage over time
Package
in
acquired.
addition to the fire if the enemy is standing close to it. It's 20 damage per tick, but I think it's faster than 20 damage a second. Beyblade.
Package acquired. Reloading. Drop in package.
What is the flesh mob similar to another faction? There is nothing it's similar to. It's kind of its own thing, which is cool. I guess the closest thing I could say is maybe a ball spewer, but it's kind of like 4 ball spewers in one. It's kind of like a ball spewer meets a charger in a way. If ball spewers had no armor and chargers had no armor. Because it charges at you kind of like a charger, but also it's very, you know, very strong against light arms, but explosive damage does a ton of damage to spewers and flesh mobs. The lobbing overseer needs glasses. I think it's fun. If it was any more accurate, I think it'd be super annoying. Wonder if the next title update will add some more stuff. I mean, they've rumored that, you know, in the PlayStation blog and so on and so forth, that there's like a big ship of some kind that we haven't seen yet. So
1 minute.
I'm excited. Yeah. The reason why I said ball spewer is just ball spewers are extremely strong against light arms fire, But then as soon as you bring like explosive damage or something like that, they're very weak to it. Kind of like a flesh mob. But then they also charge at you kind of like a charger. So it's kind of like somewhere in between the two.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
What's the next Warbond theme you want to see? I always say it. Energy weapons. More energy weapons. What's good, Rival? How are you?
20 seconds.
Doing good here. How are you? You doing good, mate?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Give me a pirate Warbond. Space pirates? Alright, fair enough. Trying to get that blacked out liver head. Nice. Get a drunk driving stratagem. Shut up. Oh, man. Energy isn't a theme. Yeah, it is. What do you think the cutting edge one is? Energy weapons. Energy theme. Can the rogue gun one-tap a gunship? I haven't seen it one-tap. It seemed like it needed to.
Countdown complete. We have to leave
Orbital inbound.
Extraction complete. Falcon 1 beginning ascent.
I want a melt-a-gun. That'd be very cool if they could add a melt-a-gun.
What?
You know, it's basically like somewhere between a flamethrower and a shotgun. Seriously hope we never get a Star Wars crossover. I doubt we ever would. Freezer gun? Oh, absolutely. Acid and like cryo as elements would be very cool.
That was one for the record books. Where home
What's the difference between acid and poison? Acid typically in games like deteriorates an enemy's like defenses, right? It may also do damage over time to some extent, but usually it's to like break down like armor. Poison is purely like a debilitator, right? Poison would probably do damage over time and maybe weaken an enemy's attacks, let's say. So in the context of this game, like we have acid technically on bugs, right? So what it would probably do is like, you know, maybe bring down the armor tier or something like that. We also have acid rain. When acid rain happens on those planets, enemy armor goes down by 1 tier, right? Our current gas stratagems and so on and so forth are more in line with like poison. Right? Confusing, debilitating, and then doing damage over time. So like, yeah, like acid would be really cool to see like as like, it's basically like, I imagine like an acid sprayer would just be very good at like removing armor, essentially. It would probably not be very high damage in itself, but it would be like a weapon to like, you know, remove it. And then we maybe get like an acid grenade where you throw it, it like pops and then destroys a lot of the armor on an enemy. So then you can more easily kill it, you know? Think of it like that way. So, it's cool. I think it would be a really neat addition. Bit of a quirky loadout, but I'm trying to like test things out. Speaking of acid and such, that reminds me at some point explosive resistance worked against ball spears and it was explosive damage at the time, and it's but not it has changed to bile acid or is that correct? I believe explosive resistance still works versus ball titans. I'm not 100% on that though. Need to use washroom? Okay, Annie. I'm fairly certain it still does work. It just doesn't tell you it's explosive damage anymore. It used to tell us died to explosive. How long you stream for? At least another like 6-7 hours. Want to see less like one-shot kill strategies? I can absolutely agree with that. I want a little bit of back and forth between me and my enemies rather than boop, you're dead. And because that fortified medium armor is one of my favorite looks, utility edition. It should still work, break, but I personally haven't tested, so you would be my tester. Report back, let me know. Let me know, big dog. Hotfix is out? No way, really? That was fast. I'm assuming it's for the update. Change my title.
Calling down a support weapon.
Anything additional to the hotfix? What is out? The hotfix, I believe, to fix the stratagem bug that's been like crashing people's games and stuff. Pips. Is it more than just that, chat? Link me the patch notes when you see him.
Requesting air support.
In stuff maybe too? Probably. This is probably bigger than just a hotfix. 800 megabytes is a bit large for this kind of a problem. Do you know what time the hotfix is released? Right now. Following fixed for players, rapid stratagems cause several crash issues. Oh, okay, so it's additional crash issues fixed. Interesting. Fuck is this fighter doing? He's just doing passes. He's just messing with us, dude. You know what this reminded me of? The movie Warfare, doing a quote-unquote show of force where they just like buzz, you know, the target over and over again. God, I love that movie. If you haven't watched Warfare, highly recommend, dude. That movie fucking got me tense. The low pass street? Yeah, exactly. Show of force, bro.
Races like
I crash after throwing a hand grenade into a limited ship. Damn. I actually don't think I've crashed once since the patch. I count myself lucky, I guess. Is it better than Hurt Locker? Ooh. I honestly think it might be. I don't know. There's something about Warfare that like really spoke to me.
Requesting orbital.
Like Hurt Locker was good. Don't get me wrong. It was very good. But man, there's something about Warfare. Like I was. Yeah, I don't know. Something about Warfare, man. It just got me. I crashed, but it was only because I threw 3 gallon. I think. Well, apparently the hotfix literally just came out. I don't know if you heard. Oops. Did Andy just shoot me, or oh no, it's just Andy probably did damage to me at some point. How you doing, Thick? Be thick. Play. It's not me. No. I know, Annie. I know. I don't see it yet on mine. Might have to restart my Steam. Yeah, die.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
What's the film we're talking about? Warfare. It's some brief synopsis here. I won't try and spoil anything for you, but it is some U.S. Navy SEALs in urban Iraq, 2008, and they are held up in a like house, and insurgents are attacking them. And it's essentially like a real life actual battle that happened, and it's like from the POV of the U.S. soldiers. It's fucking intense. Like nothing, like not that much happens in the film. Like if I was to explain the film to you, I could easily do it in a paragraph. But the intensity of every little thing that happens is very detailed, and it like, I don't know, man. It. Like, I remember I watched about an hour of it, and it felt like it was only 20 minutes. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, it was very tense. Like, not that much happened for the first hour of the film, but it's like, there was this, like, intensity in the way they edited it, and the acting, and how realistic it was. It was just, it was great. I highly recommend. I don't think it's some, like, 10 out of 10 film, but if you enjoy that kind of film, I think you would, it would maybe speak to you. It made me feel something, you know? I was impressed. Do be warned though, it is a bit gory at times. They do a very accurate representation of, like, getting injured in war. Like, it's kind of crazy. Have you seen Fury? Yeah, I have. It's good. Good film. Yeah, I liked Fear. The Outpost? I don't know if I've seen the Outpost. Whew. Love that. Satisfying as fuck.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired.
My song is blocked. Yes, it is.
Dropping package. Calling down objective equipment. Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area. Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Mission progress logged.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting air support.
Good morning, Fatal.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
That's where I parked it. Wait, did he hit my fucking car? I didn't park it right there. Dick. Annie, I'm coming to pick you up. Your Uber is on the way.
Objective complete.
Yeah, I'm that Uber driver. I'll sit outside your house and honk the horn. I need a wall.
Main objective near your
The wall is broken over there. Yeah, it was. Ooh! Ah, fuck. Do I have a grenade? Annie, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Gotta throw this. Maybe the explosion has enough force to, like... No. Unfortunate. And, of course, Annie hit me into the explosion. Thank you, Annie.
Request approved.
Unfortunate.
Launched.
Thank you, Annie. Sabotaging, as always. Annie just loves killing me today. I was testing the sword. She's always testing the sword, man. She's always testing her weapons on me. I'm just a training dummy for her. You know?
Requesting air support.
Who needs a firing range when you could just be in a mission with me, you know? I want to see if it kills people. She wanted to see if the sword killed people. I think that's a, you know, it's like when Annie pushes me down the stairs. She wants to see if gravity is still working. It's good to check. Yeah, it's sanity check, you know? Make sure you're not in a simulation. Because maybe the aliens get it wrong, you know? Maybe the AI got the simulation wrong. It's really impressive how much fire damage is doing to those guys. Like, they get fucked up by this fire nade. Like, it's actually crazy. Like, two of these nades is like a pretty guaranteed kill as long as they don't like walk too far from the nade and let the nade do some damage to them. It's kind of crazy. I think this nade's a bit of a sleeper and people are not realizing how good it is. The more I use it, the more I realize that it's actually like pretty impressive. You only updated the YouTube title, by the way? I know.
Calling down a sentry.
But, you know, it's not necessarily just a nade. It's like they just buffed fire so much. Like, it feels insane. Like, it's like the percent... It's like a... I've been trying to liken it to, like, it's kind of like they made fire do percent health instead of the way it was before where it was just doing a flat damage. It's essentially how it works now. They said surface area, but think of it like higher HP targets will take more damage from it. It's crazy. The new patch is so slow. It's probably just a lot of people downloading it.
Requesting sentry.
That's a good cluster right there.
Tag underway.
That's a good cluster right there. Got both flesh mobs. Decent amount of enemies. Cluster's having a bit of a glow up on the Illuminates. I feel like it's kind of been like losing a lot of its steam the last couple months, but the new Illuminates seem to be very much fucked up by it. As long as like the buildings around you aren't blocking it. Anyone know what Battlefront 2 is getting a resurgence? Rogue One, or sorry, Andor season just finished, and people are just very hyped. This happens every time. Battlefront 2 always gets a resurgence when good Star Wars content comes out. Wish they sped up the cluster call-in time. It's the modifier. It's not the cluster's fault. All Eagles have the same call-in speed.
Sending in an eagle.
It's literally just the modifier, the 50% longer call-in speed. You know?
Slide. Door.
Or I guess not all Eagles have the exact same, but of that type when they go like left to right. But I think it's also to give people the opportunity to get the fuck out of the cluster bombs also. Because if you decrease the cluster bomb call-in time... Yikes. Battlefront 2 spiked after Arc. Yeah, I mean Arc Raiders has a lot of gameplay similar to Arc Raiders. That makes sense. Makes sense. Not surprised. Did you recommend to Arrowhead that they remove the exam sites? I definitely mentioned it a lot. But I'm sure I was not the only one. I know Clay, and I'm pretty sure Thick as well mentioned it. I think I remember hearing they give that opinion, so. I think it was a collective thing. A lot of people kind of said it. SAM sites were just making Illuminates lame. What's wrong with SAM sites? They made Illumina missions really lame. Like, very boring. Spoiled by strafing round. Yeah, I don't mind the longer call-in speed for cluster just because with cluster you know, you get a much larger surface area. Gives people more time to get away. I don't like the gameplay itself for me. I agree. It's the same reason why I actually don't like the DSS Eagle Storm all that much. It kind of feels like I can take the hand off the keyboard and stop playing. I find the, you know, Eagle Storm to actually be less fun than actually just playing the game normally. Like, it's very cinematic and it's great, but Eagle Storm can actually be more of a frustration because I'm not really playing the game anymore. And also, the amount of times you get team killed by it is kind of crazy. Damn, that guy actually just heat-seeking missiled me. That sucks. One more objective for Illuminates. I'm hoping the title update or whatever's coming will add more. Once they get like proper planets, you know, they get some side objectives and proper missions. Because right now we only have 3 missions for Illuminate, which is kind of very lackluster at the moment. We have less than even before, but I think that's purely for this event.
Their lives were in our.
But I do think it's a net positive with no SAM sites, but yeah. But I mean, you still get SAM sites, right? You know, just playing lower difficulties. I'm so glad you're not playing the game anymore. All you do is call for news. What? Who are you referring to, Mr. YouTube man? With a name like that, you might be talking to the walls. Your mama. 682. Jesus. Classic YouTube chatter. Yeah, kind of. I think one SAM site would... I disagree. I think one SAM site would be too much. I feel the same way with SAM sites on bot missions. But luckily, a lot of SAM sites tend to be like blocked by terrains, then I don't mind. But city maps with Illuminate, like, largely the buildings aren't tall enough, so, like, most of the mission, like, the intensity goes down dramatically because most of the Illuminate drops are just null and voided. Even with the change to give them shields. But I do wish they would add more interlopers to the game. Stingrays, Cylon Raiders. You SAM sites run out of ammo? No. Unlimited ammo. If they gave them ammo, honestly, I think that'd actually be more fair. I think one SAM site with one rack of missiles be okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they had some, like, finite amount of ammo, I think that'd be okay. The problem is that they have limited ammo. There's usually more than one. And they're just too powerful at dealing with bot drops and Illuminate drops that, like, you know, the challenge of tier 10 is, like, significantly reduced. But like that being said, like lower difficulty should still have SAM sites, and they do. If you play on lower difficulty missions, you'll still get SAM sites. Does SAM stand for Surface to Air Missile? What if the SAM site was less trivial objective? That doesn't largely change much. It's still a problem of like, you do a thing and then the rest of your mission is like boring. I think the suggestion of just like having ammo or just significantly less of them or both is okay. But I love the fact that we have none right now. I fucking love it. Illuminate missions are actually so much more interesting because of it. Now it's just a problem of we need more objectives, more side objectives. Because it does feel kind of bad right now that you're getting less XP per hour just because there's less side objectives. That doesn't feel very good.
Requesting orbital.
I think no SAM sites while they invade is cinematic. That's true. We're unprepared. All the ships in the sky everywhere. Yeah. Feel more overwhelming? For sure. I think they could add SAM sites back. They need to do some tuning to make them less crazy. At least for city maps. I don't know. Like on bot maps, they're more or less fine because, like I said, a lot of the time terrain gets in the way, so they end up like not doing anything anyways. But has the funny glitch been fixed? The extraction one? Yeah, there's a hot fix out. I'm still not seeing it for some reason. Maybe when I restart my game. I don't think cities feel that different, honestly, Octavius, just because one side objective was removed. Because the irony is that the cities are filled more with enemies now. Which is good. Before, they felt way more barren because there was no enemies. We're only getting 2 less side objectives, Octavius. It went from 5 to 3 on these missions.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Rather than be rare but impactful, they're just way too impactful, guys. Like they're super like. Way too impactful. There's impactful, and then there's like that. You literally don't have to play the game anymore if you set up a SAM site and you're standing near it. You literally could just go AFK, and the few enemies that do survive, your backpack will kill for you. See on Reddit that people brick their PS5s because of the infinite stratagem glitch. Yeah, that sounds bad. Is that an anti-barrage? That is an anti-barrage. It's like, who's crazy enough to drop a 380 right there? That, we're not talking about that, Cosmic. I'm speaking specifically about SAM sites since the beginning. You largely could just stop paying attention to the mission and care about if a bot drop happened or not. Like basically this situation right here just doesn't happen if it's a SAM site because we're so close to the city that it would just keep shooting them down. That sucks, man. This is fucking hectic as hell and this is great. I want this every time. It's cinema. This is what tier 10 should feel like. Not, oh, acted a SAM site, we win. I couldn't aim high enough. First time here, hello. What up, Perdana? Welcome to the stream. You must be new. These nades are nuts, man. I also love how many more watchers there are. I definitely can see that they've tuned the amount of watchers there are on a map.
Get in, baby.
I have siege ready on, yep. Question Overseer makes me want to play like a Plasma Punisher again. I hope that there's some changes to Plasma Punisher in the future. it's still a weapon that I feel like has just been power crept so hard by like all the other explosive weapons. That was fun. It's a fun end. The new nade kill tripods. Yep, it's the fire damage on top of like just extra damage. So the way the nade works is it does like 20 damage a tick. I think it's more than 20 damage a second. I think it's a little bit faster than that, but I'm not 100% certain on that. And then it also lights enemies on fire very reliably, and it lights the ground on fire. It seems like if I throw 2 nades below a tripod, it's a pretty consistent kill at the moment. Like, pretty damn consistent. Thank you for all the likes over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Are there any new stratagems? Other than the flag? Not at the moment. Maybe plasma weapons can get attachments. I'm hoping that they just give some unique attachments to the Plasma Punisher. Give it some love. I don't know if it does any damage per second, to be honest. I'm pretty sure it's all fire. I tested it in game, Thick. You can actually hear like an audible sound when it's doing damage to you, separate from being on fire. I just don't know what the damage per second actually is. It does definitely do a separate one. GG's. I'll go to a level 1 right now. You can hear like a sound to it if you like dive next to it, on top of being on fire. So it definitely does something. I don't know exactly how impactful that damage actually ends up being, or if it's really just fire really carrying that grenade. Did the hotfix fix guard dogs? I don't think so. Actually, we should just go patch the game. Also, people in my lobby are too slow. Why level 1? I need to test something. It's easier to test something if you go to level 1. Is it doing it? There he goes. Oh, why was someone saying 800 meg? It's only 68 meg. It's patching a bunch of stuff, but it's only 68 meg. I don't think they added anything. It's a really small patch. So I think that person just didn't understand what patching means. It's just patching the entire game, though. Exactly, Dirty Mango. Fire in general is just really good at the moment versus large enemies. So tripods are just burning to death very fast. What's the patch? Hotfix for the infinite stratagems. Done for the night. GG's, buddy. Is the download actually 68? Yeah. It's a 68 megabyte download, and then it's patching the game that's already downloaded, right? So it does both. Gas DPS get the same treatment? No. So, but which is fair though, because gas does something that fire can't, which is CC. Before, fire was just a bad version of gas, right? It did do more damage, but it largely didn't really notice it. You know? Said 800 when I started, so I assume that was the size. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I mean, maybe it's different on console. I don't know, if you download it on console, maybe it's different. It sometimes happens. It does that. Yeah, now the difference makes sense. Exactly. Gas is really good for CC. Fire is really good for, like, damage. Which is great. I love that. Great change. Do you really wish bug fixes would explain what broke? Because I can't think of what they could have changed to break stratagems like that. Are you just looking for, like, a technical explanation of why it broke. I feel like they sometimes don't want to do that because then it will sometimes be easier for people to replicate problems if they understand how things are breaking. It's kind of like the same reason why you don't tell a cheater, you know, how they can technically be cheating. But I guess if you find a QA person, maybe they would tell you. Thank you, Midnight.
Thanks for games, Annie, Cronus, and Maple Owa cheer.
GG's, Midnight. Can we get the hat helmet? Did you request it? Like, with points? Oh, you did. I missed it. I got you. I'll do it the next game. So what I was trying to show is like, do you hear that? Like, that's much faster than just fire. Or you can actually like hear it like doing additional damage to you, right? Versus just like regular fire. If I just stood in fire. So, like, it's doing something other than just fire, which is adding to like more damage. But obviously the range is really small on that extra damage, so you need to get it to land at the feet. There's a little bit of skill to it, because if it like bounces right by, you might just be lighting them on fire, and then it's just like a regular fire nade. But if you can accurately throw the nade and get it to like chill next to an enemy, I think it's doing big damn. Like, it's doing a lot more damage than I think it leads on to. What support weapons are best, in your opinion, for squids? Autocannon, MG43, HMG, Stalwart, Laser Cannon. I think AMR has its spots, but it's not very good against flesh mobs, so bring a good primary for the flesh mobs, and then AMR for everything else. Wasp. Commando is really good for the harvesters, but that's about it. I have a YouTube video for this. Exclamation mark Illuminate. I go into pretty good detail for the new enemies and what I recommend for them. Talking about primary weapons and stratagems. I didn't talk about grenades, I kind of forgot, but I'll do that in my tier list later. Probably the same effect as the thermite burn. It seems like it's more than that, because the thermite actually just lights you on fire, right? That's what the thermite does. It lights you on fire. The guard dog bug is fixed. Are you sure? We can test that really fast. Don't forget helmet. It's fine. I'll do it next game. If I did more to flesh mobs, it'd be more viable. Wait. If AT did more to flesh mobs, it'd be more viable. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, AT even before flesh mobs would not be very good. Like, you don't need AT to kill anything on Illuminate at the moment, so it's just not important. So my hope is that we just get an enemy that, you know, it just becomes like useful. Are you sure? Because thermite does a small AoE of damage that isn't fire ticks. You can block off small alleyways with the burn effect. When I get personally sticked by it, it looks like it's literally just fire damage. So I'm not sure about that, Mango. I believe I'm literally just being set on fire with the thermite. Thermites definitely do a lot of damage. From the explosion, yeah. The explosion does the vast majority of damage. Thermite's got a buff with this most recent patch, because, like, obviously they're setting a person on fire. But it doesn't ignite enemies? I mean, it used to. It used to ignite enemies. Anyways. No, they're not fixed. Whoever said that, fake news. Fake news. Majority of it ticks for... Okay, all right. We can just... Said it was on their website. I don't know what you're reading. I don't know what that means, but it's not fixed. Thermites used to light enemies on fire. I think it's just a legacy memory of mine, maybe, that I'm thinking of. I only see a fix for stratagems. Yeah, that's all I can see. Hi, Annie.
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
Yeah, it just states burning, but maybe that's just what I remember. I guess you're right. It's not lighting you on fire anymore. It's just, it states burning, but it's not actually burning. It's some unique burn effect similar to the new one. Right? But it's not actually lighting them on fire. So I guess it didn't get affected, I guess. So this one probably isn't gaining the benefit of the new damage like we thought. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Because, like, I do know thermites used to light enemies on fire. Like, I remember, that's like a core memory of my brain. I remember, like, testing it for, like, hours, throwing them and trying to figure out what the fuck thermites were actually doing. Does the explosion set things on fire? I don't think there's any fire anymore. It's just, when they redid thermites, they just removed burning and they added some unique type of, like, burn effect. But I kind of doubt that this new burn effect is affected by the new, like, lighting enemies on fire. But yeah, you guys are right. Like, it's... The new pyrotechnic nade has its own form of burn damage. So it does, like... It lights enemies on fire, but it also has burn damage. And it does less. It definitely does less than the thermite, but... It seems like if you combine the two, it kind of does the same. Which is kind of interesting. I still get burning death. Well, we just showed it, right? You are burning to death, but you're not actually burning to death. It's a unique burn. It's not fire burn, but it's like thermite burn. Right? Which kind of makes sense. Thermites are like extremely hot pieces of like metal coming off of the grenade, right? It's the chemical reaction. Doesn't the stick of dynamite also cause fire? No. No. Let's go try... Oh. Let's go try random matchmaking. Sparkler damage. Yeah. I guess so. But I mean, I think the pyrotechnic grenade kind of is still a thermite to some extent.
imposters.
Phosphorus isn't fire, but it still burns, yeah. Yeah, we'll just call it sparkler damage. We'll just call it sparkler damage. I like that. Any sparkler damage enjoyers? Anyone noticed a reload bug? I'm seeing it a lot with the Eruptor. I have to switch weapons before I can reload. I only noticed it like once. Like sometimes when I spawn in, I can't reload, but it only happened like once or twice since I've had the new patch. I actually think it's like once, and it happened with the Eruptor. I think it was the Eruptor. So, I don't know. I don't know what's causing it, but it seems very rare. But I have seen it. Had a handful of times. Switch guns. Yeah. I don't know what's causing it. I think it's usually on like first spawn. I get it. But yeah, you're not crazy. It's a thing. But if we can figure out why it's happening, it'd be easier to, you know, give the devs the heads up, you know?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop doing that. After the fourth shot of... Oh, I have thermites on still. Fuck. Thermites are, like, not a bad idea for these big boys. They're not the best idea, but they're not a bad idea. What's up, Puzzlehead? Let's also keep the cinematic bars on your screen for the full match. I have no idea what you're talking about. Perfect for Maple, this song. Bacon? Ooh, we love bacon. Forgot their drone exists made. I'll try them out again. They're not particularly great against Illuminate, unfortunately, because Overseers survive one grenade. They can't kill Tesla Towers. They'll do okay versus flesh mobs, but you'll probably need quite a few. Autocannon support is really good. It went from being a good choice on Illuminate to being probably one of the best choices for support weapons. And tank mines are not a bad choice at all for Illuminate, that's for sure. But it's like one thermite plus a little bit more. Like, the thermite makes them quite weak. Like, it's just like, they essentially get almost one shot by thermite. You know? Very rarely does it take more than a couple shots after the thermite is done to kill them. If you stick them. So like I'm saying, like, it's not a bad choice whatsoever. One side objective. I think they're missing a side objective.
Outpost destroyed.
Because I see only one side objective done. Oh, two side objectives? Yeah, they're missing like the... They're missing the other one. Thermites are great. Yeah. Eruptor could 3-shot? Yep. Yep. My level 25 Eruptor knows all about that. How's Railgun versus Interlopers? It's not great because they have a shield. So, if you can get a teammate to help you shoot at it and kill the shield, I think, like, it's pretty good. But the shield essentially absorbs over match damage. if that makes sense. It's the same with the Eruptor. The Eruptor is really good versus the Interloper, but it requires 2 shots all the time because the shield absorbs the first shot, and then you need to do a second shot to one-shot it. Does that make sense? So many small hits or a faster fire rate tends to be better. Like Wasp is a really good option. Autocannon with the air burst or flak. You know, HMG, MG43, laser cannon. The Warbond weapon's good. Should I focus on other Warbonds first? I would personally recommend focusing on other Warbonds first. But if you do exclamation mark Warbond, I put out a video yesterday kind of outlining my thoughts after trying out and testing everything. But I will say that Nade is definitely impressed me more than I thought it would. It's actually quite strong. And then also the weapon I don't think is as bad as people make it out to be. Light ammo just requires more aiming, and not everybody wants to put the effort in, and that's fine, but they're not useless. Light ammo weapons are not useless. You just need to, you know, work a little harder sometimes. And it may require you to find some medium pen weapon somewhere else in your loadout. But that's okay. We have so many, you know, ways to augment our loadout nowadays. I don't think it's a big deal. Is it 2 shots for the Wasps on the Squid Eagles? I think it's 3 to 4. But maybe if you remove the shield first, it would only be 2. It's not much. They're very low HP. Have you done a Warbond tier list before? I have. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have done them. I didn't. It's basically like 2 months old now. I went over all the Warbonds in the game. I did like an overview. Then I did a tier list. Then I did a buy order that I'd recommend. Obviously, it's a bit outdated now, right? So keep that in mind. But I don't think that makes it worthless. I just think you got to keep in mind that like some changes have been made. I will probably do an updated Warbond overview at some point. But I might wait for a couple more Warbonds to be added. Yeah, I largely think a lot of the complaining about light ammo tends to be from a type of person that just, like, wants more ease of use and they don't want to put that extra effort into, you know, killing a mob, which is fair enough, right? That's why I've been like, when I've been talking to the devs recently about light ammo versus medium ammo, and they've been asking me questions about what I think about it. So I'm hoping that, you know, and they have been moving in the right direction, I think, largely for light weapons. Light weapons have been getting better over the course of the last year versus medium ammo. It used to be even more skewed towards medium pen. Now it seems it's more fair. I don't know where the last objective is. Whatever. I know it's a lab somewhere most likely, but I don't see it. Should have brought the FRV. Got back to the game after a year. I'm so lost. There's a lot there, huh? Check out my YouTube videos or just ask questions. I'm not using the new armor right now. Spec. But the new armor is better than I originally thought. But it's still not great. Yeah. It is better than I thought. So I'll give it that. But yeah. Oh, they did do it. Oh, it was the last objective. It was just kill overseers. Okay, that makes more sense. That's why I didn't see a third. Is that one of the big patches? Or are we waiting for like a bigger one? This is just a hotfix. What made it better than you thought? In situations where you're running away from an enemy and they're like breaking your limbs and shit, it'll reduce the chance of you like actually straight up dying. Right? also in situations where you take like a little bit of chip damage, but your limb breaks, so you have to immediately stim to fix the limb, right? It'll kind of save you on some like stims in a way. Now, I still think the armor is like very lackluster. Like, and Democracy Protects is honestly a better version of it. But it is definitely like more useful than I thought originally. Also, we have servo assisted, which is just a better version of it also, because it has 2 perks. So, like, I thought it'd be worse, but it's also not as good as other armors. Like, but I think they know that from what I can hear from Arrowhead. So maybe they'll change it, hopefully. Star 5 good? Mm-hmm. It should be limb immunity. To some extent, I think so. Or like just a much higher percentage. Like 75, 90. What's the best armor passive in your opinion? Probably the top 2 would be Siege Ready or Medic. After that, it becomes a lot of personal preference or build dependencies, right? Depending on, like, you know, what do you need in your build? Do you need peak physique? Do you need fire resistance? Do you need gas resistance? Do you know what I mean? So it kind of depends at that point. You know, explosive resistance is always like a fairly good one. Decent amount of explosive damage in this game. But if you're curious, I do have an armor rating video essentially on YouTube. I talk about the positives and negatives of like different perks and like positive negatives of like light, medium, or heavy. You ever suggested maybe they float some of these like ideas by you guys before releasing? Absolutely. Like, obviously I can't show you the Propaganda Commander Discord, but that would probably be the average suggestion by Propaganda Commanders. Why don't you guys show us this? Why? Let us give you feedback on this. You know? So they definitely know, but I think their workflow is... They haven't designed their workflow around us or us being able to give them feedback yet. And we're hoping that that will change over time. From our conversations, it seems like they're working on it. It just, you know, it's changing these kind of structures. It will take time, right? Like it's not something that changes overnight. You know, you can't expect them to change workflows immediately. Aren't you already under NDA? Why would they not already do this? Because they're already working on stuff, and then they need to bring us in at the right time, and like they need to bring us in at the right time so we can actually provide feedback so they can actually make changes. And then also it's like the organization of the people that kind of manage us and then manage the teams, and like it's a lot harder than you think it is. It's a lot of people need to get involved to get us involved. But hopefully they can find that and be able to do that so we can give feedback. Like without breaking NDA, I mean, they definitely attempted this patch to do that, but it didn't work out. Right. They were trying. Like, it's not like they're not trying. They're not idiots. They know that obviously they should be talking to us and like trying to get our stuff. It's just not that easy. It's not like a snap of the fingers kind of thing. My reprimand is maxed and my library is 17. Nice. Nice, Greg. Is it still NDA? If it's come out? Safe than sorry, Cosmic. I don't know. I don't know how much they want me talking about things. So, safe than sorry. Okay. I really do think the spark grenades are solid. They are. I think they're solid. Absolutely. I want to like the Liberators, but I feel like they're lacking in everything. They lack punch. Well, that's why they have other weapons that have more punch. But Liberators are a great all-around weapon. And if you have good aim, they perform very well. It's a game revolving around weak points. So you have to shoot weak points, especially with light ammo. But if you don't want that, that's where medium ammo comes in. That's where like the slower firing, higher punch weapons come in.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
I imagine armor passive probably makes a good amount of man hours to implement. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it probably depends on the armor passive, but yeah. The flag stratagem goes in your support slot.
Hellpod launch initiated.
It's baffling that someone that has played the game for more than 10 seconds would be okay with integrated explosives as good enough. Soul, I think you're taking the game too seriously. Remember, this game doesn't take itself super seriously all the time. It's okay if they add things that sometimes are just silly.
Heavy, northwest, close.
Right?
Found something.
Silly is fine if it's free. Silly's fine if it's paid too,
100 meters.
because there's lots of people who like silly. I understand you don't, but don't speak for every player, please. There's lots of people who just like having a fun time, right? I understand you look at it that way. I often look at Warbonds very similar to you, but like let's not like go to such extremes, right? Like, come on. There's different types of players, you know, out there. Some people are just having a laugh. The rest of the Warbond does not fit that structure,
Objective located.
you know?
Northwest. Requesting sentry.
This is a different soul, Annie. Different soul. Kind of funny, though, that we've had two souls with similar problems. Like, I get it. You know, some people just look at Warbonds as like purely utilitarian, right? Like, how good is the Warbond as far as like gameplay and stuff like that? But I do think that we have to sometimes step back a little bit and realize that, like, you know, it's okay if something is more just for fun. But as long as there's other utility in the Warbond, I think that's okay. Where this Warbond, this latest one, is kind of missed is that it's definitely more cosmetic and jokey and silly and RP than utility focus. There is some good utility in it. The new nades and the weapon are definitely better than I originally thought they would be. But, like, yeah. But that's not the case, Rod. Flawed. I think sometimes Helldivers gamers have forgotten, like, what gaming and playing other games is like. We get, like, a ridiculous amount of content, especially for free, like, on a very, very consistent basis in this game. This latest Warbond, yeah, it was 2 weeks delayed, but, like, that's, like, the first one. Right? Like, people talk like it's been like 3 months since we got content. And I just, that's like, it was 8 weeks. Which is longer than normal. Normally it's 6 weeks, but like that's, it's not like it only was a Warbond that we got, right? We didn't just get a Warbond. And there's more to come with this invasion of Illuminate. They've alluded to a lot happening, right? So, we gotta put stuff in perspective here. I have no idea what that guy just said. New horror passage just makes me think, just not enough time to make it interesting, too busy. I think to some extent they saw Democracy Protects and they were like, let's just make another version of that. But from a gameplay perspective, it's not as impactful. So it just missed. They'll receive feedback and they'll probably change it, just like chemical Warbonds and stuff like that. Just don't be a dick. Provide, you know, feedback, and I'm sure they will make changes, just like in the past. You know, I'm not saying anyone's being a dick here, but like I'm saying in general, right? Like, provide constructive criticism. Do it politely. And I'm fairly certain that they will change things. From my conversations already, it seems like they're interested, so. Like, the overreactiveness of Helldivers is tiresome as a content creator. Gaming in general has it, but like the we're so back, you know, Doomer, we're so back Doomer. It's just like, it's just such like the polarization. Nothing could be a middle ground. It's either insane best update ever or, you know, Doomer opinions. And it's just like, come on, guys, like. Social media mindset? Yeah. It's definitely becoming more and more popular of, you know, you either need to absolutely love something or absolutely hate something. There's no in between. And it gets clicks, you know. There's definitely an incentivization for like content creators to do it, and I think that's like kind of spilled over to like people who consume content, right? Because all they really see is hyper positive or hyper negative content. So I think it also like kind of teaches people to react that way as well.
Requesting tac.
Like we are a reflection of the media we consume often.
Requesting sentry.
Did you ever use cosmetic mods like layering already existing on armor and armors? No, I don't really care to. It doesn't bother me. Did anyone check stamina regen armor when you place the flag around? I didn't notice any difference.
Tagging map, north, 50 meters.
No one's forced to buy the WARBOND? Yeah. Like, these are people that want to buy the WARBOND, and they're disappointed that they don't want to buy it, right? And I get that. Right? I get that. I just, you know, people need to, like, just provide some feedback, but don't be a dick about it. Like, vote with your wallet, don't buy it. They very much pay attention to the sales numbers of WARBONDs
Requesting advanced weaponry.
and will take feedback accordingly with it, right?
Requesting sentry.
If you don't like a WARBOND, don't buy it. Maybe in the future you can buy it when they've changed it. I will keep mentioning Chemical WARBOND. Chemical WARBOND came out and it was not great. It felt very half-baked. But now it's one of the best ones in the game. So just
Calling down a sentry.
provide feedback.
Landing in an eagle.
Why do you not want to buy it? You know? Do it politely. Everything will be okay.
Marking location. Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Whoa, you just did a fucking 360? Oh, I'm dead. That's annoying. You just did a fucking 180, not 360. 180, what the hell? Jesus. How did they buff Chemical? The gas guard dog is arguably one of the best, you know, overall stratagems in the game, especially for like newer players. Gas in general got buffed big time as far as usage. It's just significantly better than when it first came out. Stim pistol got easier to use. They never nerfed the gas armor, so there's a lot of strategies that have been developed over time with like heavy gas armor or even just lighter gas armor and standing in the gas. The sterilizer, although a little bit of a meme, is actually quite good, especially when paired with like other stuff.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
So flesh mobs work the same way as chargers and truck wrestling. I'm not the host. At least I don't believe I am.
Down a support weapon.
I shouldn't be. I believe that was literally just a flesh mob going absolutely insane versus me. Pyrotechnic is like a small incendiary, but it's active for a few seconds rather than one explosive. It does more than that. There's an additional damage over time component tied to it. So it's an incendiary, but then it kind of acts like a thermite, which does an additional damage over time. And it has an explosive at the end. So that's why throwing... Dude, that guy's like 50 meters away from me and just shocked me. What the fuck? Oh no, my teammate decided to get ragdolled right there. Oh no. Ooh. Ah, I got ragdolled. Barely touched me, bro. See, I said squids were inconsistent. Love them, but not as polished as bots. Bots are just as inconsistent because of their aim being inconsistent. It'll lead to very similar situations.
Have been launched.
A Hulk when running at you. Have you ever seen a Hulk like go inverted? Or a Rocket Devastator sniping your ass from across the map?
Marking location. Southwest.
I would say Illuminate are very polished for the most part. The whole like flesh mob charging and stuff like that. That was not a charge, that was him just running at me and then it looks like a charge, but there's plenty of things in the bomb missions that will lead to inconsistency. More inconsistency than anything. Factory Strider accuracy. Yeah, it seems like the accuracy is the same outside of a certain range, but then they made the machine guns more accurate inside of like 50 meters or something like that. I saw people commenting on that. I'm like, I'm definitely getting lasered from farther away. Can you cook the pyrotechnic grenade? I mean, you can hold it, but no. You're right about pyrotechnic. I didn't realize that. Yeah, the sparklers do something. Yeah. Our Arthur did get a fire rate buff, which is pretty cool. It's a little bit faster. They're AP5? What, the new nade is AP5? So the pen on the value is just the explosion? The sparklers are AP5. Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So the explosion is AP3, which kind of is in line with other explosions. Okay, fair enough. The fire is technically like higher than that, right? Because like you can set a Bile Titan's leg on fire if he just walks into fire. Yeah, the explosion is... They honestly shouldn't even show the explosive damage on the armory tree. It's kind of like misleading. It makes you think the innate is actually dog shit. The nade is actually a lot better than, you know, one may think. Where the hell's that shot going? Ooh, hello there. Heard someone say you kill a harvester with 2 to 3 pyro nades. Yep. It is true. You light them on fire. Basically, you want them to step on it. It's about 2 on average, I find. It's mostly the fire damage doing the heavy lifting there. But the sparkler damage on top of that is helping.
Negative.
Yeah, exactly, Thick. Yeah. Yep.
Affirmative.
Yeah. So, like... Harvesters are very, 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 very susceptible to fire in general at the moment. Someone said it earlier, and I think the idea is very true. They're a very large target with not that much max HP. So because they have a big surface area, they tend to get absolutely wrecked. Which is pretty cool.
Welcome, man.
This technique play with the new nades make me a believer. Throw it at the feet of an enemy, try to keep them still. Just try to throw it in front of something rather than behind, because the radius is not that big. But just kind of throw it at the feet of an enemy and hopefully they stand near it. Or throw it in front of them so they walk into it. Slower the enemy, and the more they stand in it, the better. Good night, Trindle. You shoot the backpack at the Crescent Overseer? Why did it explode? I'm not sure. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention. You're looking at the screen more than I am, I'll be honest. You're paying attention to the screen and looking at the screen more than I am. What does the new grenade do? It just basically does a lot of damage over time. And you get 6 of them. Tried. You can't shoot the Crescent backpacks. That's what I thought. Because when I tried to on purpose shoot the backpack, it seemed like basically bullets just phased through it. But I'm not sure what you're referring to. I wasn't looking at the screen or paying attention to what I was doing. I'm just shooting shit while talking to chat. It's better to throw it as close to the center mass as possible. You can, right? It doesn't have to be center mass. I mean, you just need to be close enough to be doing that damage. I don't think it does more damage if it is like overlapping you more, I guess. So like dot incendiary grenade, it's more than just dot incendiary. It does an additional damage over time. So an incendiary grenade puts things on fire, right? Fair enough. And it does an explosive. But this grenade does a damage over time component, and it lights enemies on fire, which is additional. And then there's like a minor explosion, which is kind of like whatever. I find the fire rate buff, by the way, for the arc thrower is like after a couple shots, you'll start noticing it. I'm trying to go too fast though. Dude, what the fuck is with people putting turrets behind me? Oh shit. Ooh! Oh my god. Arc weapons would pair well? Yeah, they would. Anything you can stun an enemy with, yeah. Did we just get 3 of them, or did we not kill the first guy? Maybe we didn't kill the first guy. So technically a pretty good pairing would be like arc thrower to stun the harvester and then throw a grenade at his feet. Right? That'd actually be a really good combo because the arc thrower is very good at stunning a harvester, but it's not good at killing a harvester. Right? When did the arc thrower get buffed? This last patch. It seems like it's firing slightly faster. It's not like a massive change, but it's like slightly faster. It's not a, you know, hey, they reverted it back to what it was at launch. No, 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 it's not that. It's just faster. Ah, thank you, teammates. Seems like it lost a bit of a stun. No, it's just flesh mobs. Flesh mobs seem to be very immune to being stunned, especially when they're charging. You can stun a flesh mob, but like they get unstunned very easily. Like, basically, anytime you break a head or if they're enraged, they just can't be stunned. That has nothing to do with the arc thrower, though. That's just any stun has that problem. I'm just getting bullied. This is Flesh Mob has a specific weak point. If you destroy all the eyes, the glowing bits on them, they'll immediately die. But in most situations, it's better just to shoot whatever spot you can and just go for it that way. I find destroying all the eyes to be not always the most reliable tactic. If you see a blue bit, shoot it at it. Explosive weapons are particularly great because it hits as many weak points as possible, kind of doing multiplicative damage. But for more information, check out my YouTube. I have a video. I go into more detail on them. Talking about good weapons. Tried flat autocannon on it yet? Of course. Why do you ask? I've noticed against Overseers, specifically the jetpack boys. Nah, I haven't noticed that. Seems to stun them just fine. Flak? Yeah, of course I'd. Barlicious, watch my video. It's like it recovers after shooting a bit faster. Yeah, something like that. I don't know exactly what's happening with the fire rate. It does seem a little bit faster. Using the anti-material rifle as a shotgun. I'd agree if it didn't take 3 mags on average to kill one. It's a very expensive way to kill a flesh mob. It's fun. It's expensive. Oh, the crazy extract. Didn't help that my teammates kept killing me over and over again, so we just kept falling behind. Exclamation mark Illuminate for the Illuminate video. Exclamation mark WARBOND for the WARBOND video. Starved dog stratagem to counter flesh mobs. Oh, wait, what? Any guard dog rover? It's quite good. Setting him on fire very reliably. Shitty randoms? Oh, they're not shitty. Just, it happens in Helldivers. Friendly fire happens. Wonder if server assisted, like, make pyro harder or easier to put where you want. I feel like it would make it harder. Sparks are ballistic, not fire. Interesting. That's weird. Thick. That's very weird. They're ballistic. They deal 20 damage 9 times a second. AP5.
Mission coordinates locked.
That's pretty good damage.
Help pod
That's pretty respectable. Additional damage on top of the fire. Ever's launcher seems to be the best instant counter to the zombie nugget, though it has its quirks. I think that's fair. It does one-shot them. Yeah. I do think that's fair. The autocannon might be better, though. It's really easy to just spam 3 to 5 rounds of flak into a flesh mob. It's really fast. And it's not as deadly, potentially. Yo, Broman Josie. Thank you so much for the sub. What up?
Allied destroyer has joined
Thank you.
squadron.
Thank you for the support. Appreciate you.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
I feel like I need to get more of a hang of arc thrower and see what I'd rate it. Because it definitely doesn't seem like the best option versus flesh mobs.
Engaging
Too often they just kind of charge at you regardless.
orbit synchronized.
Looks busy with all this HD2 content. I get it, because I wish I could be playing Doom right now, but it is what it is. What's your depth of field, Maple? Like, what do you mean? Like IRL? I don't know what my vision is. But in-game, it's off. Or are you asking about FOV? FOV is maxed. Doom's pretty good? That's good. I don't know if I'm glad I missed the Doom launch. Ray Trace made Eternal crash for me instantly? Really? And it's mandatory during Dark Ages? Oh, shit. Fair enough. Maxed out, that guy. I was like, are you asking what my vision is? What's your IRL?
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions. Requesting backpack. Support weapon inbound.
I went to bed at 8 p.m. and woke up at 3 a.m. Damn. You got the same schedule as me now. That's my sleep schedule. Wish I was playing GTA 6. Dude, it's gonna be rough waiting another year, but it is what it is. Hopefully it's worth the wait, you know?
Calling in orbital strike.
Yeah, it's maxed out. It's maxed out, that guy. How many wasp skill fleshies? It's like 4 on average, I think. It kind of depends on if all the rockets hit, you know, because the wasp is not the most, you know, consistent weapon in the game as far as like tracking. So, you know, on average, I think I was averaging like around 4 shots to kill one. Do you think they'll cap GTA 6 to 30? I think the ray trace, like performance mode or non-performance mode will, but I would not be surprised if they could do a performance mode at 60. If I remember correctly, Red Dead Redemption 2 did that, right? So. But maybe it'll be like a PS5 Pro kind of thing, like maybe only that one gets the, you know, the 60 FPS mode. I don't know. I think they're just gonna die to the fire there. Oh, he's gotta be so weak. Standing on that fire? Yeah, he was weak. I think they don't release it on PC. As long as PC port's good, it's fair. Is GTA 5 really? No, we don't know, Murphy. We're speculating. Deep breaths, buddy. Deep breaths. We don't know, but I would assume most likely it'll be a 30 mode and then a 60 mode, like the vast majority of games. Such a shame.
Sending in an eagle.
They want that double dip of sales, but also they want to focus on console, which is fair enough.
Orbital strike.
PC's an interesting platform to develop for. It's not always the easiest.
Calling down a sentry.
Optimization is something that's very difficult when you have like hundreds of thousands of different configurations of PCs. Half the chores of the day done. How we feeling? Good, Carl. How are you, bud?
Fox, southeast.
That primary can break the illuminant shields the fastest? I don't know if I'd say the fastest, but it's definitely good at it. Because with shields, it's mostly about damage per second. You want really high damage per second. Because the shields are always like regenerating essentially. So a very slow firing weapon, but with high damage would not be very good. Takes a shit ton of shots with the MG43. Turn up the fire rate, it'll be less shots. I know that sounds weird, but because it's regenerating constantly. Same, Carnivorous, yeah. The amendment's pretty fun, man. It's a very satisfying weapon. On paper, it's a bit lame, but like in practice, I keep using it. Just showing what's hotfix. It's to fix a stratagem bug. I don't know, Octavius, or whoever it was saying. I'm like the first arc is stunning and staggering the overseers. I'm not seeing that problem. I feel like maybe it wasn't connecting on the jet trooper you were noticing, maybe? This is a good example of stun locking a flesh mob. He's unenraged, so he's stun locked. It's kind of weird. I don't know exactly how like the quote-unquote enrage mechanic works. But you can stun lock them. It's just if they get pissed off, you won't be able to stun them anymore. It's a bit weird. The stun time is what I was referring to. Maybe I'm misremembering how long the stun time was before, but it seems the same. I don't know. Does Pummeler and Stun Nade stun them? Yeah. You can stun the Flesh Mob with a lot of different things. You know, like Concussive Liberator and Pummeler will work too. But same kind of mechanic. If they get enraged, you know, they just start fucking sprinting, you won't be able to stun them again, I don't think. Maybe you can if they can calm down, but I'm not sure on that one. Yeah, maybe you have to compare Cosmic and gameplay, but it seems very similar to me, but I'm also not the biggest arc thrower user in the world, so... Ah, he was super accurate there, that sucks. You spam them, there like still isn't a lot they can do, but like I remember being able to like juggle like 5 jetpacks guys at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Place that nade perfectly under his feet. The first one doesn't do it. The second one should. Get him, bro. That's great. Like, that's actually really something. 2 grenades out of 6 to kill them? Like, that's actually pretty fucking decent, man. pretty sick. Like, I'm probably gonna update my rating, my initial rating on it. Yesterday I was like B plus A minus, you know. I think it's got some, you know, decent attributes, but like hell, man, it might be like a solid A plus. I still think gas nades are like absolutely bustedly insane on Illuminant. And they give you such an easy time versus like flesh mobs and overseers and stuff. And they're really good versus voteless. But it's impressive, man.
Requesting sentry.
Gas nades need an adjustment. What kind? Gas nades are top tier on any front. The only time I don't take gas nades is when I eat thermite. But I think this new nade is like a good step in the right direction. Where I don't want to bring gas grenades because I want to just kill something. Explosive nades just need more explosive damage, in my opinion. They just lack the stopping power per individual nade. Does anyone use the drone grenades? Most likely not. They're not very good. That guy's hiding. That's crap.
Firing orbital strike. Aiming at an eagle.
Illuminate. West. 200 meters.
Yeah, gas grenades definitely didn't need to be given Demolition Force. I think Demolition Force was a bit too far, but what you can do now, you can't remove it. I think you keep gas grenades most likely where they are currently, and then just buff the other nades. Like, as much as I agree that they should probably bring down gas grenades, I don't think it would be a good idea for the game. Not with this community. What's Demolition Force? Demolition Force is essentially a pass or fail value that is given to some items. If it has enough Demolition Force, it can do a thing. Like Demolition Force to blow up this, for instance. Yeah, you never say the N-word, dude. On anything revolving around Helldivers. You can't touch that word. Bad word. For people who don't understand the joke, nerf. That's what we're referring to. Nerf. You can't say nerf. Helldiver community, fucking, we'll go ballistic. Even if it's justified and so on and so forth, they will go ballistic. It's like the only community online I've ever run into that like hates that word that much. Like, there's definitely like subsections of like communities that don't like nerfs in Destiny or MMOs or, you know, so on and so forth. But like, dude.
I'm sorry.
It's like talking about Voldemort. I mean, a different iteration of the joke, yeah. Yeah, people are gonna come in, clip me out of context, and they're not gonna fucking understand it. They're gonna write up an article about me. Helldiver, that's racist. He wants to say the N-word on stream.
Southeast. Marking location. East. ETA T-minus 2
Watch anyone's class get nerfed in MMOs. Hell is let loose. Yeah, but I've been in the WoW community. It's usually not that bad. It's so much like they're not gonna review bomb the game because of it a lot of the time. You'll have subsections of people that like just don't like want to like even interact with it at all. Power only go up kind of philosophy, but it's I don't know, it's crazy. Even from like a live service game perspective, like Destiny, like most players were like totally like, yeah, they would have their issues from time to time with like a certain thing, but they wouldn't like go review bomb. It was never like everybody was pissed, right? Usually it was just like a vocal minority of gamers that like abused that particular tactic or weapon that were like upset that they couldn't use that weapon anymore in that way. But it's a whole other level in Helldivers. It's not even the same thing. It's so much different. Sunsets upset everybody? Absolutely, but that's different. Sunsetting was overall very stupid. In theory, it's a good idea, but you need to add enough content to satisfy people. And then they won't care if they lose the old content they weren't playing anyways. But the problem was with Destiny is that we lost all this content and they didn't supplement new content that would satisfy people. Because at the end of the day, let's be honest, a lot of the sunsetted content in Destiny was like not being played or bad or, you know, it was fine, right? But because there wasn't enough content, it just feels terrible because you have nothing to do.
Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Right? Like, because sunsetting is a thing, right? Any World of Warcraft or like MMO player knows what sunsetting is. It's not called sunsetting in those games, it's just called a new expansion, right?
Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You have maintained our way of life.
Most of all, it's a pity that now it's impossible to go do Red War. But here I am, like, I didn't like Red War. I, like, didn't care at all. Like, Destiny 2 didn't start until Forsaken came out. How do you feel about Orbital Napalm Barrage? I think it's insane. It's basically a hell bomb. Yeah. It didn't really need a buff, but it got a buff with the fire damage change, so. It hit me where it hurt. Damn. Sorry to hear that. The downfall of D2 needs to be taught in schools. Okay, it's not that bad, bro. They just came off of a really big expansion with Final Shape. That was their biggest expansion. And they're doing 2 new expansions this next year. It's not that bad. Can't look at work, but I'll be back. Sounds good, dude. Have a good one, Quinn. Will Lumina reach Super Earth? It's heavily implied that they will be there within the week. So I would say yes. Yeah, basically now, Healthy Fiesta, it's like more than that because the fire is very good at damaging higher HP targets. Like, if a Bile Titan spends enough time in the Orbital Napalm, it just dies to it.
Mission coordinates locked.
I think Bungie's strategy for releasing content in a year for D2 is going to be much better. We'll see. They said that the last time when they did these, like, this last year of Destiny, and it was worse than it ever has been. This new one is basically they're taking out seasons, but they're jamming them, like, into 2 individual expansions. Which they're basically just repackaging the same content, but like putting it slightly different. Like, I don't know. Personally, I think it'll be about the same. It's more about the content they give us, not how they package it, in my opinion, with Destiny. A lot of people talk about it like, well, they're packaging it differently, it'll make a big difference. I really don't think so. It largely has to do with the content they add to the game. If they make good content, people don't really matter how it's packaged. As long as it's like affordable and like not incredible. Like it's stupid, right? Are expansions free now in Destiny? No. They're still like $30 to $40. There's going to be less. There's only less dungeons and raids, but there's more elsewhere. And I think they're doing that because most players don't interact with raids and dungeons. So they're investing more elsewhere in the game, which is fair, but it sucks for the endgame players that like raids and dungeons. Like myself. It's the only reason I really play. It's like the only reason I play a lot of Destiny at this point is because of that. Raids and dungeons. Has Arrowhead addressed the zombies phasing through walls? Probably the most annoying part of the faction. I don't think so. What I think is happening, Fiesta, is it's taking into account the terrain of it being blown up. If that makes sense. Because there's like two states of a building, right? There's a building that's blown up and a building that's not. And the path thing is taking into account the blown up building because it's probably easier to do pathing that way rather than vice versa, or to change, so the pathing has to be more complex. Heard that watch time is important on videos. It is. Same on streams. Like one of the biggest stats that YouTube shows me on my dashboard for live streams is how long someone's been watching. I believe it pushes the stream to more people if the watch time is higher on average. It's more to do with city maps and not the AI. Like I said, Cosmic, I'm telling you, it has to do with the buildings. They walk through the parts of the building that get destroyed. Versus they don't, like if a building is destroyed, they don't really walk through it anymore. Same goes for like walls and stuff like that. Because walls can be destroyed that walk through it. Things that are set in the map, like a destroyed building, or like a rock or something like that, they won't phase through very often. It's like super rare. And I think the only time they would do that is like a desync moment. Besides raids and dungeons, what can you do in Destiny? Oh, I mean, there's strikes, PvP, story, seasonal content, random activities that are match made. I can't believe there's enough people that pay for Destiny expansions to be profitable. People talk like Destiny is like a super small game, but it's incredibly popular. I think it's just because like the average person talks shit about Destiny that everybody thinks that like, oh, nobody plays Destiny, but it's obscenely popular. And usually they have huge spikes once a year because of the expansions. I love seeing zombies sprint along a nearly vertical cliff face. Yeah, I don't know if that'll ever change. I've seen that walk through indestructible walls, though, on the black box missions. What walls are indestructible? I mean, some amount of D-stick, yeah, I'm not surprised about. Once surrounding the terminal. Are those indestructible? Like, these aren't.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Terminal usually sits on top of a platform or box. Like these walls? Like, I do think that some of it is just tied to the fact that, like, it's an online game and you're not always the host, so there's just going to be desync. Like, I think to some extent we just have to accept that. Like, I personally don't mind it. It doesn't bother me because it's just like, I'm playing an online game. It's not going to be flawless. They're going to clip at times. It is what it is. See right there, one went through the wall. I didn't even see it because I'm busy shooting at shit. Doesn't bother. Like I think I just like largely don't give a fuck, so I don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me. Like, the vast majority of them follow the rules, so it's like, it doesn't bother me at all. But it's not that easy, Cosmic. Right? On top of, like, the million other things that people complain about, they don't need to acknowledge everything that they need to, like, work on or fix, or... Some things just aren't worth their time. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, bro.
Enemy control. Southwest.
Wonder if chargers died at 1 too. Spore chargers died to 2 if they stood in it for the entire duration. The thing is getting them to stand still is the hard part.
Requesting air support.
You know?
Requesting sentry.
Because there's so many of them, the math required to avoid flipping very difficult. Sure. I mean, also, just letting them climb over things will just create a better gameplay experience instead of enemies just getting stuck on things. Like them stepping over that wall right there. You know, like, I don't think that's a big deal. I think that's just nitpicky at that point. I don't know. Maybe this new rifle makes sense to play with. Yeah. You just need a bit more accuracy. Fuck just killed me. What?
Requesting air support.
The fuck was that? the hell did I even die to? Like, that guy killed me, but he can't even see me. I love it when the meatball phases into the floor beneath me. What? It was an explosion that killed me, not the sentry gun. It wasn't the turret. I thought to an explosion. Was it actually the turret? Turret didn't even turn around. I didn't see it. God, spear. Poor spear, you know? Ooh. Can confirm fortified works. Nice. Okay, so that hasn't changed. I think the mortar shells from the movement are sometimes invisible. I don't think I've seen that, personally.
Calling down a sentry.
Didn't sound like any sentry. I heard an explosion, and I looked back and I was dead. Kind of sounded like I got hit with like an eruptor shot or something. Did the hotfix break anything? I don't know. It's only been like an hour.
Calling down a sentry.
Come back in like a day and I'll tell you. I'll feel pretty confident. Hard to say so soon. I was trying about able to take that many spear shots because the legs are basically like very immune to damage, right? And because you're not hitting the particular weak points, they're like extremely tanky. Like if I don't hit the right part, it's like bad. Like the legs are like kind of like, it's like if the spear hits the leg of a Bile Titan, right? The bleed through damage is very low on the legs. It's to stop like explosives from doing like exponential damage to them, right? So you're supposed to hit the tripods in either the, obviously the, like the leg, right? That weak part of the leg, or you hit the main body. Glad you like the content, Alex. You said they have 3k health and the spear deals more than that. So, once again, it's like bleed through damage, right? If you hit the leg in the wrong spot, it's not doing 3k damage. Right there, I was hitting the leg multiple times. Did you get that max weapon to max yet? No, I think it's like 22 something.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Found something.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Extraction shuttle inbound.
Chip pack with MMG and Eruptor is my new clutch pick. Nice. Oh yeah. It's fun. It's fun.
BOY super creds. 20 at least. Yeah, 20.
I do.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Thinking about Constitution next, get out of the way. I'm not gonna do Constitution until it's like, I don't know.
Some of it.
Probably like bot missions, and then I'll just have that as like my primary weapon that I never use.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes
One on our eyes.
Okay.
So Geometry any better with the customization? Yeah. Got better ergo, better recoil reduction if you want that. A little bigger magazine, unfortunately, but, you know, it's okay.
Squad! Orbital inbound! Going down to set. Requesting air support!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Flesh mobs have no armor. 0.
Calling down a support weapon!
Got him.
How's this guy not dead? I think I keep hitting his arm by accident.
Enemy eliminated. T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a
ETA
sentry!
T-minus 10 seconds.
What the fuck? That's some lag right there. Some desync.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Wait here. Get in. M4, come on.
You guys good. Go for it.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Bet.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
What is that grenade?
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Damn.
What the fuck was that? I just got ragdolled. I think there was a grenade or something to the right. Oh, that sucks. Dude, you're fun. It's 20 XP. It's fun. According to the wiki, a flesh mob is success in XP. Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Haven't played in a while. Missing the action. Come on back in. Cinder break with full choke. Nice. I'll probably be going duckbill, I think. Maxed out lib pen and cinder breaker. Nice. Yes, Nico. Mm-hmm. My own dropship killed me today. Came in, drifted. With funny. Does one pyro kill one flesh mob? No. I think if you can get a flesh mob to sit there for you, throw one, wait for the full duration, then throw another, that'd be enough to kill him. But basically just like quickly throwing two on the ground, you know, you're not doubling up on fire damage, right? But if you like throw one, wait, let the fire do its thing, then throw another, it's like basically enough. Oh, they got rid of the SAM sites? Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. I'm really happy they did. Feels so good. Do you find smokes will ever have find a purpose? They already have a purpose. Just people don't like them. People tend to like fighting rather than running or hiding. Ugh. My 35 round magazine. Because there is no 35 round magazine. I don't know.
Bro.
Innocents perish with
You
But yeah, I mean, smoke is like plenty useful. It's just people typically don't give a shit about it because it's like they would rather fight rather than run, right? Or fight rather than hide. It takes a particular type of person to enjoy avoiding combat in Helldivers.
Hellpods primed.
And also the game isn't hard enough to feel like you need it to solve a combat puzzle. If the game was far harder, I think smoke would be more important. But because we were in definitely like a more Doom-oriented version of Helldivers, we're like kills, 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 give me more kills, rather than thinking more tactically. Largely, smoke is ignored. Good song. What are we missing? Oh, it's just laggy as what the hell is this? I'll also take vitality. Why not? Fuck it. I used the stratagem glitch to spawn out like orbital smokes in a private lobby. And they didn't do anything. Well, I think that's because of the glitch and how it actually worked. If I remember correctly, people were saying that the additional stratagems actually weren't working as the original stratagem worked. It was like a visual thing.
Sending down equipment package.
Oh, for sure, Saint. And that just goes back to like, I feel like most people just don't care to do that, right? We're using smokes to blind or conceal. It's mostly conceal. Yeah. Flamethrower is a good strategy again. Yeah. Has been for some time. You telling me all those orbitals didn't do damage? I was told by people that they actually are just a visual thing, but I never tested the glitch because I didn't want to promote the glitch. But I was told by other people that, you know, it's largely just a visual thing. Probably not that way for like vehicles, but even more insufferable than I thought. Yes, it was more insufferable than you thought. Yes.
calling down a sentry.
Yeah, that really isn't the case anymore. Like, smokes do make enemies more inaccurate, but the thing is, Fiesta, what people didn't understand at release was enemies at release would just fire through the smoke, basically guessing or like using your last known position. So if you didn't move, the smoke didn't really help you. Which is kind of realistic. Like if someone pops smoke at you in a video game, you're most likely going to continue to fire at the same spot you last saw them, for the most part, right? But obviously that leads to smoke not feeling very useful if you're like smoking yourself to get cover, but you haven't repositioned. You know? Let's hope that Spiffrit didn't make a video on how to do it. You can't do it anymore, so it's fine. They fixed it, Klopson, so we're good. Now, if I remember right, like, bots are more likely to forget where you are with smoke. They basically made smoke, like, better in that regard. Like, they're supposed to, like, forget where you are and go to more of a passive mode faster. It's like you're, like, breaking direct line of sight. I feel like they could shoot straight through it. But smoke? Of course they can. But it's based on where you're standing, right? Like if you run away in like a straight line, they're gonna keep shooting at you. Nah, they can't see straight through it. No, definitely not. But bugs, for instance, will run to your last known location, right? So if enemies are already mad at you, smoke is not actually that strong. It can feel very lackluster. But if an enemy does not know you're there, it's more cover, right? Like, enemies will always hone in on the last location that you last were. So it's really hard to use smokes when enemies are already mad at you. Because bugs will always run to your last known location to look for you, right? Bots will always shoot and move towards your last known location to deal with you, right? Rarely will they just forget about you. All right.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
If they add thermal scope in the future, maybe. That would be cool. That would be a cool addition. Just tried the new bug and crashed my game 5 times in a row. You can't do it anymore, so patch your game and then, yeah. What up, Spartan? Are you in my game? Yo.
Squid! Sending in an eagle.
You just get lucky and match into me, dude? Bro, grip on the rubber band makes it feel like laser. Oh yeah, it reduces it by a lot. You think it would be possible to get like night vision goggles somehow, somewhere in the game? It gets so dark. It would be useful at times.
Requesting air support.
I was prone! Why does issue 2 let previous patch people play? I'm not sure. I don't know. For the most part, I'm pretty sure you can match with someone who's in a different version of the game than you, so. Look like an arc from the car, maybe. Damn. He's fucking Did you see the Tesla? He did the Tesla from so far away. What the fuck? That's definitely. I think that's something to do with guard dogs, though. They react weird with guard dogs. Yo, what up, Shawarma? On and on and on. Oh my god. Right ball, right ball, right ball, right ball, right ball. Right ball.
Requesting air support.
Jesus. I sprinted at me.
Sending in an eagle.
They make the harvesters more accurate? No, I don't think so. Factory Striders feel more accurate, but I'm not sure. Kind of unfortunate. I can't get to my ship because there's always more enemies showing up. Don't use the Liberator Guard Dog right now. Wait until they fix it. Just use the Laser Guard Dog instead. Exclamation mark dog bug.
Requesting air support.
Okay, maybe finally I can get my shit. Oh, you were hiding. That was pretty smart. The fuck? Why is he climbing while I'm shooting at him? Why is my gun? Why am I not throwing the grenade? Hello? There you go.
Calling down a sentry.
Woo! We did it! It happens when you like stim while you have like a grenade in your hand. I think you're right. Maybe? Seems to be the case. Try to stim and grenade at the same time, it locks you into some weirdness. Oh my god, miss your fucking shots, bro. Jesus.
Sending in an eagle.
Seen it happen a few times. Gotcha. Interesting. Stagger lock. Can you please tell them to fix the image of the new grenade in the section? Why is it pixelated and not sharp? I think it's the same bug as like the portraits in the background. Wrong resolution. This particular mission of Helldivers, I feel like I'm just constantly getting ragdolled. Holy shit. Are you enjoying playing against Aluminum more? Oh, way more. Not even close. I actually have to like engage my brain. It's still easier than the other factions, but Like, yeah. Any chance they buff the amendment? With all the outcry for it, it probably will receive a buff. But at the same time, I don't know if it actually needs it.
Quit!
Do you know if they're planning on buffing the Orb of Precision? I hope so. I've mentioned it to them several times. The dogs are not fixed now. They get a random speed bonus? It's not a random speed bonus. They sprint at you when they're close to you. I ran really close to that Overseer, so he sprinted. It's the same with voteless. People keep claiming that the voteless got faster this patch. They didn't. I think people just didn't realize that voteless could be that fast if you didn't wear a guard dog and they got close to you. There's like this particular animation they do that try and melee you and catch up to you and hit you. They essentially like sprint. Why would the amendment need a buff? Well, a lot of people are very like underwhelmed by the characteristics of the weapon. They feel like it's too close to the regular diligence, which is like, for many, they think of it as a starter weapon, so they ignore it. So like, this is the regular speed of a voteless, right? But then there's like a faster like sprint that they will do from time to time. And when they do that faster sprint, they can catch up to you. Especially if you're not wearing light armor. Why does the guard dog have to break on the limited update? It's true, right? But I do think that the laser guard dog has been buffed so much that as long as you bring the laser guard dog, you're fine. Like, laser guard dog might arguably be better than the R23 guard dog. Purely because of how good the AR-23 guard dog is, or how good it would not be versus the flesh mob. Right? Like, flesh mobs are very weak to fire. A couple instances of like refreshing the fire and like it's like the fuckers, they're dead. They gotta fix that audio bug. What up, Burke? I thought the shields on ships were weak to high fire rate weapons. No, it's DPS. They're DPS dependent. They're constantly regenerating their shield. So if I start like slowing the fuck down, right? It'll take more shots than if I fired faster, right? Basically, it's all about like damage and then how fast can you deal that damage. Really? Didn't blow it? That might be dead. Oh no, we're good. He finished this thing. Our perks seem odd when I found wearing armor with extra padding seems to have the same effect with the extra armor. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't understand how people cry so much about a LARP WARBOND. Well, it's because they don't want it to be a LARP WARBOND. They want it to be a more, like, utility-focused WARBOND. Right? There are people who want to buy the WARBOND, but, you know, feel like they don't want to because it's like they don't want it, right? So that's why they don't like it. But instead of like, you know, just providing feedback and moving on, it's, you know, people are, you know, it's the internet. So people are extremely upset about it. New armor looks great, but the perk seems pointless versus extra padding. It has nothing to do versus extra padding? It has to do with your limbs. It's more similar to, what's it called? Servo-assisted or democratic protection, what the fuck it's called? Democracy protects. It's not as bad as I originally thought because it does cut down on the amount of stims you use to like repair your limbs, but largely you're always going to be better off like just taking the servo-assisted armor. It's basically servo-assisted, but without the second perk. It's very similar, at least. This WARBOND is stupid. Everything should be meta. I'm so mad. I'm assuming that's sarcasm. I find YouTube viewers tend to do sarcastic comments and not make it clear. I'm assuming that's /S, but I don't know. Yeah, sorry, okay, gotcha. I kind of like picked it up, but I was like, I've seen people say that and they weren't sarcastic, so I'm like, you never know. FRV can shift gears while you have the map up now. I don't think I've ever noticed that you couldn't, because I'm always just in drive. What's the difference between /S or slut? Well, I mean, one's sarcasm and one's a joke. Technically, it's a little bit like that, I guess. But it could be used probably in similar contexts. Oh. Couldn't watch the game till now, and now dude in the troubleshooting channel told me he found out you can refresh the drivers with control. Yep, control shift B. You having problems? I thought /S was serious. Oh no. Just watch Pip's penetrator video. That guy really likes the drum mags. He mentions that he loved them on the tenderizer adjudicator, but man, that'd make them the rest of the areas useless. Yeah, probably best not to put drum mags on the other weapons to make the drum mags on a liberator weapons feel better, but yeah, that's not to say that I do think that like the adjudicator and stuff should probably get some form of like extended mag. Oh my miss, bro. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh, we're not fucked somehow? I'm just getting bullied right now. I always thought /S was serious too. You guys are trolling me, right?
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. Orbital inbound.
I feel like I'm getting punked, right? Yeah, I don't even know. I guess there's a lot of confusion there. Why don't we just put Kappa?
Requesting sentry.
The sound effects need some tweaks? What do you mean?
Sentry.
Other than people doing that stupid exploit, I feel like the sound has actually been pretty solid. Other than like how loud or how quiet something is. But the devs know about that. But that's something to do with this patch. That's kind of been the case for a while. I have no way to kill that. That's a lot of overseers. I'm just kind of fucked. I'm out of stamina. I have no stims. I have light armor. Yeah, I'm just fucked. There's no way I can kill all those guys without taking any damage. I'm getting lucky that I survived this long. The glitch has been fixed.
Reinforcing. Democracy is landing.
Southwest, 50 meters.
Requesting air support.
Laser weapons are worth taking even on heat loadouts. Hmm? Yeah. Just make it a little harder to use, but that's fine. Someone had the game bug out and not give mission rewards for like several minutes after returning to the destroyer. That happened yesterday, but that was due to like the servers kind of getting fucked. I have not seen it since though. Are fire tornadoes better now too? I assume they would be. I assume they'd be more deadly to the larger enemies. But I haven't looked at it. I haven't seen anyone talk about it.
Sending in an eagle.
Rocking the laser cannon? Yeah, it's great.
Requesting orbital.
Are guard dogs fixed? No, the laser guard dog just isn't affected by it because it doesn't reload.
Calling down a sentry.
It's like now it has a heat sink for hot planets too. True. I wonder which one's gonna be best. I was thinking about like the next weapon I level up is either gonna be like the spray and pray or the scythe. Which one do you think I should level up? Seven seas, everybody. Scorcher. Scorcher's pretty lame upgrades. I'll pass on that. I'll eventually do it, but I feel like I don't need it. Nothing on the Scorcher makes me want to upgrade it. Like, I don't even know if I'd change the perks.
Calling in extraction.
Because I never found the Scorcher to have a lot of recoil.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
The ergonomics on the Scorcher are fantastic, so it's kind of like, eh. Punisher? Punisher would be interesting with the, you know, the choke, but
Calling in reinforcements.
I don't know if it'll change too much.
How about a nice cup of liver steak?
Yeah, no, they've said that they want to add more in the future, so.
Let's
depending on how we react to the update.
And clear. ETA, T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Drum mag on the Scorcher would be nice. You're not wrong. By spray and pray. The choke will make a big difference on that particular weapon. Scorcher got more like a batter. Wait, what? This cat came down streaming that. No, it's there. She's just not there. She's a cat. She's normally not here at this time, anyways. The sun has risen, so she's looking out the window.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I find the spray and pray good enough on Ergo that I don't think I would really care. Full chuck on the Incinerator Breaker is amazing. Glad you like it. Like I said, I'd probably do duckbill on the Incinerator Breaker. Attachments aren't quite doing it for me. Gotta use some different weapons then. Because depending on the weapon, I get it. Some weapons are like whatever. If the first weapon you leveled up was a cookout, yeah, I get it. Used to like behind, but maybe it's slightly buffed. They changed the spray and pray's handling a while ago. It's basically a normal shotgun.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. Firing orbital barrage, clear the area. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
I'm guessing they'll add new attachments for categories and war bonds.
1 landing in progress.
I don't know. I don't know what their plan is.
Requesting air support.
We'll see. Good to go when you guys are.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
I'm willing to bet they're gonna try doing that. Maybe we'll see.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
There will be a meltdown. There probably will be. Punisher seems better for the spell spread. Like if it has more spell spread, I feel like it'd be better without it. More damage consistently. It's already a pretty accurate shotgun though, so. Eagle rocket pods need lots of love. I mean, they do feel a lot better on bugs. They've never been good on harvesters, and I don't think they'd ever be good on harvesters unless you got like lucky. If that's where you're using them. But on bots and bugs, they feel a noticeable bit better with the new changes. What weapons are you enjoying or feel a little different with the new attachments? Liberator, Knight, Pummeler, Spray and Pray, Breaker, normal Breaker, Eruptor, very much the Eruptor. I feel like Dominator would be pretty big as well. Reprimand, Reprimand's a big one. Counter Sniper.
Good work collecting so many samples. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
I think that's it. Would you recommend Borderline Justice, a new one? Borderline Justice, Chuck. Absolutely. The new one's good. And it's got its moments where it's pretty good, but I think overall, I think it's going to be cooked more. And unless you're like someone who really cares about the aesthetic, I think you're largely going to enjoy the Borderline Justice more. What would you do on the counter sniper? Handling. Absolutely the handling. I'd probably reduce the magazine or the scope down to the 4x, getting a little bit of ergonomics. I'd do an angled foregrip. And then as far as like what muzzle, I think I'll largely just go for like, I don't know, flash hider or something like that. Probably do flash hider for a little bit of ergonomics. And also getting a little bit of vertical recoil reduction. But it's largely to get more ergonomics. Improving the ergonomics on the counter sniper would be very much worth it. Like I said, like I feel like ergonomics stops being so important once you get to at least in the 30s. The fact that the counter sniper at base is like what, 16 or some shit? What was it? 18, 20? 21, right? Like the fact that it's at 21, it'll feel sluggish. As soon as you get into the 30s, I find that, you know, I largely won't really care about the handling of the weapon too much. And that's what I go for. I typically don't need the 10x on the sniper, so it's like pretty easy for me to downgrade to 4x. Maybe it's different on controller, same. But on mouse and keyboard, man, I find 25 to be too slow, too sluggish. But yeah, mouse and keyboard, I want to move around faster, be more responsive. I used to always try to force peak physique when using DCS. Yeah. Also, remember, the stat is actually wrong in the DCS. Remember, we tested it with the AMR and DCS. It's bugged right now, and it's actually less handling than it's supposed to have. I'm not sure if that stat in the armory is actually correct of what the actual ergonomics is. Got a clip reviewing the patch? Yes. Do I have a... Is it S-Benchmark What's New? I think it's S-Benchmark What's New. And then S-Benchmark WARBOND for my WARBOND video, and S-Benchmark Illuminate for, like, tactics and tips for the Illuminate faction. I don't know if they're all on YouTube. If anything, John, just go to my YouTube. Last 3 videos. You got this. So strange. Weapons with the same ergonomics stat handled differently. The only one that does that is the DCS and the AMR right now because they're bugged. The rest of them should feel exactly the same. Wait, are you noticing other weapons that feel different? Like actually feel different? Or is this like a... It feels different? Alright, largely I feel like I've messed around with the support weapons. I feel like I'm pretty understanding how they all work and how I would rate them. There's a bit of an unknown with like Guard Dog and Gas Guard Dog, like how they would feel against the flesh mobs and stuff. Part of me is hoping that Guard Dogs get fixed before I want to put out my WARBOND or my tier list. We're gonna need some love, but I don't hear anyone talk about it. It feels great on bugs and bots. I don't know. I think Railgun is performing the way I think Railgun should perform. Now, if they wanted to like redo it and like make it like some overpen monster like boar from like Borderlands 2 or something like that. That'd be cool, but largely I think it's performing actually quite well. It's like a solid A choice in both bugs and bots. Maybe an A- in bugs, depending on how accurate you are. And then on Illuminate, it's a bit of an awkward spot because shields really affect it. And then just because you're constantly getting pushed, it's hard to make the railgun work at times. But on bots, like, I don't know, it's solid A plus A. Feels good.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Show these alien invaders no mercy.
They add armor shaders. I'm hoping the weapon shaders was like a precursor, you know? But we'll see. How much you have leveled up the vanilla breaker? I don't think I've touched it. Amendment has the same ergo as a Ruptor after iron sights, and I don't feel it handles as sluggish as the Eruptor.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Requesting sentry.
I don't know. Trying to remember the values, but I can't remember all the values in my head. Are you talking about like upgraded Eruptor versus like normal amendment? Is that what you're talking about? I feel like they actually do feel the same.
Illuminate. West. Tagging location.
I guess it could be possible that weapons in a certain class. What? That's just, oh, it's a lighting bug. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, how am I not hitting that?
Found something.
Hey, so what I was thinking is like maybe weapons in a certain class have certain ergonomics,
Sentry. Requesting sentry.
but I don't know.
Found something.
You know one thing? I wish the bottom of the clip like the bottom 5 rounds of the clip on the amendment sounded a bit different. Find it sounds so similar to all the other rounds that I like lose track of how many rounds I have left. I often empty the clip when I don't want to. Will those eventually die after shooting their legs? Yeah, they bleed out.
Calling down a sentry. Squid.
That's why you'll often see me shoot their legs. I want to get the WARBOND with the peak physique armor. Do you guys think it's worth it? If all you want is peak physique armor, just buy it from the superstore. But if you want the other stuff in the WARBOND, yeah, the WARBOND's worth it. What did they hotfix? The stratagems. Stratagem glitch.
Found something.
Sending down equipment package.
Found something.
The noise from the last bullets are crucial from keeping your eyes on it. Yeah. I just like it when I can hear the last couple bullets of a magazine. Some weapons do a better job of it than others. Like Reprimand, for instance, has a really good audio cue. Glitch where non-stop sends stratagems? Yes. They fixed it. Love the saber. It's fun. Love the sound it makes.
Found something.
Calling down a sentry.
Squid outpost spotted. Requesting
So glad the hotfix came out. Mm-hmm. Glad I didn't fry my computer. It was really shitty though. A lot of people were doing it in public lobbies and crashing people's games. People were being assholes. So it was really detrimental to the game. Glad they got it pretty fast. Do you think the difficulty 10 is balanced? I've been a bit too easy. Luminance? Yes. Bugs, predators? No, I think the difficulty 10 is actually like pretty damn good. In its current spot. Bots tier 10? It depends on the variant you get, honestly. You can get some tougher variants. It also depends on like how talented your teams are.
calling down a sentry. Tagging location. Never mind. South.
To me, are we seeing less enemies? Do you guys think we've thinned out the squad ranks? No. Largely, the galactic map stuff does not like affect the gameplay one. If you've seen less enemies, either it's because your teams are getting, you know, better at killing stuff, so you don't have to see it, or maybe you're splitting up more and the enemies are spawning somewhere else. So is it good now? It's always been good. But it's better now, yeah. With the fire damage change. When you light an enemy on fire, especially bigger enemies, it's sick. Hotfix was about the stratagem glitch. They fixed it. Something wrong with the guard dog? Exclamation mark, dog bug. Primary better than Deadeye? It's different. Kind of depends on the faction you're playing against. For Illuminate, I think it's better. For like bugs, I think the Deadeye's better. For bots, I think the Deadeye's better also. Laser is bug currently. My friend tossed it on some Titans, and it's just next to them. It's always been like that. The laser aims for like the center of the Ball Titan below its legs. So if the Ball Titan is like standing in the perfect position, it'll miss. Unfortunately, it's always been like that. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen from time to time. Try to get the Ball Titan to turn. Also, because they've repositioned our ships to the outside of the arena, if your ship is over here and you're fighting on the far side of the map, the laser come at such an extreme angle that it might happen more often. So I don't know how I feel about this new change about the ship locations. You know what I mean? Like, see the ship doing that? I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of would prefer the ships would just be in the middle, but I don't know. Because I think some stratagems got affected a lot more than others. Trajectory of a stratagem does matter. Thanks for the tip, no worries. But the DPS on the amendment is like some of the highest in the game. It's very high if you have a fast trigger finger. Like it's very high. I think that's one of the reasons why I like it so much. Is that although it has like a pretty small magazine and it's light pen, it at least can drop an enemy very fast if you like have a good trigger finger. What if the ships moved throughout the mission? They do move slightly. If you stare at them, you'll notice they're moving slightly. And it also happened before as well. They always have moved. It's just not very fast. Good morning. Do you feel with how good the adjudicator and autocannon are now, perhaps the AMR should also get some kind of like flak damage? I feel like you're naming the wrong weapons here. I think you mean autocannon and eruptor. I think the AMR is fine. If I was going to do anything to it, I'd maybe give it a slight ammo economy bump. But that would be like literally the only thing I would do to it. Because I think largely the AMR feels really good. I'm using the light siege ready armor right now. Autocannon's Esther, it's quite strong. The AMR needs is that FOV setting. Yeah. I don't like how they swapped it. It's not the biggest deal, but it definitely, I prefer it the way it was before with the scope. In most situations, I don't care if I have higher FOV when I scope in, so. Yeah, flak is really good. Mm-hmm. Down Africa. Oh shit. I think I just shot my teammate by accident. Sorry, teammate. Google Translate isn't always helpful. What? Why is that, Annie? Thermoscope would be dope for the AMR. Definitely be an interesting one. I'm trying to translate some like Korean. No good. Oof. Damn, this guy's accurate right now. Your laser cannon's sick, dude. What a good change with the fireman. What a glow up. What's your opinion on Gatling Sentry? Quite good. High DPS, low ammo, total ammo, but I got him. your opinion of me, Annie? Or Mabel? Extremely high?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Why do you ask, Annie?
Calling down a sentry. North. Requesting advanced weaponry.
So flamethrower turret now worthwhile. It's better, but it's still like I find it still has a problem of like just not feeling like it could defend itself. You need to use gas in conjunction with it. You know? If you don't bring like gas alongside it, an enemy just runs up to it and kills it a lot of the time. Like it doesn't have much range, it doesn't have any stagger, it doesn't have any knockback, it doesn't like it just can't defend itself. So it feels a bit disappointing at times because of that. The flamethrower sentry should be more resistant of elements like gas, fire, acid. It doesn't seem to be lit on fire anymore, but it definitely probably should be more tanky in general. Like, you probably don't have to make it like as tanky as like Tesla Tower, but I think it should be at least very similar. Like if you gave it the same amount of damage resistance and like health as like a Tesla Tower, I think we wouldn't really be having this conversation. We'd be more of a fan of it. But the thing is that it's like as squishy as like basically other turrets. I don't know exactly the HP pool, but from like gameplay, it doesn't survive much more than just a rocket sentry or something like that. What if they add a laser turret? I hope they do, especially with the laser changes now. I want there to be a laser turret. That'd be sick. Please. Give it like a battery or something like that so it overheats. But like maybe it lasts, you know, for 2 minutes or something like that, like a really high uptime. But obviously it's susceptible if it overheats. Like that'd be sick. Kind of hoping that like a flesh mob walks by me. I want to test this versus flesh mobs. What changed about lasers? When you land a shot, or like land shots of a laser on an enemy, they light them on fire, right? And then the fire damage has been buffed, mostly against the bigger enemies, right? The larger the enemy, the more fire it affects it. So now just lighting an enemy on fire is actually a ton of extra damage. And it's to the point where like incendiary grenades are actually really good. Wouldn't mind a support weapon, laser LMG to some extent. Laser Gatling would be cool, yeah. Be cool. Bots are still immune, right? Bots have never been immune to fire. They are more resistant, like it's harder to light them on fire, but they're not immune. sword S tier, right? Sure. Is he just patrolling? Man, he's so cool.
Northwest.
Imagine.
Southeast.
I missed! Now we got him. You're gonna hit me! Fuck you. I didn't know that explosion did damage! What the hell? Since when did that do damage? Since when? Dude, he took me out with them. What the hell? That's fucking funny, dude. That's really funny.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Look me. That's funny.
Sending in an eagle.
He fucking took me out with him, man. That's some dedication to that squid. I gotta hand it to him.
Calling down a sentry. Tagging location. South. Never mind.
T-minus 2
South.
minutes, 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Think I can see that big boy? It's kinda hard to see.
Illuminated. South.
ETA, T-minus 2 minutes.
Requesting orbital.
Broken song? It is a broken song.
South.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Tagging location. South.
So the developer for the Discord bots and stuff like that has figured out what the problem was, or why the Propaganda Commanders channel wasn't always showing my content. It was the fact that I had live in all caps in my name. It was causing it to like get confused. That's funny. So he just let me know that like he found it out, he found out the bug, and it should now show up more reliably, which is good. He's the individual that made the ARG. I was giving him some props yesterday when I was talking to him. He single-handedly did everything with the ARG, and it was like, good shit. Good job, buddy. It's really impressive to do that all by yourself. The laser cannon does some damage. It does some damage, but the fire damage is, I think, the main contributing factor of why it feels so good.
On approaching pickup.
Calling down a sentry.
Preparing for touchdown.
Calling down a sentry. Head south. 50 meters.
Keep going, you guys are. So basically, if you see a bunch of flesh mobs in front of you, kind of like light them up with the laser, enough to set them on fire, and then swap targets. And then keep doing that. When one stops being on fire, you swap back to it. Goddamn hot planet. My lasers take forever to cool down. Let's go.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Falcon 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon you.
Maple and Harvester crossing streams. New question, but what dictates whether or not an enemy will be confused by gas? Well, they have to touch the gas. And then you'll see like the gas on them. And then if the enemy is too big, they can't get affected by it. So like an Impaler or Bile Titan doesn't get affected by gas, but a Charger does. And then also, if they're like animation locked, I'm going to do air quotes there, animation locked, they will sometimes kind of ignore the gas effects until their animation queuing is done. So you'll find that sometimes like brood commanders and stuff will continue their charge through the gas and like feel like a heat-seeking missile at times. It's because of that. Did you play the new SM2 mission? Yeah, we did quite a few and it dropped. We're just kind of waiting for the horde mode. You can aim well with the lascan on bots. You can pop heads like crazy. Yeah. And now it's even better because you don't have to be super accurate because the fire damage will do a lot of damage. Horde mode should be revealed on 22nd on a reveal stream. Oh, really? That's good. Remind me, we'll react to it. Gun customization are such a good addition to the game. Absolutely. Agreed. 100%. Dun, dun, dun. I've seen the shovels they added to the tutorial. I don't know how long they've been there. I'm not sure if the shovels were in the tutorial. I didn't know that. I haven't done the tutorial since when I booted up this game a year and a half ago. Skulls event. So there's like a lot of Warhammer games coming. Ah, concurrent. Ah, I didn't know that. Okay. There's a weapon that can be extremely improved by customization. I've heard the reprimand is new meta. I don't know if I call it new meta, but it's very good. Liber Penetrator, Eruptor, Scythe. There's a lot of weapons out there. I don't think HG2 team has ever missed a step regarding new updates to the game, other than Sony shenanigans. I mean, there's a misstep with the Escalation of Freedom update. That one was not a well-liked update, that's for sure. Even though I liked it a lot. But, you know, I think for the most part, they do a great job at updating this game. They fixed the stratagem glitch? Yeah, they did. Huge props to them for getting it before the weekend. Weapon XP tied to mission XP, or do you get it active? You get it through mission XP. So whatever XP you get from the mission, level difficulty, side objectives, things like that, affect it. So technically you want to do as high level possible mission as you can. Do a fast mission if possible, like Blitz. Maybe separate, do all the objectives, and then you can either, like, you know, kill yourselves to make the mission end faster or extract. don't do the Illuminate missions if you're trying to level up your weapon super fast. The Illuminate missions are actually lower XP. It's kind of weird. They have less side objectives at the moment. So you genuinely just get like, it's like 20% less experience or so if you do a 100% mission on tier 10, which is kind of weird. And there's no blitz missions or eradicate missions. So the XP per hour will be lower. But I'm purely playing nothing but Illuminate at the moment because I need to test things for my my tier list that I want to update as soon as possible for you guys. The first tier list I'm hoping to get completed or do tomorrow. I think I need one more day to just like gather my thoughts. And then tomorrow I should be recording the tier list video. And then the weapons video, I might take a little longer to do just because there's a lot of weapons that have changed because of attachments, as you can imagine. So it's a little bit tougher to do a tier list on primary weapons when so much has changed. Morning, L Big. How are you? Can't wait for Illuminate to finally own planets. Yeah, I'm looking forward to like maybe seeing a mega base and like just like more bases and I don't know, like Illuminate structures and stuff. I don't know. I think it'd be really cool. Dice! Good morning. How are you? How you doing? Gonna throw a Tesla on the far side. Careful.
Deploying sentry.
That's a perfect napalm. I think I accidentally tracked onto my Tesla. Too bad we can't, like, knock the patrol light. Signal flares. I think they're kind of sci-fi flares. I don't know if they're, like, as rudimentary. Some kind of squid pulse. Just got off work. How's everybody? I'm doing good, Dice. I'm doing good. Hope work was good. Love the new capes in the WARBOND, mainly because one of them fits my drip. Nice. Dude, even the napalm shell in the Seaf has gotten like way better. What a glow up, dude. What a glow up fire has had. It's a good thing at taking down sentinels. What do you mean by sentinel? Are you referring to the harvester or tripod? Harvester. Precision weapons are particularly like AMR, laser cannon, auto cannon if you can be accurate with it. Because you want to hit the leg where like before it goes vertical, you know, the horizontal bit. Very strong against those guys. any kind of medium pen weapon, honestly, is like quite good at it. Like even the Dominator, Counter Sniper, Senator, Deadeye, Liberator Penetrator. Just shoot at that leg after taking down the shields. Turrets are fairly good against it. If you set them on fire, they do take a lot of damage. HMG, yep. HMG or MG43. Stalwart obviously can't do anything. It's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. Eruptor has gotten a lot better. Yep. Eruptor used to be quite bad, but now it's a pretty consistent two-tapper. Kind of depends. Leg joint, good way to describe it. Yeah, it's just people think of leg joint differently from one another, so I usually just say horizontal bit. Try and do the visualization. The black bit, that's horizontal.
Marking location. South.
How good is the regular MG compared to the HMG versus... the HMG is probably better overall in most situations, unless you are someone who doesn't like proning or crouching when using the HMG. Just because like the recoil on the HMG is pretty high. So if you're not bringing the armor that reduces the recoil or crouching proning, it can be kind of hard at times to kill him at like more than, 50 meters. But if you're someone who prones or crouches quite often, I think the HMG is overall better. Less shots required, less aiming required. Cookout is... Oh yeah, all fire is better, Rock. Like, even on bots, like, the Cookout is, like, a lot better versus bots, because you, like, light a Devastator on fire twice and they burn to death, right? So, the Cookout just keeps winning, you know? It's kind of insane. So not only are you staggering them like crazy with a Cookout, but you're also, like, just applying 2 dots of fire, which is pretty fast, and they're dead. The fire meta continues. Oh, shit. How do you use the ATV so well? A lot of practice. I've played a lot of PC games on mouse and keyboard, and they involve driving. So like Test Drive Unlimited, GTA games, Cyberpunk. So it's just it's a lot of practice, you know, just using mouse. It didn't blow up. I can't tell if it's something to do with this nade or like Illumina ships are kind of weird again. It's not the first time that Illumina ships have had trouble exploding. So I'm just kind of curious. Am I throwing it poorly and it bouncing out, or? Good day, fire. I don't know what's happening with this one. Get a resupply. If I can find one here.
Triumphs of a
The new names being weird though. I'm pretty sure I was having this problem too when I was using gas grenades. But possibly? I'm not sure.
Sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. I'll go closer, I guess. Well, I was bored, so I decided to watch the stream. You seem alright. You seem alright, too. God damn it, this is fucking annoying. I'm just calling the resupply. I give up. I give up!
calling down a sentry.
I give up. It wins. You win, you stupid ship.
Extraction is available.
Up on the block song. You guys are nailing it today on block songs. Congratulations. Usually you guys aren't getting this many. What I think is happening is it's like the nade is like bouncing off the wall and it's like coming down the ramp maybe. That's what I think is happening.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Found something.
Super sample rock. Fuck it. Let's pick it up.
Smart weapon.
Are you still enjoying the game? After... Yeah, of course I am. I wouldn't be here playing it if I wasn't. Of course I am. What up, Gibbs? How you doing? Went back and looked. That nade 100% went in the door. Weird. What I'm thinking is like it might be bouncing off, right? If you like, how do I describe it? Like that white part is like technically a wall. Like I was watching on the last one I threw it in on, and got super credits on this bunker over here. I'm gonna come pick someone up, drive you there.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Is there a specific booster that you're using to sprint so fast? There is a mobility booster. Most people run it. It's called stamina enhancement, or whatever the fuck it's called. Stamina recovery? I don't remember. Then I'm also wearing light armor, which will increase your speed and you'll cover your stamina faster. And the last part is like my FOV turned up. So it gives the illusion that I'm moving faster, but I'm not actually moving faster. /mark specs. And you can get the specs of my computer. Did we open that? We did.
Heavy, northeast, 100 meters.
I love driving the FRV. It's so much fucking fun.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Extraction shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Music's great with the driving. Same enhancement. It doesn't increase sprint speed. I remember for some reason I have this like vague memory of it like affecting sprint speed depending on the armor tier, but this was like a long ass time ago, so I could be easily wrong. It's been a long time since I thought about that. Oh my, he didn't miss a fucking shot. He headshot me. Oh my fucking god.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Destruct Dom, you never did estimation mark specs, but it's a 4090, 7800 X3D, and then 6000 megahertz CL28 RAM. What's up, Annie? That's John Illuminant? Dude, it felt like it. Jesus Christ. Crazy.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I think a PC, it's good. Good. Do you think I can sell my current TV? You could donate it. I think you'd have a harder time finding someone to pick it up and deliver it. It'd be one of those, like, you know, Facebook marketplaces where, like, if you come pick it up, you can have it for free. It's possible you could get someone to pay $50 to $100 for it, Annie, but
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
you don't think I can sell the TV for money? I think it's a really old TV. I think most people wouldn't want it. It's pretty cheap to get that quality of a TV nowadays, Annie. I feel like many people would probably just buy a new TV. But if you gave it away for free and they'd come take it and that was the deal, you could do that.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
But you have a pretty old TV. Like, to get a cheap 4K TV would be like a couple $100, right?
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
How old's the TV, Annie? Like, almost 15 years, right? Where do you guys go to 4K TV for a couple hundred? Annie, go to like Best Buy and they have them on sale all the time. Walmart. How big is it? I think it was like 55 to 60 inches. Wasn't a particularly large one. I think it's like 55, 60. I can't remember the exact size. The double. I've never seen that happen where they go like, they do their trajectory on the same path. Yeah, Annie, it's, I don't know, it's pretty easy to find TVs pretty cheap nowadays. Of course you won't get a Sony TV for that, yeah. I mean, even, you might still get a Sony TV for that little, I don't know, depending on the sale. Like, TVs go on sale all the time, though. Like, it's such a competitive market. Like it's really hard to like go into a TV store and not see big sales, you know? So I can't sell mine for 100. You could maybe get 100, Annie. I feel like a lot of people would probably just want to go for a new TV. The ships go crazy with crossfire. Dude, it's true, yeah. When they come from like weird angles and you're like, where do I run? Earn TVs like dirt cheap. Not totally free. I don't know about free, but yeah, the TV market, especially on the low end, is like, it's kind of crazy. And you're basically competing with that, Annie, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of people that already have like decent TVs. Which faction is best for XP grad? Whichever one you prefer between bugs or bots. Damn! I got like tap fired like straight on me. Aimbot. Yeah, there's always a lot of TVs that are used for sure, yeah. Buy her a TV like a good boyfriend. Annie wants a very expensive TV. She's doing a big upgrade here. It's been a long time since she bought a TV, so I think she's trying to go all out. I'm not sure what the price is, but it's high. She's had this TV forever, and she basically, I don't think she, correct me if I'm wrong, Annie, but she didn't really realize how old her TV was getting. And then we were kind of like, you know, teasing her about it. Because she thought she had this like, you know, top of the line TV still. Gonna need help to unplug. Yeah, it's probably a little hard because I assume the wires might be integrated to the wall. Annie, you could get the people who install your new TV to do that for you. Usually the TV that you're buying comes with some kind of service to install it. And they should take the old TV off for you. Like you lots too, Pinky. Alright, we good to go now? Let's get on.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget completed. Extraction complete.
Your samples? I don't need them. Nor does it seem like anyone in my lobby needs them.
Democracy prevails.
No, I want my old TV gone before the new people come. I don't want garbage in my house. I mean, Annie, you might be able to ask them to take it away for you. I know some of the services that like install TVs do that. They'll take it for you. Like if you don't want it. And you don't want the hassle of like having to sell it, give it away. But I want money for it if I can get money. Yeah, I'm not sure what the likelihood of getting money for it is. Maybe do some research. Go on like Facebook Marketplace and like type in your TV name and see if any pop up for like a decent price. See if any have sold recently. Is the flag good? It's about the same as your name. Goofy goose. As far as correct, yeah, I'd do that.
Always good to have another hero.
haven't used my TV in 4 years. Jeez. I rarely use the TV. Like, I'm almost always just on my phone, laptop, or computer. I almost never sit in in front of the TV. Like like the TV market is so oversaturated, and then on top of that, like I feel like just there's so much less need for a TV nowadays.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Dude, my dude is level 21 on an exploding crossbow. My man loves his crossbow. Thanks, papa. GG's, guys. Only time I use the TV is when I have people over. Yeah. It's mostly like an entertaining your guest kind of gift, isn't it? Yeah, my PC is my TV. You're right? Yeah, like if I'm ever watching a show, I'm usually playing a game and I have a TV on, like, you know, on the side screen, you know? I watch a lot of sports on mine. That's fair enough. I'm not a sports watcher. If I am watching some sports, like, you know, racing or something like that, it's usually on my phone or my laptop. My laptop is my portable TV. Watching my OLED Bravia right now, Maple. Hashtag OLED rules. Code Mecha in the chat. That sounded like an absolute fucking advertisement. Oh my god. That's nice, dude. Nothing but the best for you. Appreciate that. I need a clickbait post for my TV. And he's going all out for this. I love it. What kind of racing? F1, a little bit DTM. I'll watch some like Formula E, Formula 2 and 3 sometimes. IndyCar if they're at a pretty interesting track. Trap bug fixed? It is, yeah. I'd like $100 for my TV. Eh, if you got 100, that'd be cool. Did you figure out if the flag makes you run faster? I don't think it makes you do shit, brother. It doesn't appear to do anything. It's just a melee weapon. It's a funny, goofy melee weapon. Favorite F1 driver team? I don't really have a favorite F1 driver. I don't know. I honestly love everybody up and down the field. World Rally Car. Nice, nice. WEC. Nice. I'll watch a little bit of WEC. Usually like a shortened version of it, but... You into cars? Yeah. I'm into cars. I grew up watching my Top Gear and other motor journalism and stuff like that. I definitely don't watch it as much anymore just because I'm so consumed with my job, but occasionally we'll check it out. As a Canadian, what do you think of Lance Stroll? Who? I'm just going to answer that. He's definitely not Canadian, if that's what you're asking. He's part of the billionaire club. Do you think Oscar will win the F1 championship? Dude, there's a strong chance. He's having a really strong year and like Lando is making like unfortunate mistakes at crucial times. Like it almost seems like he's kind of cracking under pressure at times. So Oscar is being solid. It's possible, man. But Max is always a demon, you know? He always manages to make it work, even when you don't think he's going to. I like that, like, Lewis is fairly competitive at Ferrari. But, you know, it's been a bit of an up and down struggle on that one. He's had some good races. He's had China, and then he's had, like, the last two. Max dragging that car around the finish line. Well, is it really dragging when the car is literally built around you? You know what I mean? What did Lance Stroll compare it to? It's kind of like, oh no, Albon. Albon said in an interview, driving the Red Bull was like playing a shooter at extremely high DPI, and you're not used to it. And throughout the season, Max just keeps dialing up the sensitivity. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of fair. That's what it sounds like. Wonder how Max would do in a Haas. I think Max would still do quite well, no matter what car you put him in. There's no doubt that he is a generational talent, but when you get a car built around you like that, it definitely can give you a lot of confidence. And driving an F1 car is a lot of mental game, right? Being able to put that car into positions that, you know, maybe your teammate is not willing to do because they don't feel as confident, makes a big difference. He's encased within the car? Basically. Kinda. That's not too far off from what's actually happening. But Mabel doesn't drive fast. I drive fast with my FRV, okay, Annie? I don't got the money to have a fancy car. But I can enjoy a fancy car. Yeah, Murph, yeah. You're running... You're running flak? Or like... No, I'm absolutely doing APC. Armor piercing shells don't work too well unless you're shooting at like a harvester. Then I would use the armor piercing high explosive. Armor piercing head is like, it's like great for like harvester, and that's about it. Everything else you should probably just use flak for. I drive faster than Maple. Nah. Nah. Flak is sometimes a bit like that, though. Where you're like, how is he not dead? So if you're looking for a little bit more consistency, armor piercing head is like maybe the better. He's also generationally cocky. It just gets a bit old. Oh, for Max? Yeah. I must admit, I have really enjoyed Oscar pushing Max wide at times, and then hearing Max complain about it. Because as a watcher of the Max versus Verstappen era, it was always kind of frustrating when Max just got away with that kind of shit.
Surprise, motherfucker.
You know? So, hearing Max complain about his own tactics is always, you know, pretty entertaining.
Sending in an eagle.
Like, I like Max's driver. I do a lot, but he sometimes has some pretty questionable tactics to get him around that corner faster than someone else.
Requesting orbital.
And like Oscar really does it more so than even Lando. Lando definitely has more respect for Max because I think they're friends. Whereas Oscar is willing to do what Max does, right? It's just, yeah, I'm pushing you wide. If you're still there, well, that sucks for you. Indy 500. I like it when my cars drive more than just left. But I do watch IndyCar, but usually when it's more interesting circuits. Oval 500 and whatnot. Oh, I mean, I get it. I mean, in like a racing sim and stuff like that, oval tracks are like way more interesting. But dude, I don't know. like, if I was there in person, it probably feels a lot different. Or if I was actually racing myself, it feels a lot different. But like, yeah, oval tracks, I don't know. From a watching standpoint, I've never been a fan, personally. Not for me.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Illuminate. West, 50 meters.
I am enjoying the, like, seeing, you know, Williams be so competitive this year. That's awesome, especially since, like, it's Albon who deserves it, and Sainz who, you know, got the unlucky draw of getting, you know, shafted by, Ferrari, right? For Lewis. Losing this plan too. I don't think there's any way we can not lose it. Limelight. It's essentially inevitable. And this is a quote from the Arrowhead Twitter. It's inevitable they will be invading Super Earth.
Orbital inbound.
No, I won't do that to them.
Calling in reinforcements. Reloading.
Thanks everybody for the likes. Appreciate you. Still need one more shell.
Reinforcing.
Oh, we got more vehicles. Sam.
Outpost destroyed.
More vehicles would be sick. You should take that out with a sidearm. It's the Senator, which is heavy pen, so yeah. It's quite good at it.
Sending in an Eagle. Illuminate. Northwest, close.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh, come on.
Calling in.
Come on! It's like 99. Literally stopped at 99. What's your favorite F1 track? For just like pure spectacle, Montreal usually has some really good races on it. In the past, there's been so many good, like, ah, fuck, I got hit by flak. I'm dead here.
Requesting air support.
Probably least favorite. Brazil's also really entertaining. Hungary has had some great ones. I don't know if I'm finding stims. Infantry fighting vehicle would be sick. A bike. It seems to have worked, Akuma. People were telling me that they were trying to do it and they couldn't get it to work. You know, never say never. Like, never say for certain though, because like in the past, let's be honest, you know, they've fixed it and then somehow the community figures out another way to do it. So.
Reinforcing.
What a great song for this environment.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, unloading mission.
Just hoping to find stims. Maybe over there. Checking all the spawn locations. Kinda unlucky at the moment. Yep, another unlucky one. They could spawn here, but they didn't. Check over there. Brother needs an FRV pickup. I mean, I had an FRV back there. I should have just driven it away. I was kind of hoping we'd get luckier and find fucking stims easier, but I'm getting kind of unlucky here. Does anyone at Age confirm that they're going to add a Helldiver tank at some point? No, I don't think I've seen anything like that.
Orbital inbound.
Big fan of Alonso, but it's not easy this season. Yeah. He's been having it rough. I like Alonso's driving. I just don't always like his personality. Whoa! What the fuck? Yo, chill! Hey, M3, can I bum a stim off you? He doesn't have it either. That's all good. Calling a resupply in a second. The APC is probably gonna get added at some point. Yeah. Loving the new rifle. Glad you like it. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh my god! How did I dodge that? Oh, and I died of my teammate shooting. No! No! A tank would be too overpowered in HD? I don't know. As long as they make it so, like, it can easily die to, like, a lot of, like, little bugs, you know, climbing all over you or something like that, or, you know, I think there's a lot of ways to make a tank work. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that they could do to tanks to make them, like, good and powerful, but, like, not feel like they're invincible. Because, like, even in IRL, right, infantry are, like, the bane of the existence of a tank, right? Or other tanks, right? So, as long as they give them some weaknesses, kind of like how mechs feel, right? Right? Yeah, getting like detracked and you'd have to like repair the track or, you know. But, I think there's a lot of different things that they could do. Oh shit, sorry. I didn't think he was just gonna stand there and take the fight, bro. Does it take like half a clip of AC to kill a flesh mob? No, it takes like 2 to 3 if it's actually 3 to 5 if it's flak. A lot more if you're using armor piercing, high explosive. Like the fuel consumption? Oh, maybe. Fuel consumption could be another one for sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways you could balance a tank to not be like crazy, you know? It would still be good, but then, you know, it might be susceptible to like infantry or just small arms fire. Like maybe not small arms fire, but like stuff like that, right? Cooldown, yeah, keep it a high cooldown for sure. Yeah. I'm not very confident in my team. This is like the first time I think where I'm actually gonna run out of reinforcements with the team, dude. Jesus. This team is not ready for Illuminate. What are they running? They don't have bad loadouts. Well, okay. One of them kind of has not the greatest loadout.
Busting orbital. Busting sentry strike. Calling down a support weapon.
They don't know.
Requesting sentry.
Da-na-na-na.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling in a hellbomb.
Ever thought about doing a mustache? Yeah, we tried it. It did not look good.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Calling down a sentry.
Ooh. Wonder when we're gonna fight on Super Earth. Probably by Tuesday of next week. Dude, my team just got fucking mopped up.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters.
No song request for today? What do you mean? It's on. Someone requested a block song, but I had to skip it. I don't know why it's blocked, but it was. You guys are nailing it today in terms of block songs. You guys, usually it's not this bad.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
My song was blocked? I believe so. I don't know whose it was, but there was a block song. It's possible to get distracted or weakened on Super Earth. Flanked and invaded from other species. I mean, I bet that kind of will happen. To some extent. It's kind of why we've been losing so much territory now.
Extraction is available.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Calling in orbital strike.
Playing a couple missions a day for the last couple weeks. I'm super new. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, they're most likely gonna have lots of scary shit happen to us. Who's getting pushed back to Super Earth? All enemies are getting closer to Super Earth, you know? Playing on my Steam Deck OLED. How's that going? How's it run? They've said they don't want to start over. Jules like an HD1, so most likely not. But I mean, you know, never say never. Maybe they changed their mind on that. Hold on, the amendments looks like it hits hard. It's 200 damage. Of course it hits hard. You think 200 damage was a little? Since I dips to 20s. Fair enough. It's not bad. For a handheld, that's pretty fair. It's trying really hard to call in a thing. Just light pen. My chimp brain is addicted to medium pen. Fair enough. I have the bug. I can't reload. I don't know what happens. I don't know what I did there to cause that. My Steam Deck runs it better than the gaming PC? How is that even possible? How old is your gaming PC? What do you think about the new update? Love it. Ah, fuck off. Hit at the railing. Steam Deck struggles to maintain 20 FPS on a difficulty 10. That was more the experience I was expecting. But maybe if you play solo on like a lower difficulty, I could see it not being too bad to play. See the bug when you order one thing 100 comes? Yeah, they fixed it already. They fixed it a couple hours ago. It's funny, this doesn't even sound like a Post Malone song. It's funny. Didn't even realize. He does have reach. He does. Absolutely. He's just creative. How good's the flag? It's goofy. It's funny. It'll make a laugh, but that's about it. What up, Teo? Interrupter forced my character to cock the chamber when I press switching after reloading multiple times. Seems there's like 3 bugs attached to weapons reloading switching. I mean, if you don't finish the cock, I mean like the charging the handle, it'll keep making you do it. Make sure to finish it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I've never, I mean, I got my eruptor all the way 25. I've never had that happen. You gotta finish your cock, dude, you know? You gotta finish your cocking. GG's, homies.
Always good to have another tool.
Some of those guys are like level 30 and 50. After reloading and cocking, it cocks the second time when pressing left mouse button. I never noticed that. Unless if you fully empty the magazine, right? You have to do the charging of the handle, right? But doing a second one, that would only happen if you like interrupted it somehow. Like you get staggered while you're doing that, or someone shot you while you're doing it. So you have to like maybe do it again, right? That's not a bug, that's just like how the game works with interrupts. It's like how you have to stim sometimes multiple times because you're getting interrupted. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the washroom, grab a cookie. Be back in a minute or two. I would play an ad. Oh, it just came off cooldown. Nice. I'll play an ad so it doesn't play later when we're in a mission. We're back.
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation. The siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to her defense.
Oh, I'm back.
Fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's
What
tyranny.
cookie? I'll show you.
Chewing them.
I got them from Costco. It's a caramel walnut cookie. It's very soft. Oh, it literally is so soft, it's split in two. I was putting it down. Not as good as my cookies? You're absolutely right, honey. These are might as well just be trash. Did you bring enough for chat? I wish I did.
Where will you strike, Helldiver?
Guys, what do you think about if you join a random lobby and whenever it talks to you in the mic?
Orbital thrusters.
I'd say 50% of my games I get someone who talks. I just typically don't talk to them. So no one might say anything. But if you start talking to them, it's a pretty good chance they'll talk back. Train so well. As Annie calls me, I'm a good boy. You know what I mean? And she pets my head and gives me a treat. I'm trained well. I'm even potty trained, you know? It's pretty crazy. I use the litter box and everything. Kind of a catchy ass song, dude. Not gonna lie. What song is this? What is this? All I know is it's French.
Go now and shoot you all. Remember this. The good thing to die for democracy.
Deploying equipment package.
Sentry!
Eurovision. You guys always like, it always makes me laugh when I think of Eurovision. Because whenever I hear Eurovision, I just think of like a company that sells like glasses. Then I'm like, are Europeans just that blind?
Reinforcements have been launched.
Eurovision is one of the world's best organized live broadcasts. Teo, you're a VIP of the stream. You're supposed to say my stream is one of the best organized live broadcasts. Like what? It's far from Eurovision. Exactly, it's better. You're so right. Thank you, Teo. Oh my god. See, that's what I expect from my VIPs. They're supposed to stroke my ego. Stuck up Ken. It's in Switzerland this year, so it only makes sense. Are you going to see it, Swizzy? You gonna go get your eyes checked at Eurovision?
Mission is progressing.
On TV, yes. Didn't get any glasses on the live event. Damn, that sucks, bro. I thought you guys had universal, like, healthcare, man. What the fuck? Thought everybody got that. That's rough. Getting treated like an American. How expensive are tickets to go see Eurovision? And, like, when you buy tickets, is it for, like, one performer? Or is it, like, for the whole event? Or is it like not at a venue and it's like at a TV station? As part of Eurovision, are countries paying their way into the finals? How do you pay to get into the finals? Is it just like advertising or is it like, you know, FIFA kind of shit, you know?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
It's like in a big stadium usually. That's cool. I don't think I've ever actually watched it. As a Canadian, I've heard of Eurovision, but it's mostly from you guys mentioning it. It's kind of like FIFA World Cup. Okay, so people just like straight up buy, you know, judges off and stuff like that. Gotcha. I made cookies. Oh shit. What kind of cookies you got? Got any weed? Canada's trying to get in Eurovision as well. Wait, seriously? Oh, that's actually really cool. I'd actually watch it. I mean, we are getting closer to Europe, so that'd be cool. What's the viability of Ultimatum? Big damage AoE. Fairly good at killing, like, you know, Bile Titan nests on demand. If you hit a Bile Titan in the head, it one-shots it. You know, if you hit a Charger pretty square on, it'll kill it. What the? Oh, what? What is happening? A little glitchiness there. A little lag, I guess. Tickets in Rotterdam a few years ago. Evening. Found out tickets were like 138 euros. That's actually not bad. I expected a lot more expensive, honestly, for such a big event. Or just vanished. He was there, but he kept like, he was like behind the wall. It's kind of weird. Very weird. Yeah, for a ticket all the way in the back. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's Eurovision, so you just get, you know, use those glasses, you know, they're give out for free. Did any weapons get big buffs? Well, because of the attachment system, Tomsky, a lot of shit just is better, right? You can kind of think of it like the attachment system is a patch for weapons, right? Not every weapon got game-changing kind of like attachments, but a lot did. Is the Star Wars better? No? No difference. What do you think the best gun is for shooting? You might need to type that again, dude. I don't understand what you mean. Having camos for support weapons would be cool. I think just in general, there should be upgrades for support weapons. Like, maybe not like Deep Rock Galactic level, but it'd be cool if they could add some modifications. Imagine being able to change the scope on a railgun. Be cool.
Outpost cleared.
Sergeant Bug's so funny. They fixed it already, thankfully. People were doing it in public lobbies and crashing people's games over and over again. A lot of people were very frustrated. It was funny, you know, doing it with your friends or by yourself, but like, yeah. People were being dicks about it. It was funny. It was funny. Sorry, my English is not that good. It's okay. Do you want to try typing that again? I don't quite understand what you mean.
Southeast, 300 meters.
It's all good, though. I get it. Does Star Wars kill the big boys? It does. It takes about half a magazine. A little less, depending on if, like, how accurate you are versus the eyes. They have no armor, Edric, so you can use anything to shoot at them, but explosive damage and like shotgun shrapnel like rounds are very good. So like autocannon flak, eruptor, you know, just explosive damage in general hits multiplicatively because the AoE on the explosion is so big it hits multiple hitboxes, so it does bonus damage essentially, right? So multiple times the explosion damage are, you know, per shot. So typically you want to use explosives to take care of it. Eruptor is a very good choice because it's a little bit of explosive damage, but also it's shotgun shrapnel, right? Aim at like the stomach, almost by the legs, crotch area with the Eruptor, and you'll get a consistent 3-tap. It's really good. But that's not to say you can't use like heavy machine gun, stalwart, and so on and so forth. Like fire works quite well. Lighting them on fire, you'll probably only need to light them on fire a couple times, and they can fall over. New grenade is pretty good for that. Just hitting the legs, nah. It's a trap. I tested the legs quite a bit. It's honestly like a slower TTK because you'll probably end up missing quite a few shots trying to go for the leg shot. So, just ignore it. Oh shit. Ah! Meow. We're good. God, I love those ships. I just wish they were like... I wish there was more and they were tankier. I'm just gonna keep saying it, man, until it happens, you know? It's basically asking, what's the best, like, universal gun and stratagem support weapon? Best universal gun probably goes to, like, a Ruptor crossbow. Liberator, Penetrator, Scorcher, good choices. The Cookout shotgun, depending on the faction and what you're shooting at. There's quite a few good choices. It's kind of hard to say, like, what's the best for you, right? Like, statistically or meta-wise, I can tell you what the best is, but it's kind of hard. Like, the best overall support weapon would probably be autocannon, because it just works in the most situations. But, you know, depending on the job you're being asked to do, or you want to do, you got different options, right? Quasar is probably the best overall, like, AT weapon, other than recoils in some situations. Stalwart for, like, ad clear. You know, it's difficult. It's a difficult question to answer. Kind of depends on the job and what faction you're playing against. As an adjudicator main, I like how the attachment update brought it up a lot. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, there's a lot of little fine tunings that you can do to your weapons to just make it your own. This is what I was talking about. Like, this is why the attachment system is so good. It's like, you might not like a weapon for like this weird, or not weird, but like this one thing. But then you can change the attachments on it to personalize it. Because one person might not like the adjudicator for this reason, but another person might not like the adjudicator for that reason. And you can fine tune it to your liking. It's great. It's awesome. It's a great first step being added to this game, right? You know, obviously you hope that they continue to add more in the future. You think the lib pen is worth leveling? It kind of depends. Like, the adjudicator is like nice for like a more heavy hitting AR, but I think a lot of people would prefer the liberator penetrator just because it's like easier to handle. If that makes sense. So it's a bit of a difficult answer there.
Delivering payload.
Headed out, but I gotta tell you, I'm enjoying your streams. Thanks, man. Appreciate that, Goon. Well, I stream Helldivers basically every day, except for Mondays. And we will be checking out other games when the hype for HG2 dies down a little bit, but this is basically my main game. You like the gas guard dog? Oh, absolutely. But it needs to be fixed. Guard dogs, when they reload, are a little buggy right now.
Enemy patrol, east.
Rock and roll. Fleshhawks seem like absolute blow sponges. That's the purpose. But depending on the weapon you bring, they won't feel that way anymore. Hope you're doing well. I am. How you doing? New to the game, so just wanted to understand, are maps dynamic? They are procedurally generated. You can think of it as a bunch of puzzle pieces put together. You'll sometimes get a little bit of deja vu because you'll find a tile set that you like remember. But for the most part, every map will feel different because there's so many different variations. And then depending on the planet you're on, it'll be even more. What guns kill flesh bombs fastest? I have a YouTube video if you're interested in like a really deep dive on it, but the Eruptor, autocannon, laser cannon, flamethrower is pretty good. Yeah. Wasp, only like 4 shots of it. Heavy machine gun's not bad. MG43. Stalwart's pretty good. Takes about half a mag, but still fairly good if you take out the eyes. Get rid of these band tags. All right, fine. I got you. I'll add it for you, Teo. Just because you're the most annoying person I know. All right? Just because of that. That's how much I love you. Cheers, big nuts. Like, I can't tell if that's supposed to be a compliment or a diss. Is that... What is that supposed... What is that statement? I don't speak Aussie.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Also, if you want to find a POI, do I need to explore the whole map? Or is it like points of the map I need to check and go there? What kind of POI? Are you looking for a specific POI or... POIs are kind of like randomly placed throughout the map, right? As you explore, you'll find them, right? Sometimes you'll find a LiDAR station, which kind of highlights the entire map and tells you where everything is.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Serious Moose, thank you for the 2 months, tier 1. Sorry I missed that. I think I was talking or something while I came through. My bad. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I apologize. You press 5 twice and reload the guard dog manually. Supposedly it will fix it from flying away. All that 5 does is it sends it back to you. It doesn't reload it. If you want to fix it, drop your guard dog, pick it back up. And then when it goes to reload, it'll only fly to that spot. Because the way it works is when it goes to reload, it flies all the way to the last spot you picked it up. So you'll watch. When I press 5 here, it flies to there, and it'll teleport to my back. Right? So technically you can use gas guard dog and AR-23 guard dog, but you need to drop your guard dog pretty consistently. If you don't want to do that, bring the laser guard dog. It's really good after the flame changes, so I highly recommend checking it out.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Melee general. So like I want to find green samples. Oh, you're trying to find samples. Basically every like main POI, side POI will have samples. Side POIs, like minor ones, will have samples located on them. But to find the purple ones, you're looking for this big, like upside down teardrop looking rock. And it's just randomly placed on the map. There will always be one. And you just, I tend to go to the center of the map, find some high ground and just look around. Or just like be diligent while you're walking around to like try and find it, right? It's kind of like a gray upside down teardrop with like white, you know, veins in it. It'll sometimes look a little bit more darkish depending on like if it's a bug map. But if you let people know that you're looking for it, they will help you. It's just sometimes you'll run into a team that's very high level and they might not need those samples anymore. So they might just ignore it or not be looking for it. Just let your teammates know that you're looking for samples. And then hopefully they'll also look for samples. Because you're coming to the game kind of late, some people just don't need samples anymore.
The victory for democracy.
I refer to the sample rock as a butt plug. Y'all gross.
Welcome aboard, Helga. We can never have mission coordinates.
Can I earn super credits without actually spending real money? Yes. So in the missions, you do, whenever you see those like yellow beams pointing into the sky, there's potentially super credits inside that pod when you walk up to it and interact with it. Also, there's these like shipping container boxes that are like orange, blue, and so on and so forth. You can throw a grenade or use certain support weapons or stratagems to open them up. And then there's 2 shelves. You can find super credits there. And there's also those buddy bunkers where you have to press both buttons and it closes the door or opens the door. They can also find super credits in there. You'll find them at 10 each. And you can like accumulate super credits over time. So if you wanted to, you could actually like never spend money on this game if you play enough and farm. Because like some people, they group together and all they do is look for super credits. They go to lower difficulties and just farm. Can you use a pistol or SMG while holding the flag? Nah, it's a melee weapon. Hopefully in the future it turns into like a kind of like a shield, you know? I feel like the flag would actually be a lot better if it counted as a backpack rather than a weapon. Do you know what I mean? So you almost carried around like it's a sorry guys. You carried around like it's a like a shield. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that would have made it better. You know what I mean? Flag's a reskin of the Lance. It's not exactly a reskin because it is longer. And there's some theories that it actually does do a little more damage. And it also has higher stagger force than the regular like melee weapons. But it largely is just kind of silly. But if it took up the backpack slot, I think honestly it would be a little bit better if they found some way to be able to like melee with it also. I don't know.
Hey guys, let's try and stay together.
They confirmed it was no longer than a stud lance. The model is longer, but it's same attack range. Oh, gotcha. Well, at least it's got the more stagger force.
You are leaving the mission area. Enemy patrol, east.
If only gave an aura? Yeah. I suspect that Arrowhead will most likely listen to the feedback and add it in a future patch. They've done that in the past when we fought in WARBONDs that were less than ideal. Headset. This is the HD 6XXs from Drop. Drop.com is like a kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's basically just like a website that partners with like brands and then sells like products on it. They're basically the HD 660s from Sennheiser, but cheaper. Same sound quality and stuff though. Timbered? No. Mass quantity pre-purchase. There you go. Thanks, soldier.
Package east. Package flyers.
Maybe. Beldruck, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Map, southeast, far.
I just think there's a lot of people that would love to have the flag in one hand and the pistol in the other or something like that. You know, someone was saying earlier, just like Space Marines 2. You know? I have an issue with getting bored of gameplay kind of quick. How do you mix it up? I'm constantly picking new stuff to play with. Now, obviously, I'm kind of cheating because this game is my job, and I have you wonderful people to talk to while I play. But it's constantly just changing how I play. New weapons, new stratagems. I'll change the tactics that I use. Swap up the difficulty, or not the difficulty, but like the factions. I try to not exactly play the same every time. Keeps the brain engaged. The worst thing you can do is like find your comfort zone and like just stick with it. Which will be fun for a while, but you'll eventually grow bored.
Calling down a sentry.
So sometimes like playing with stuff that you don't normally play with, or, you know. Yeah. It's a good support weapon to pair with the upper backpack. Flamethrower is very cinematic, and it works pretty well. Grenade launcher doesn't have much ammo, but works quite well because you can just shoot down as you're like flying high. Arc thrower for better angles, so the arc thrower kind of works better. AMR works pretty well because you get high ground. You get high ground with it, and then you can like snipe down at enemies. Something died near me. What the? Greetings from Germany. Greetings from Canada. You should make a flamethrower guard dog? That would be pretty goofy. Cover zone isn't quite good enough for difficulty 10. And that's okay. Like, you don't have to play on difficulty 10, right? I was like, hopefully those don't explode randomly. I was like, hopefully those don't explode randomly. Ah, fuck. Those damn barrels, dude. How do you rate the new gun? B+? I think the average score would be somewhere in the B+ range. It's fun. It's above average, I think, on most weapons. Like, I'd find myself using it more than, like, some of the ARs and, you know, Defender and stuff like that. Decent stopping power, good accuracy. Is there a place on Overseers that isn't medium armor? They don't have any medium armor other than their heads, so basically everywhere. It's only their helmet that is medium armor, Beldrick. So if you have a medium pen weapon, shoot their helmet. If you have a light pen weapon, pick a spot on their body and just keep shooting that one spot over and over. Usually chest is the best. Bug fixed? Yeah. The stratagem exploit is fixed. What's a good way of dealing with the Kama ships? Laser, barrages, mech. I'm too accurate? Yeah, if you have light pen and you're shooting at the helmet, they'll deflect. How many maps are there? I don't know how many map biomes there are in this game. Does anyone know? I don't know what the count is at the moment. It's upwards. It's like 12, I think. Procedurally generated. Sometimes they'll have cities, sometimes they won't. Wasp is very good on this front. Yeah. It's got its moments where it doesn't feel amazing, but for the most part, it feels great. How's the Knight with attachments? Semi-considering super persistent upgrade. The Knight has definitely had a big glow up because you can reduce the recoil quite a bit. And you can get the bigger magazine and stuff like that. A lot of people have been really enjoying leveling it up. It's probably still going to be somewhere in the B tier. Just because that archetype of weapon is, you know, not as strong. But, you know, it's a fun weapon. It's a very fun weapon. Thanks for the alert, Gwyn. I think most normal bugs and bots don't have medium armor, right? Yes. And even then, like a Devastator only has medium armor on its chest plate. So you can just pick a leg and shoot at that if you wanted to. For instance, the amendment is only 4 shots to a Devastator's leg to kill it. And if a Devastator loses its leg, it immediately dies. Medium pen is not as necessary as some people on Reddit may make you think. it's a nice quality of life, but light pen weapons can absolutely be fine. You just might not be able to use them in as wide of a range as light pen weapons, right? You might need to augment your loadout a little bit to make sure you have medium pen somewhere else. Either in your support weapon, which they typically do, or something along those lines. But I personally think that's okay. It's not that hard to find medium pen or heavy pen somewhere else. The game really needs a game tab about the enemies. That's one where I like go back and forth on, Edric. This game is trying to like do like an older style of game where they on purpose like they want you to discover it for yourself. And I kind of understand where they're coming from because I really enjoyed starting to play this game because every time I dove and fought new enemies, I was constantly learning something new about them. Where to shoot, where not to shoot, right? What tactics works, what tactics didn't work. And I feel like that's sometimes lost in modern games because there's always these guides everywhere on YouTube or, you know, in-game, or there's like a glowy bit that you just like, that's where you shoot. Because for the most part, the game does provide a lot of information for you to figure things out for yourself. It's not 100%. You won't learn everything from just in-game. Some systems are pretty hidden, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think at least a bestiary to like tell you lore or like maybe give you hints would be cool. But to some extent, you know. Do they fix guard dogs? No. But remember, you can still use the laser guard dog. It's fine. Is bayonet on your primary for show? No, you can use it. When you melee, the more you dive up front, the more your bestiary explains the game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want the game to be like, hey, shoot here, personally. I like the idea of, like, learning as you go. I gotta tell you, it was very rewarding as a player when the game first came out and nobody knew what the fuck we were doing. And just, like, discovering things as you go. It feels so much better than playing Destiny and just like, you know, well, the game told me to shoot here, so I shot there. Our creators has done a similar thing where they don't tell you where to shoot, right? But you kind of learn where to shoot by shooting them. And it's very fun. I like it when the game doesn't hold my hand in that regard. But I understand that not everybody's like me, right? So I get it. But I think that's where YouTube guides and stuff like that come in. That's where I come in. I'll tell you where to shoot. You ever see your weak spots change? No, no change. I used to hit them regularly by having a rough time since the beginning of the MMO. Yeah, no difference. Basically, they have like armor that breaks. It's light armor. And then when it breaks, they then have no armor, so just keep shooting that same spot. If you have medium pen, shoot their head, because that's the fastest way to kill them if you have medium pen. You hold my hand in HG2? Kinda. Remember when everybody's trying to figure out how to kill chargers? Yeah. It was hilarious. was good times, man. Remember when everybody was convinced there was a cheek shot for Ball Titans? I do. It drove me fucking insane, proving that there wasn't. People were gaslighting me every day. I've been trying to go for the shoulder joints and medium pen. The only time you should do that is for the harvester. Remember, shoot that horizontal bit. People kept telling me, nah, dude, you just suck with the railgun, dude. You just keep missing the cheek. That's why you're not one-shotting them. You just fucking suck, bro. No, it turned out it was a PS5 host bug, but, you know. Isn't there a toe shot for harvester? Their toes are technically weak, yeah. Maple first. The word dimples. Oh my god. Remember a few weeks ago somebody discovered you just shoot a factory strider in the foot with the recoils and it just dies every time? Yeah. Stomach, eye, or toe with the recoils. Sometimes the foot's kind of in the ground, so eye or stomach might be a little bit easier or better. Which armor do you prefer taking on the aluminum front? Light armor for sure. I feel like the mobility is very useful. But because of the attachment system, I've been messing around with primary so much, so I've been using the siege ready armor a lot. But typically, if I'm like kind of being more try-hard, the medic armor is particularly great. Yes, yes. Recoils kills a factory strider in one shot if you hit their stomach, like where the doors are, the toe, or the eye. Is your light medic armor? It is. It's in the superstore. It's like page 9 or something. If you remind me, I can show you. It's probably the armor that I've used most in this game is that one. That's so cool, watching it fall down over there.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Liberty smiles.
A friend of mine refuses to die with that light medic armor, and honestly, I can't fault him. Reminds me of Independence Day. No. Damn, we missed a Seif? That sucks.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Doom, 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 doom. Sorry, I was just reading some messages. What are we doing? Oh yeah, super sorry. I think it is that one. It's technically a little bit higher and slower than other armor, but it's negligible. You will, I'd find it very hard for you to be able to notice the difference between light armor and this. They're just so similar. But yeah, there it is. We make solo progress. We're not supposed to win here, Eljab. We're supposed to lose. The Illuminate forces are too powerful. They are pushing us back. All we are doing is delaying the inevitable. I think I have 3 tabs. Restart your game. Feel the same way about the Enforcer armor. Feels the same as heavy to me. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It feels pretty similar. It's like halfway in the middle, right? It's a little bit heavier than, you know, light, but it's a little bit lighter than heavy. Or sorry, it's a little heavier than medium. That's a little lighter than heavy. Doesn't sound very patriotic, soldier. What do you mean? That's just being real to myself. That's real patriotism. Fighting to the bitter end. I feel safe. SUG Night has some insane attachments. It feels a lot different. No recoil, yeah. No recoil, insane staple gun. Really hope for the Killzone stuff to come back. Yep. They're still working on it apparently, so there's just some issues. I may have to get Super Season Edition just for that. Even to bring cross progression in? Yeah. It's sad that there still isn't.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Pulling equipment package.
Oh yeah, the attachment system has been like a, it's essentially a buff patch, you know? It's essentially a massive patch to like underperforming weapons, and definitely it seems like they focused on underperforming weapons for more attachments, which is good.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Be nice if they gave 1K super credits to Super Season Edition instead of WARBOND. Many believe that that's actually what's happening. There were some changes recently to the Steam DB page or something like that of Super Season Edition, so people think that they're making some alterations to it. Now, that being said, if you already have Steeled Veterans, before buying Super Season Edition, you can contact support and they will give you 1,000 super credits. You've been able to do this since the game came out. Now, I don't know how long that offer is for, like if you could do it like super retroactively, like if you you know, had this situation happen 6 months ago, can you still do it? But I do know that this is a thing you can do.
Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Whoa, that shift and run was extremely close. Holy fuck. Only sights is attached on the double sickle, nothing else. It's possible in the future we might get something for it, you know? Some weapons definitely, you know, you hope that they return back and, you know, see if they can add some stuff.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting orbital.
Whereabouts do you contact them? I don't have the website off the top of my head, but it's like basically just HT2 support. Helldivers 2 support.
Found something.
Or maybe someone in chat can direct you to exactly what the
Democracy delivered.
website would look like. Guard dog, has it been fixed? That's a question mark? No, it's not.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down a sentry. Aiming in an eagle.
Yeah, exactly what incorrectly spelled Steve is saying. Basically, you know, depending on our feedback, there's a lot of stuff that they would like to add,
Requesting sentry.
right? And expand it further, right? What's the issue with guard dogs? Exclamation mark dog bug? It should work on YouTube, the command that is. I mean, it sounds like they could. That could be a thing.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Requesting sentry. Supplies.
Gotta love the jets.
Illuminate.
So cool.
Northwest, 200 meters.
As you guys see, you didn't want to do the command, but essentially, when your guard dog, other than laser guard dog, but I can force it here, tries to reload, it'll fly to the place you first picked up the guard dog. But you can reset that location by dropping and then picking back up the guard dog. They haven't fixed this. So whenever your normal guard dog goes to reload, it'll go all the way back to originally where you picked it up. You know, you can still use the gas guard dog or Air 23 guard dog, but obviously, you know, you constantly have to be dropping your guard dog unless you're just willing to accept that, you know, it's not going to shoot very often. Does he die easily to a revolver? 2 mags? Give or take a couple bolts.
Outpost cleared.
Ah. Melee wasn't worth it. The melee wasn't worth it.
Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry.
Does he die so easily from revolver? Yes, he does. What button on PC recalls the guard dog? 5 key.
Found something.
Down on the D-pad on controller. Another one. Damn.
Requesting sentry. Calling in a hell bomb.
Got a lot of them. What up, Bert? How are you?
Request approved. Reinforcements
Hell
have
bomb.
been launched.
Clear the area.
Liberty dispensed.
Requesting sentry. Found something.
Hi, Annie.
Close. Requesting orbital. Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far. Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Any vibes to be had? All the vibes. So just me, or does the aluminum weapon change-ups, charge-up sound have like the same pitch as the real samples? I'm not sure.
Tagging location. Northeast.
I'm not sure if I follow.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry. Illuminate west. 50 meters.
What's the difference between this nade and the cinder nade? So this nade, when you throw it out, it does... Did you hear that for a second there? it does a damage proc based on like the sparklers itself. And then it also lights enemies on fire. So it does like double duty for damage over time, right? That damage proc is also like higher than AP3. So it'll light enemies on fire and it will do like damage over time, right? You'll kind of hear it when I stand next to it. Do you hear that? Like I was getting hit by a fuckload of like projectiles almost. So essentially it's like spraying out projectiles as it spins around and those do damage, which are AP5. And then it also lights enemies on fire, right? So it does even more damage over time. And then it explodes for not that much damage. It's only 50 damage. But it can also, you know, deal with like bug holes and stuff like that. And you get 6 of them. When you go to resupply, at the team resupply, you get 3 back. So you'll go from 2 to 5 when I go over to this. So it's honestly, it's kind of a slept on nade, I think, at the moment. A lot of people when reviewing it, I think, were too harsh on it. And especially with the flame buffs and how good flame weapons are now, it's a very like solid nade, like B plus A minus kind of thing. Wonder how they're doing bots. It's actually fairly like a group of Devastators, throw it in the middle of them, Devastator will die. Like very consistently. You know, I don't know if you're going to be really killing a Hulk with it, but like for Devastators and stuff, it's quite good. What's the flame buff? Basically, the larger the enemy, the more flame damage they take. So for instance, you can kill a Harvester quite easily with fire now. Because they're very large and don't actually have that much total HP. Ball Titans take a large amount of fire damage as well. Chargers. Yeah. Yes, it can streetlace, yes. Fire scales with size, essentially, yeah. That's how they explain it to us, and it does work like that in practice. I can throw 2 of these nades at the feet of a Harvester, and he'll die. So you just like throw it between the feet of a Harvester, and it does a dumb amount of damage to them. Oh my god, they're so accurate. Chill. I'm back on my blood. An all fire build is actually like not meme at all anymore. It's a very serious build. Only noticing now that's light armor. The one that I'm wearing now? Yeah. Laser guard dog now better than the regular against squid. Well, it's hard for me to test that because the regular guard dog is bugged right now. So I'll be able to answer that, you know, more accurately when they fix it, but probably because flesh mobs are such a big obstacle for the harder difficulties of Illuminate, the laser guard dog is significantly better versus flesh mobs than the AR-23 should be. Have you tried Flame Sentry? Of course. Flame Sentry still has its problems of not having much HP. The range is quite low. It's very susceptible to damage. Like, if you don't support it, it dies very easily. I still want it to be, like, tankier. It doesn't have any stag or anything like that, so largely it's just kind of a worse Tesla tower or, like, you know, machine gun sentry. It's definitely better with the flame changes, but I don't think it's enough for me to be, like, raving about it. It still needs other changes, in my opinion.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
I can imagine Flesh Mobs making the AR dog like a inability because like popping heads on the vote list. Now, that being said, if you have a loadout that is very good at killing like Flesh Mobs already, the AR-23 is better at killing Overseers and better at killing voteless. And the way the AR-23 picks its targets, it picks, or like guard dogs in general, they go from the lower end of the spectrum to the higher spin. So they will always shoot at a voteless first before an Overseer for the most part. Right? There's some weirdity there depending on like line of sight and stuff, but for the most part it follows that structure of like low end enemies to high end enemies. So the AR-23 guard dog would still be very good if you like fucking hate Overseers, for instance, you know? And then if you bring in a Ruptor, Flesh Mobs are already dying so easily, it doesn't really matter, so yeah. I didn't know that about the target priority, that's cool. Yeah, that's why they're sometimes annoying on Predator Strain, because the Predator Strain is actually a pretty high tier enemy. Your guard dog will largely ignore the Predators if there's other enemies around. Do you think turrets should be able to damage themselves? Yeah, if they're explosive. Yeah. Like, if an enemy is close enough and they're explosive, I feel like they should be able to hurt themselves. It's probably like a balancing point kind of thing. Just makes sense, honestly. But like a flame turret putting itself on fire? Nah, probably not. I'm pretty sure at the moment it doesn't, if I'm not mistaken.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Turok. When's that Turok remaster coming out, or remake? I'm excited to see how that game is. I didn't play any of the Turok games as a kid. I like dinosaurs, so I'm kind of excited for that. When the hell is that coming out? Anyone here play Turok games when they were younger? Turok 2 as a kid? Yeah, I didn't play any of them. At least I don't think so. Maybe I did and I don't remember. I haven't heard Turok in years. They're making a new one, so, or like they're remaking it, and it's Saber Interactive, the guys who made Space Marines 2, so I'm kind of excited. I hope it's good. Play as a kid. Gotcha. I was way too young to be good at it. Yeah, I mean, they put out a trailer for it. Turok.
Landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Location. Southwest. Never mind.
Shut up, YouTube. I don't fucking care about your ads.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Today you've gone another a long climb.
Like, I'm down. That looks fucking sick. Like, I didn't play any of them as a kid, but like, dude, that looks awesome, right? Like, I'll be playing that. It looks pretty sick. I don't know. So, yeah. We'll see. I hope it's good. I mean, it's made by Saber Interactive, so they've done a good job in the past about like redoing games, like remaking them. Like, look at Space Marines 2. Space Marines 2 is essentially a remake of the first game with some additional stuff. So if they were able to like capture what is Turok while also bringing it into the 21st century, that's fucking sick, right? I guess it was already in the 21st century, but you know what I mean. So it's cool. I'm excited for it. It's probably gonna be Unreal 5. It did show an Unreal symbol at the very start there. Is it multiplayer? It should be. If I remember correctly, the originals were, and I would find it hard to believe it's not. But I guess I can look real quick. What does it say? Turok Origins. TurokOrigins.com. So they're announcing it for all platforms, basically. Fight against enemies, unleash. Well, they show multiple players here, so I'm assuming. Unleash your arsenal, unlock DNA powers, epic story across Lost Lands. I don't know. That was cool. I'm hoping I get some kind of access to it or something so I can show you guys it. Be cool. 3-person game, I'd imagine. Which game was that, Swizzy? It's crazy they went with third person instead of FPS. I don't think it is. I think it's very much a choice. The more casual community loves third person. A lot of people are tending to go third person when it comes to shooters nowadays. You can make a game far more cinematic that way. And if it's a PvE game, it's kind of understandable, I honestly think. Like, just go third person. It usually works out better. Stratagem Hero, quick? Dude, I'm terrible at it. I've played it a total of 10 times. Not as immersive. It's definitely not as immersive, but it's more cinematic, right? So for a game that's like a third-person co-op game like that, like, I don't know. I think it fits better. But if you're talking like Stalker, yeah, I want it to be as immersive as possible, you know? Hey, Annie, you okay? Darktide, Vermintide work well for me. Yeah. And then they fit their niche, right? Darktide and Vermintide are great. But they're definitely like a more hardcore experience. And I think the perspective also fits with that. PvP games, first person all day. Third person PvE games, kind of prefer it at times. I do also like both. But in a PvE game like that, I think third person just works really well. Extraction shooters and new BRs? Oh, they absolutely are. But the thing is that BRs were more popular. Extraction shooters are more niche. Like, extraction shooters are so much more niche than BRs. But maybe that's going to change with Arc Raiders. I don't know. I think Arc Raiders is going to be a fucking smash success. Even though it's a PvP game and I'm like, PvP games, third person, ugh. I don't know. That game is just so fucking good that I'm like, all right, fine. Fine.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
One of the biggest mods for Village was third person mod. A lot of people need it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with Turok Origins. I mean, the game, like, I trust Saber. Saber Interactive is very good at making games. They're not a shit company. They're honestly, like, one of my favorite like AA studios at the moment. So, we'll see. I'm pretty hopeful. Pretty hopeful. I could see them doing a good job. You know, although the live service model of Space Marines 2 has not been my liking, I feel like they're a little too slow to release things, honestly. And when they do release things, it doesn't have a very satisfying pull for me to play more. But regardless of that, you know, Space Marines 2, very good game. Wait. That's a silly bug. I don't think my teammates can see them, probably. Well, T-pose action. It's funny. They're speaking to their god. It's probably because I, like, spawned in while they were dying or some shit. Oh, they're already gone. Probably lag. Yeah, something like that. Love third-person squad-based shooters. Space Marines 2, Outriders, Aliens, Fireteam, World War Z. Of course, yeah. Yeah, just, I don't know. When it comes to PvE games, I tend to prefer third-person. But that's not to say that, like, they have to be third-person. But I guess I'm not surprised that, like, the older enjoyers of Turok are like, well, that's a decision. Yeah, I'm not a fan of long nails. Whenever I see long nails on a woman, I always think of, like, Edward Scissorhands or, like, you know, chalkboard, like, screeching, you know? Nah. Pass. Big pass, bro. My skin crawls in a way. Like, it's, I don't know. And then the women that, like, you know, do the, you know what I mean, on a table. Oh, God, dude. I'll pass, bro. That just makes my skin crawl thinking about it, you know? I'll pass. No, thanks. But, like, Annie's nails are, like, medium. Like, they're not short, but they're not long. I think they're good in between, Annie. Show my friend's nails. Like, that's too long. Like, that's not extremely long, but that's too long. You know? That's too long. I hate the spiky ones. Ugh. Just gonna poke your butt, Swizzy. What the fuck? I'm not fucking reading that. It's also expensive to get the extensions, I can imagine. Breaking a nail is probably easier as well. Those aren't just long nails, those are sharp as fuck. Yeah, true. Yeah. My wife is really into nails, and thankfully her taste is normal. I like that. Normal. Oh boy. How are you still alive? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Is this guy still alive? Oh my god. Oh god. I'm taking a huge risk there. That guy's just gonna snipe me. This is definitely a harvester variant. Holy shit, another one? Is there an exploit right now where people can spawn multiple of everything? Not anymore. It got patched a couple hours ago. Ooh! That was close.
Requesting air support.
Outpost clear.
Played a couple matches with this dude who kept like playing Erica whenever I did the new emote.
One step closer to mission completion.
I don't think he knows I was German. I don't think I understand the reference here. The marching song? Oh, that's what it's called? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. Do you think they're cooking more squids? Well, in the PlayStation blog, they very much alluded to the fact that there's a big ship we have not seen yet. So, my guess is probably we might see that when they invade Super Earth or sometime afterwards. You know, similar to when we saw the, Factory Strider after release, Like, we are definitely missing a Factory Strider level enemy on the Illuminates, so I think there's a fairly good chance we might see something like that. Shadow drop shriekers, exactly. So we'll see. We'll see when they're planning on, like, unveiling that. There's the Illuminate that is. So we'll see. Sounds cool. Big ass carrier or something like that. Who knows? And before anyone says anything, don't you dare spoil it. There are spoilers around. Don't you dare fucking spoil it. Yes, I've looked at them.
Here comes the cavalry.
Don't be that guy. Hey, Paul, you played that already, probably. What the hell are you talking about? Played what? Ooh! Ooh! Anyone else prefer the old HMG sound? I kind of like that this one has a lower note, but I kind of know what you mean. It was louder before. Like, it doesn't seem like it has as much thud or like thump to it because it's quieter. But at the same time, I like the lower note rather than the higher note. It's like higher caliber, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't sound Daka Daka, it sounds Dugga Dugga. That's funny. I don't think Maple's the kind of guy who uses a coaster. What the hell? I do use a coaster. I have a giant mouse pad that's my coaster. Like, I have one of those like desk mats. That's my coaster. Purchase these water rings on furniture. Whoa, 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 whoa. If it's on like wood and stuff, nah, I use a coaster. But on my desk? Nah, dude, I have a giant mouse pad for that and I just wash it. It is a coaster. It's true he annoys me. How do I annoy you? What? He eats chips in bed. One time! Oh my god.
Requesting air support.
Crazy. One time. I woke up to get a snack. I got some chips, brought them back to bed. I was eating them in bed. Annie was unhappy. Not happy at all. Nah, I actually don't eat in bed. It was really rare. I don't know why I did it. One time lives forever in a world's mind, a woman's mind. True. They never forget. They have impeccable memory when they want to. Eating in bed is comfy if you're careful. Yeah. I was being careful. I had a bowl. I had the bag. I was pouring the bag into the bowl. It's great. It's comfy as fuck. I think I was just too tired to like stay in the kitchen and eat them, I'll be honest. Bro thinks he's a Roman with his couches. Feed me grapes, woman. Sometimes he talks like he's awake too. Or what do you mean? Am I talking in my sleep? Oh no. Thanks for the 20 gifted snore. I think last week I was like, huh? That's funny. I'm just a yapper in my sleep as well. Isn't that just correct? Currently enjoying some juicy fat strawberries. Ooh, nice. In bed? Just say yes, it'll be funnier.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Thanks for the lyric, Mazcat Riesel. Seen Clay's exploit for quick grinding weapons on bot eradicates? Are you just talking about like just doing them as fast as possible and going to the next mission? Like just the strategy of doing that? I don't really need to. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, have I seen his? No. But I know just doing short missions as fast as possible will be the best XP per hour. Absolutely. Just like it was when we were leveling up and people were only doing eradicates with fucking mortars. Color me surprised. They're finishing in 2 minutes each. Yeah, makes sense. Shooting down drop ships and one-shotting all the enemies, bringing lasers and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Not surprising. Kind of lame. I feel like I get bored of it really fast, but I'm sure it's exciting for some people to see how fast they can go, you know? But it's cool how fast you can go, you know? And some people have limited time, so I get it. It's the same strategy other people I've seen use that are very competitive about XP in this game. There are quite a few people that care quite a bit about XP. Show the XP, buddy. So a lot of them just do eradicate missions or blitz missions on repeat. Just so they can get a higher total XP so they can compete with other people. That's lame. Whoa, a Cabanera team. We got collapsed. Can we stop it? No! Oh my god, there's a stupid rock in the way. I gotta get closer, gotta get closer! I got it. Oh my god, I got close enough. Jesus. That fucking rock, dude. I was close. I was really close. Oh, I just got a clap. What the fuck? You remind me of comedian Andrew Santino. I've heard that. I think if we weren't streaming this every day, we would do it. Sorry, do what? They did that one mission for hours, max level, and then complained about the game being boring. Yep. Quickly leveling weapons? I don't know. That's not usually how I play games, Annie. Why is somebody reviving me? I don't understand. Do they hate me? Weird. Running the +2, pass with pyros, spy backpack, absolutely chugging. Nice. Sounds fun. What up, Kiweed? How are you? Holy fuck. Well, that's scary.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Falcon 1 beginning ascent.
I pressed spacebar a couple times there, Edric. Or Edric. Edric. Didn't get anything. No respawn. I don't know. I was there when I don't even realize. Yeah, I mean, I do that sometimes too. But if you hit spacebar, I'll hear that ping usually. You know? Amendment level 25. Sheesh. Well, now do we level up? Pretty much at the moment, it's like, do we finish Reprimand? The Knight. Scythe. Spray and Pray. Or Breaker. Cinder Breaker also, pretty high up there. So, there's a couple options, man. Counter Sniper's also there. I'm not sure. I don't know what I want to level up. I think I'll avoid the ARs a little bit longer. Spray and Pray looks fun. Yeah, there's some cool upgrades you can do. I'll mostly probably be going for like more ergonomics. And then I'd probably go full choke. Probably keep drum mag. I'm not sure. I think it would depend on total ammo. Which one has the best total ammo? Doing breaker and it slaps. I know a lot of people have been running breaker. Scythe for the absolute, like, curveball. Then we can test out these magazines. Full choke, you say? I'd probably just keep that scope on it. I don't know. Very, very curious on what I should do. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. Ripman already leveled? It's a little bit. I already put 12 on it. I already put 12 on it. Yeah, I mean, there's not much I'd really do at this point to upgrade it any further. It'd probably just be like muzzle brake, and then, or sorry, compensator, and then maybe the flashlight attachment, and then I'd probably put the tube on it. They did fix the bug. If you load up the delivery carbine, no, I'll probably wait to do that one. Dude, the diligence, the regular diligence, that's boring, dude. Blech. Put the ones you want on a wheel and spin it. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know, man. There's so many good options. It's tough. It's tough. Looks like he's have a seizure. Yeah. Which the Seiko got some magazine grips. I think it's just because the Seiko's already so good in many respects, so they want people to try out the Scythe. Which is why it got some interesting ones. Wheel of names. Alright, fine. We'll do a wheel of names. The master of RNG gets to decide. Alright, so Scythe. Alright, next one would be, which one did we say? We said Scythe. Inside breaker. Spray and pray? Yeah. Spray and pray. Breaker. Rep. Night. And then DCS. Alright. How the fuck do I roll this thing? Click to spin. Oh my god, Spray and Pray just barely won there. Holy. Holy. Alright, Spray and Pray it is. Laser sight with flashlight. Like, it's fine probably. No choke I would rather have. To actually save it. I don't like that. Like, you hit the save button and it actually doesn't save. Alright. All right, spray and pray time. What's a duckbill on a gun? It basically squashes the pellets, so it like goes a little more like linearly. What did the knight get? Extended mag, lots of recoil reduction. Good old RNG was the deciding factor there.
Upon which anvil shall freedom's hammer fall, Helldiver?
You going for the duck build? No, I took it off. Cause at base the game already has a duck bill for the spray and pray, but I never truly liked the duck bill on that gun, so.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
The game right now, the dude is like barraging with the 380. Ah, shit. So they found some other way to do it, maybe? Or he hasn't patched his game yet. So he's managed to continue playing without it being patched. Which would be unfortunate. Which would be unfortunate.
Allied destroyer joining squad. Deploying Helldiver.
Boo, nerf muscles. The muscles are fine. I'm already regretting not doing the Incinerator Breaker. God damn, those guys take forever to kill with the spray and pray. That is crazy. Spray and pray shoot faster? It is. It shoots about 10% faster than a regular breaker. Shoots faster, has more ammunition. It's the main factors of why you'd pick it, maybe. Uses birdshot? Not anymore. It uses regular rounds now. The description says birdshot, but they changed that after like the first like month of the game. The durable damage is, I believe, less than a regular shotgun, but it still does the same normal damage. So versus those guys, it would be pretty similar. Man's name is Huge Yeet. Change the wasp sound? Did they? Doesn't it sound the exact same to me? Wait. Is it actually different? It sounds the same to me. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts on it. We'll see. I mean, I'm already not liking it, so that's not a good start. I don't think the wasp sounds any different. Ah, shit. Hopefully that's close enough. Nope. I did a while ago, to be fair. I didn't really use it the last couple days. Are we talking about the sound?
Tagging location. Northeast. Marking location.
To the new nade? Oh, yeah. It's pretty damn good. It's kind of impressive. Or it's better if I just like go for a leg shot. Is that close enough? Yes. Be cool if we can enter the void ships. I mean, that's what a squid would say. Wanting to go inside our enemy's ships. That's what they mind control us. Is that the breaker? No, it's spray and pray. Question. Did armor bonuses for ergonomics or weapon apply after attachments bonus? Where to put? I believe it's after Gex. So of course, like if you change your weapon to have a bunch of extra ergonomics, you then put on peak physique, it gets even better. Bunch of squid sympathizers. That's what I'm saying, dude. How dare you suggest I'm a fill? Hey, you're the one want to go inside their ship. Kind of sus, bro. Damn, flew way too fast. Squids have infiltrated YouTube. Mm-hmm. I mean, after that demonetization, man, I agree. Those damn squids. Come on. The diminishing returns on Argo? Yeah, of course. Eventually, it doesn't really matter what the Argo is. Fuck! Alright, I don't have any grenades. That sucks. Super wasp. Gotta look for grenades. Using the projectiles to chase interlopers as they strafe away. Next run. It's consistent behavior. Wait. I've seen the wasp projectiles chase interlopers as they strafe away and hit them as they turn around. Is that consistent behavior? I haven't seen that yet. That's pretty funny though. Does it work if you walk right up to the door? No, because you can't track the ship like extremely close. At least I couldn't get it. Maybe if I'm like low enough here.
Surprise, motherfucker.
See that? Like it's like it doesn't
Flame
work, doesn't
away.
work. Good morning. It's very awkward. It's like can't be too close, can't be too far.
Sending in an eagle.
Should let me. It's like very. It's like, why isn't it working now? I can't. Even, I don't even know why it's not working. I think the tracking point's lower. That's why. It's lower.
Another step towards galactic
It's not. I don't know, man.
You may
It's fucking weird. I don't have any fucking grenades. Welcome back, Thorax, to the Tier 3 15 months. God damn, dude. Appreciate you. Zanny okay? She's okay. Be nice to know if, like, fire off 2 shots that, like, treating, not have to worry about the next pass. Yeah, I guess that's just, like, skill. You know, you'll start to learn if they're going a certain angle, if it will continue going or not. Could wait and see, I guess.
Outpost clear.
requesting air support.
Tagging location. East. Reinforcing. Heavy. South. 50 meters.
He really just said skill issue. This guy's ego. Iris.
Calling down a support weapon.
Luminous. Southeast. 100 meters.
Dude, I don't know if I want to continue leveling this weapon. God, I feel like I'd rather use the fucking Constitution, dude. Because at least Constitution, I'd be able to hit him in the fucking head.
Let's dig orbital.
This is kind of miserable. I don't know, man. Go cookout? No, that'd be a really boring weapon to level up. I'll probably do Incendiary Breaker. Because at least I could take advantage of the fire.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Looking at like 1 magazine per fucking... per fucking dude. I don't know. Does new emote also speed up the flag? I have no idea. I'll let someone else test that. What's wrong with the cookout? Nothing. It just didn't get many interesting upgrades, so it'd be a boring upgrade. Because it's already so good, I guess they didn't want to give it more upgrades. I mean, I thought it'd be a bit better. I mean, if I was doing bugs, it would be a bit better. Less HP on the average enemy. And, like, it does okay against, like, boatless, but... yeah, I feel like I would rather use, like, regular breaker and incendiary breaker and level those up.
Sending in an eagle.
Taking half a mag per overseer if I get lucky is kind of crazy. And then, like, dealing with that guy, dude, I am not killing that guy with spray and pray.
Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters. Requesting fortification. Requesting air support.
You may proceed to
Sending
extraction.
in an eagle.
Flamebreaker gets a damage boost and a mag boost. What? It has the same magazine. Essentially. Interlopers need a nerf? They need a buff, dude. They're way too easy to kill. Try it against bugs, predator bugs. Just die when they see it. See what? Context. Find a way to stop music. Yeah, you just keep requesting the same song. I think that's the second time you've requested that. It is something. It says something about like requiring YouTube Premium or something.
Hell's bomb armed. Clear the area. Found something.
Was it better to focus recoil over ergo? Over ammo when you customize a weapon? Any tips? Well, it's very much personal preference. I know you might not be satisfied to hear that response, but it's like everyone will have a different, you know, recommendation on what like amount of ergonomics they prefer, right? Like personally, my cutoff is like I need a weapon to have at least 35 ergonomics. Anything higher than that, I stop giving a shit about ergonomics unless I literally can't get any benefit. Recoil-wise, I tend to crouch when I shoot, so vertical recoil doesn't really affect me, or horizontal. So usually when I'm picking my perks, it's like ergonomics first, and then probably mag, and then I'll look at recoil if I, you know, find the weapon is like kicking too much. But most weapons in this game don't have that much recoil. What weapon is that? Seems good. It's the shit and pray.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Should go help the teammate. You can learn to control recoil, you can't control ergo. I mean, you can, and there are ways to control it. I mean, peak physique is a great example of that. Similar to like just changing your armor for recoil reduction. But ergo is honestly not as important of a stat as I think some people make it out to be. After like 40 or so, the diminishing returns is so great that like, you know, you just gotta find that point in which ergonomics is like less important, right? Wish I had an auto fire mod for the Dominator. I'm too old to click. Put it in burst fire. You have to do like a quarter of the amount of clicking. Pretty useful answer to my opinion. I'll keep that in mind. 35 ergo. It's 35 you said? Yeah, I say 35, but like everybody will be different. Maybe 35 is too low for you, and you know it'd be better if you had higher. Right? I'm not sure what works for you, right? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this thing. I think even with a full choke, I don't know if I would like it. Hard to say, though. Full choke would definitely improve things, but that's a lot of levels to use this thing for. I think I might just save this struggle bus for later. Jesus. Did he finish it? No, he didn't. And they're departing. That's annoying as fuck. Our damn teammates just ditched us.
Extraction complete. Falcon 1 beginning ascent.
But just remember, ergonomics has like huge levels of like diminishing returns.
Victory was never in doubt.
Huge amounts of diminishing returns. It will feel good getting like that first like 20 when you're starting out a weapon that's like quite low, but very fast you will stop seeing the benefits of it. Right? It's the drag speed. When you change direction with your reticle, how fast does it take for your weapon to align with your reticle? Right? Crazy. New Warbond worth? Estimation mark Warbond. You check out my YouTube video. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save spray and pray for later. I don't know. I googled it. Peak physique gives you 30. That makes sense.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Cause like, I guess you can get half choke immediately. Do we continue? Do we give it another go? Ah, shit. We do unlock half choke literally immediately. God damn it, bro. I don't think you need a recoil reduction, honestly. I mean, I don't really care for a flashlight, I guess. I don't know. Would regular breaker with full choke be good? Yeah, absolutely. Regular breaker full choke would probably be the play. Just like how I assume that full choke spray and pray would actually be pretty decent. I don't expect it to be amazing. But, yeah. Final question, and I go back to Shadow Viewer. No worries. But do you handle both recoil the same way? What do you mean both recoil? Like vertical and horizontal? I mean, when you crouch in this game, you get a 30% reduction to recoil, both horizontal and vertical. So if you can try to get the muscle memory of like when you go to shoot your weapon, you crouch, it benefits a lot, right? I almost always crouch in this game when I'm shooting my weapon. Like it's very rare that I don't, and it's just muscle memory. I don't even think about it anymore, right? I just do it. And it's essentially the same as like the armor perk, right? Now the armor perk does give you a reduction in recoil, 30% while you're standing, crouching, or prone. It states crouching or prone only, but it does affect your standing as well. Thought it was only vertical. No, it affects horizontal as well. So going prone does help a lot, right? I don't know. Okay, I'll give it one more try, bro. At least we got half choke, you know? Not a full choke, it's a half choke. I'm lurking. Appreciate you. Ooh, he's using the new one. Ooh, level 50 and level 40? Oh my god. Gamers. Gamers. Well, obviously, I need to put on the last one, right? Nah, dude, who the hell doesn't put on? Who the hell doesn't put on hell button optimization? I can't not. You should give them a new PC. Who do you think I am? A fucking billionaire? Stingy. Okay, dude.
Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Still pretty big. What? No way, man. That's wild.
Sending down equipment package.
That was me, dude. I did that. Definitely not the laser. Hey, Paul. I'm still having Wildgate withdrawal. Dude. Yes. Next, you're gonna become an Arc Raiders enjoyer as well. And you're gonna be having withdrawal syndromes for that too. That'd be great. I'm a free bird. Swallowgate good? I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good. You know, especially if you're like a Sea of Thieves enjoyer. Like, I thought it was a good time. My primary concerns were more of they need to work on the balance. You know, the balance is definitely probably the hotly contested one that they need to work on. Okay, half choke has definitely made it more consistent at like one tapping boatless. Okay, that man just went on the wall. Nice. Get the fuck out of there, bro. That ain't working. So I'm already noticing half choke does improve the weapon's characteristics quite a bit. Oh my god. But my primary weakness is those fuckers. I'm getting a little bit stutter. Anyways, so Sea of Thieves. It's like Sea of Thieves, but like with a better progression system. And honestly just more interesting PvP. Like, I love Sea of Thieves, but the PvP can be pretty stale at times because just the lack of variety. And I found Wildgate to have some very interesting variety as far as like tactics on how to play out the game and the match, which I thought was nice. Right? Now, that being said, I think the skill ceiling on Sea of Thieves is probably higher overall. You know, being honest about it. Like, I think the FPS shooting of Wildgate is higher on average, but Sea of Thieves has like extremely high skill ceiling as far as cannons, right? But I think the game knowledge of Wildgate might be higher. There's a lot more complexity going on. There's a lot of like mechanics and like, you know, reading the map, scouting, playing off your enemies, deciding what equipment is good when, team perks, perks for you, things of that nature, right? There's a lot of that going on. And it's more so than like, there's more choices than just like in Sea of Thieves. It's more just like, you know, what weapon you're taking and then how, what tactics you're using. But yeah, there's a lot more going on as like cannons, what PvE objectives, stealing other people's equipment. They need to nerf teleport ship. Yeah, I was saying that what they need to do to that is like stop you from being able to teleport within an enemy ship or after combat. Like you can't teleport home from like PvP combat for like 10 seconds or something like that.
Objective critical stratagem available.
If they stop you from teleporting while within a person's ship, so you have to like get into their ship, take the cannon, and walk out with it, and be out of combat for 10 seconds, I think stealing is in a much more balanced state. It's too overpowered to walk into someone's ship, yoink a turret, and get out. Like that's like maybe 10 seconds, which is like that's kind of crazy. Yeah, sure, Black Eye. Yeah, that works. That works. I do think if you're engaged in PvP, it's really lame if you just teleport away mid PvP combat. Maybe that's just me, but I do think that's just lame in general. Like, finish out the fight, bro. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Finish the fight. If you win, you win. You lose, whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think that's, like, that controversial, honestly.
Sorry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
So. Yeah, really like the game. It's mostly just balancing, like I said. I think overall, I think the game's going to be great, honestly. It's very fun. And it's a nice take on Sea of Thieves.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I think 10 seconds is too long. Yeah, fair enough. You know, just a timer. I don't know what the timer should be, but, you know. I think in general, like... just the idea of, like, leaving combat mid-encounter is just lame. You know? And PvE combat, you should be able to leave at any time. I'm not saying, like, PvE combat you can't leave. I'm just saying PvP. I wish Sea of Thieves had more direct competition. Became so lazy. I think Wildgate will push Sea of Thieves to do more. I really do. Both from a PvP perspective and a PvE perspective. I agree that competition is good for these kind of games. And Sea of Thieves hasn't really interested me in a long time. Like, it's been a while since I've been interested in playing Sea of Thieves. And I love Sea of Thieves. I have like 500 plus hours, right? Like, I'm no slouch on that game. I got my Pirate Legend sales. You know, I never did any sweaty PvP though. I never went down that route. I more or less played just more casually with friends, but just grinded a lot. I feel like I'm just constantly out of grenades today. They removed the Legend sale advantage. The V? They removed the V? Oh, I'm never playing again then. I'm literally never playing again. I'm literally never playing again. Well, tough. If anything, they should have done the opposite. Make all sales like that. I played Arena. I don't really care for Arena. I played a couple, maybe 10 rounds or something like that. A 2K hours in and I can't play anymore. Buggy mess. Yeah, I mean, you... What? Why is it not... What the fuck was that? I was like deflecting all my shots for some reason on him. Weird. You've become the jaded gamer that I warned of, Squeezy. But you're more in the PvP camp of I can't take this game seriously. I was trying to take this game seriously. It's a buggy mess. I get it. Some of it is just baked in. So I don't know if they can really improve it. It's kind of just like how the game was kind of built. They would probably have to do some massive overhaul, and they probably kind of aren't really interested in doing that. And that's just the thing about Sea of Thieves, is that I don't think they ever had any intention to make it a competitive game, but it became a competitive game, and then they and then it's like the game can't support itself, right? Because it is a very competitive game from the people who play it, right? But the developers literally can't, you know, support that competitive side of the game, right? Destiny 2 had a very similar problem, right? Destiny 2 PvP was like, or Destiny 1 PvP is very just casual. But there's like this big PvP community that wants it to be more than that, but it was never fully serviced. You see the... No, I haven't seen the hook. Bringing up Destiny. He's so excited for the raid. Iris. Just talking about Sea of Thieves. Reese, did you know they nerfed my fucking sales? Reese is my PvP Sea of Thieves enjoyer. They nerfed the fucking sales, dude. As they show. What the hell? Do you know how much gold I paid for that? It's fucked up. This wants my sales nerfed. Finally, we can run goofy sales. I was just saying, dude, do the fucking PvP sales for all of them, you know what I mean? Like, just make all of them have a V to some extent. Brig is no longer the fastest in every situation. I kind of like that. Brigs were kind of OP in that regard. Like, if any ship should be the fastest, it should probably be the galley. Just because in order to get to that speed, it requires more effort. Sloop being fairly fast is kind of fair because it's like a two-player ship, one-player ship. And he subbed to the GOAT. I think she subbed when I hosted him the other day. See, Annie, I told you, Reese is a big Vendetta enjoyer. Told you, Annie. He's a nice guy. There's also a new, bigger ship now, bigger than the Galleon, with like a skeleton crew. Wait, what? I think Flesh knows them. Yeah, they know each other. That's actually hilarious, seeing that guy kill the Hellbomb and die himself. Love that. Is the spray and pray good? No. Is Reddit saying the spray and pray is good? I mean, the spray and pray has seen it glow up. I do think the full choke will help it, but do I think it's good? No. I still think it's a very mediocre weapon. It's the definition of mid to low end.
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcement budget running low. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Calling down
You can own Hulks combining pyro and quick shotting railgun.
requesting sentry.
You don't need the pyro to do that, but yeah, just shoot him in the eye. One tap them. What do you feel about the longevity with the primary upgrade system? I mean, they sound very interested as devs to add more attachments for us to upgrade in the future and to just expand the system in general. It's hard to know exactly what direction it'll go and what it'll do, but it does sound like they want to add more. Dagger's kind of insane now. That's what I'm trying to tell people, man. It's a sleeper pick. This sucks. Please blow up. Don't troll me. God damn it. It's trolling me. This is why I bring something other than grenades, man. So weapon customization? Good. Customization is good.
Tagging map, southwest, 300 meters.
Hope they add different ammunition types to the weapons. I hope the unique weapons like a crossbow do, but as far as like different ammunition types for like a spray and pray, no, that's what the Incendiary Breaker kind of is. But like for a crossbow, yeah, I mean that would be an interesting progression path. New grenade can? No, it can. It's just when you throw it in the door, sometimes it bounces out. So it's trolling me. Need more mission types? Yeah, the Illumina missions are pretty lame since you're getting less XP and there's only 3 of them. I was thinking of Dengara and he walks right in. There's the Dengara. Yeah, I gotta say I don't like this raid. I'm not surprised that I feel this way at all.
Found something!
I like to see the weapons simplified. I think it's fine the way it is. They're variations of it, chambered in different weapons. Gives you more things to change. Because there's so many more differences than just the ammo type signal between those 2 weapons.
Calling down a sentry!
So yeah, it's like bouncing out. You see that?
Requesting sentry! Requesting fortification!
Oh, I'm just getting bullied. Oh! No, I'm just gonna get bullied. I think I die here. God, this gun is ass. I missed my amendment already, man.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide.
No way, bro. How is that not blowing it up? I don't get it.
Reinforcements! Attack pack inbound! Calling
I'm just getting really unlucky. Usually it's not this bad. Jesus. Pain.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 50
Can't wait to fight on Super Earth. That'll be cool. Pain.
Thank you.
Annie.
Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
Hoping Super Earth has new mission types. I'm definitely hoping for at least new mission types. I suspect that the enemy will show up fairly soon. I don't know. Maybe Super Earth or maybe later. I don't know, but at least the new mission types. Only having the same 3 over and over on this planet or on all these planets is I think an oversight for sure. Just it's a really lame amount of like lack of variety, right?
Tagging map. East. Far.
I think it's far from coincidence, the dimension. To some extent, I think there's an element of marketing there.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
It's a primary breaker spray and pray. When do you think we'll fight on Super Earth? Probably Tuesday, when the ammo ends. Seems like they're tying it to that, maybe. Maybe that's what Mars is, but I think it's like sometime next week would be my guess. Do you have video of your favorite primaries and detachments? No, because we've only had the patch for like 2 days, so I've only been able to level like 2 weapons, brother. But like favorite primaries, yeah, I have a bunch of tier lists for before this patch. As far as attachments go, a lot of it will be getting ergonomics above 35, if not closer to 50, and then recoil typically doesn't bother me too much, so maybe like focusing on sight picture and magazine. Since I'm mouse and keyboard, recoil is usually not that big of an issue. The fuck just killed? Oh, my turret. Just has a perfect angle. 35 is a good breakpoint. For me, it is. I don't know if it is for you. Everybody will have a different one, and depending on if you're on controller or not, will feel different. Like, I don't know. But it is for me. As soon as I get to 35, I feel like I don't need peak physique anymore, and you know, it's not perfect handling, but it's at least good enough that it doesn't feel like I need to worry about it. Lower than 35, I feel like peak physique is still, you know, quite necessary.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Fist guard dog? Nope.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Laser guard dog is just unaffected.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Requesting orbital.
Oh shit, Steve. Well, I hope it doesn't hurt too much, man.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
The hell brought a mortar? Jesus.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
I ran the new armor for a day yesterday. I don't feel much of a downside to not having a good passive of armor. It'll depend on how you kind of feel about different perks and what weapons you bring. Like, I can feel a pretty big downside if I bring a weapon that requires peak physique, but I don't put on peak physique, right? Or if I'm used to bringing, you know, med armor and I don't bring med armor, or if I have a weapon that really benefits from siege ready and I don't bring siege ready, right? Like, there's some very good armor passes in this game, Carl, so.
Liberty has seen you through.
Have a sip of tea. I don't have any on me. Peak physique, still useful for, or weapon parts make the benefit less noticeable. It depends on the weapon, but I feel like most weapons you can build to have enough ergonomics where you don't need peak physique. I don't have any water, any. Shabby Flame is so good for bugs. Flame is just amazing across the board. Light, you know, light a harvester on fire a couple times, the guy just dies straight up. Does the laser cannon work on the interceptor? Yeah, it's very good against the interlopers. I've seen a lot of people level 50 today. Yes, a lot of new people are coming back to play the game. This happened last time when Luminate first came out.
Now that is what I call a problem.
I'm not hunched over any. It's just the camera angle. Nice. I don't have peak physique armor any yet. Might make it a low priority. Yeah, I mean, you could always grab Superstore, so you don't have to buy the WARBOND. Do you have to see armor passives have trade-offs eventually? I hope that they do. Like, it sounds like they want to do like a pass on like armor perks. Definitely a lot of emphasis on armor perks after this last one. So here's hoping. It's gonna be real rough though to wait all the way till 12. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna continue leveling this up tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know, dude. I am not enjoying it. Like, I genuinely think if I picked any of the other shotguns, I'd be having more fun. I don't know. Spray and pray, just... Unless I'm shooting at a voteless, it does not feel good. Largely does not feel good. Makes you pray. I feel like it. What do you not like about it? A lot of Illuminate end up being ranged fights versus like overseers and stuff like that. But it takes so long to kill and it takes so much ammunition and the TTK is so long and you're not staggering them that you feel incredibly like prone to just trading damage. So not having the range really sucks. On top of that, you don't have much DPS because although you have a pretty fast fire rate, the damage is pretty low. And then the last part is that, like, yeah, you got a lot of ammo, but it doesn't feel like it's enough when you're just spamming it all the time. Like, I would rather have half the magazines and have fire damage because fire is insane right now. Or I'd rather just have higher DPS, right? Although it has a 10% slower fire rate, the breaker ends up getting more durable damage and just raw damage. So it ends up being the better shotgun in my opinion. Especially now that you can customize it to get like a drum mag. I find it really hard to justify the existence of the spray and pray in a way. This is why I was talking about, like, you know, if they add attachments that overlap weapons, it'll, like, you're going to find yourself like, why don't they just make it one weapon? And you're right, but that's kind of bad. I don't know if I like that. So I feel like the spray and pray needs more, you know, it needs to have like a faster fire rate, you know, or it needs to, yeah, it just needs like, especially now, like, this attachment system is really showing me that, like, you can't just like give attachments and like that'll be the solve. The spray and pray needs something else. Duckbill horizontal spread, shotgun's good. I've been able to level any. I think the duckbill would be like quite good on something like the incendiary breaker, where you actually want to spread fire to multiple enemies, and often like a full choke I think would actually be like, I don't know which one I'd pick, but I think duckbill would be really useful for like bugs or like mass amounts of like voteless and stuff like that, spreading as much fire as possible without wasting much. And then, you know, full choke for like single target, but like typically you're not bringing in incendiary shotgun for single target, so I feel like duckbill would be a really good option for the incendiary breaker. Obviously you can't put it on the cookout, but I think the cookout also would benefit from it. You're also staggering more enemies at a time. The Punisher would kind of benefit from the duckbill. Once again, stagger, pushback, which is kind of interesting. It kind of depends on the weapon, though. I wish the smaller mags gave like more total ammo or something. They do. I mean, at least they do for the breaker. If I remember correctly, you go up 2 mags, the capacity only goes down 3. So your total ammo actually goes up if you go to the short mag. And I think it's even higher if you go to drum mag, I believe. I could be wrong on the math there, but I'm fairly certain you get more total ammo with the short mag. But you also get a much faster reload speed. So it sounds like, well, they're just saying reload speed 3 versus 2. Is it actually a 33% increase in reload speed? If it was, that'd be also another really cool benefit. And you're only losing 3 rounds. So it's kind of cool. But the math does work out that going from 7 total magazines to 9, but only losing 3 per, I'm pretty sure you get a net W there, but I'm not exactly sure. Someone can tell me if you actually do or not. I'm pretty sure you get a couple more rounds. Especially if you put on the 20% more ammo. But maybe the reload speed is enough that like it makes sense. I'm not sure. Okay. Anyway, chat. I'm gonna call it here. Let's go find someone to host over on Twitch. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow being Saturday. Thanks so much for watching today. Thank you for all the support. We'll be back with more. I hope you guys had a fantastic day, morning, evening, afternoon, night. Annie, do you got a person? Or should I just find someone? We can do Tofu. We can do Two Angry Gamers. Too angry? All right. Two Angry Gamers. All right, chat. Be nice. Be kind. We're going to go ahead and throw them a host. I will see you guys tomorrow. Consider dropping by the Discord. That's where we are afterwards. You can ask questions if you want. Also, check out the YouTube down below. If you're looking for my thoughts on the WARBOND, overall thoughts on the patch, and my new Illuminant guide on what primary weapons, secondary weapons, or whatnot, I'd recommend. So, much love. Thank you for watching. Peace. For ya.